International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 16. Major Perdue's Bargain, by Joel Chandler Harris. When next I had an opportunity to talk with Aunt Minervy Ann, she indulged in a hearty laugh before saying a word, and it was some time before she found her voice. "What is so funny today?" I inquired. "Me, sah, nothin' 'tall 'bout me, an' 'tain't only today, nudder. Hit's eve'y day since I been big enough fer ter see myse'f in de spring branch. I laughed den, an' I laugh now eve'y time I see myse'f in my mind, ef I got any mind. I was talkin' ter Hamp last night an' tellin' him how I start in ter tell you sump'n 'bout Marse Paul Conant's shoulder an' den end up by tellin' you eve'ything else I know but dat. Hamp 'low, he did, 'Dat ain't nothin', bekase when I ax you ter marry me, you start in an' tell me 'bout a nigger girl 'cross dar in Jasper County, which she make promise fer ter marry a man, an' she crossed her heart, an' den when de time come she stood up an' marry 'im an' fin' out 'tain't de same man, but somebody what she ain't never see befo'. I 'speck dat's so, suh, bekase dey wuz sump'n like dat happen in Jasper County. You know de Waters fambly, dey keep de race horses. Well, suh, 'twuz right on der plantation. Warren Waters tol' me 'bout dat hisse'f. He wuz de hoss trainer, an' he's right dar on de groun'. When de gal done married, she look up an' holler, 'You ain't my husband, bekase I ain't make no promise fer ter marry you.' De man he laugh an' say, 'Don't need no promise atter you done married.' Well, suh, dey say dat gal wuz skeer'd fer true. She sot an' look in de fire. De man sot an' look at 'er. She try ter slip out de do', an' he slipped wid 'er. She walked out to'rds de big house, an' he walked out wid 'er. She come back, an' he come wid 'er. She run, an' he run wid 'er. She cry, an' he laugh at 'er. She dunner what ter do. Bimeby she tuck a notion dat de man mought be Ol' Boy hisse'f, an' she drap down on 'er knees an' 'gun ter pray. Dis make de man restless, look like he frettin'. Den he 'gun ter shake like he havin' chill. Den he slip down out'n de cheer. Den he went on his all fours. Den his cloze drapped off, an' bless gracious, dar he wuz, a great big black shaggy dog wid a short chain 'roun' his neck. Some un flung a chunk of fire at 'im, an' he ran out howlin'. Dat wuz de last dey seed un 'im, suh. Dey flung his cloze in de fire, an' dey make a blaze dat come plum out ter de top er chimbly stack. Dat what make me tell Hamp 'bout it, suh. He ax me fer ter marry 'im, an' I wa'n't so mighty sho' dat he wa'n't de Ol' Boy." "Well, that is queer if true," said I. "But how about Mr. Conant's crippled shoulder?" "Oh, it's de trufe, suh. Warren Waters tol' me dat out'n his own mouf, an' he wuz right dar. I dunno but what de gal wuz some er her kinnery. I don't mind tellin' you dat 'bout Marse Paul, suh, but you mustn't let on 'bout it, bekaze Marse Tumlin an' Miss Vallie dey ez ticious 'bout dat ez dey kin be. I'd never git der fergiveness ef dey know'd I wuz settin' down here tellin' 'bout dat. You know how 'twuz in dem days. De folks dat wuz de richest wuz de wussest off when de army come home fum battlin'. I done tol' you 'bout Marse Tumlin. He ain't had nothin' in de roun' worl' but a whole passel er lan' an' me an' Miss Vallie. I don't count Hamp, bekaze Hamp 'fuse ter believe he free, twel he ramble 'roun' an' fin' out de patter rollers ain't gwine ter take 'im up. Dat how come I had ter sell ginger cakes an' chicken pies dat time. De money made at dat ain't last long, bekaze Marse Tumlin he been use ter rich vittles, an' he went right down town an' got a bottle er chow chow an' some olives an' some sardines an' some cheese, an' you know yo'se'f, suh, dat money ain't gwine ter las' when you buy dat kinder doin's. Well, suh, we done mighty well whiles de money helt out, but 'tain't court week all de time, an' when dat de case, money got ter come from some'rs else 'sides sellin' cakes an' pies. Bimeby, Hamp he got work at de Liberty stable whar dey hire out hosses an' board um. I call it a hoss tavern, suh, but Hamp he low it's Liberty stable. Anyhow, he got work dar, an' dat sorter help out. Sometimes he'd growl bekaze I tuck his money fer ter help out my white folks, but when he got right mad I'd gi' Miss Vallie de wink, an' she'd say, 'Hampton, how'd you like ter have a little dram ternight? You look like you er tired.' I could 'a' hugged 'er fer de way she done it, she 'uz dat cute. An' den Hamp he'd grin an' low, 'I ain't honin' fer it, Miss Vallie, but 'twon't do me no harm, an' it may do me good.' An' den, suh, he'd set down, an' atter he sorter warmed up wid de dram, he'd kinder roll his eyes an' low, 'Miss Vallie, she is a fine white 'oman.' Well, suh, 'tain't long 'fo' we had dat nigger man trained, done trained, bless you soul. One day Miss Vallie had ter go 'cross town, an' she went by de Liberty stable whar Hamp wuz at, leastways he seed 'er some'rs, an' he come home dat night lookin' like he wuz feelin' bad. He 'fuse ter talk. Bimeby, atter his supper, he say, 'I seed Miss Vallie downtown terday. She wuz wid Miss Irene, an' dat dar frock she had on look mighty shabby.' I low, 'Well, it de best she got. She ain't got money like de Chippendales, an' Miss Irene don't keer how folks' cloze look. She too much quality fer dat.' Hamp say, 'Whyn't you take some er yo' money an' make Miss Vallie git 'er a nice frock?' I low, 'Whar I got any money?' Hamp he hit his pocket an' say, 'You got it right here.' An' sho' 'nuff, suh, dat nigger man had roller money, mos' $20. Some hoss drovers had come 'long an' Hamp made dat money by trimmin' up de ol' mules dey had an' makin' um look young. He's got de art der dat, suh, an' dey paid 'im well. Dar wuz de money, but how wuz I gwine ter git it in Miss Vallie's han'? I kin buy vittles an' she not know whar dey come fum, but when it come ter buyin' frocks, well, suh, hit stumped me. Dey want but one way ter do it, an' I done it. I make like I wuz mad. I tuck de money an' went in de house, dar whar Miss Vallie wuz sewin' an' mendin'. I went stompin' in, I did, an' when I got in I started my tune. I low, ef de Perdues gwine ter go scandalizin' deyse'f by trottin' downtown in broad daylight wid all kinder frocks on der back, I gwine 'way fum here, an' I dunno but what I'll go anyhow. 'Tain't bekaze dey's any lack er money, fer here de money right here." Wid dat I slammed it down on de table. "Dar, take dat an' git you a frock dat'll make you look like sump'n when you go outside dis house. An' whiles you're git sump'n fer ter put on yo' head." Whether it was by reason of a certain dramatic faculty inherent in her race that she was able to summon emotions at will, or whether it was a mere unconscious reproduction, I am not prepared to say. But certain it is that, in voice and gesture, in tone and attitude, and in a certain passionate earnestness of expression, Aunt Minervy Ann built up the whole scene before my eyes with such power that I seemed to have been present when it occurred. I felt as if she had conveyed me bodily into the room to become a witness of the episode. She went on, still with a frown on her face and a certain violence of tone and manner. "I whipped 'roun' de room a time er two, pickin' up de cheers an' slammin' um down ag'in an' knockin' things 'roun' like I wuz mad. Miss Vallie put her sewin' down an' lay her han' on de money. She low, 'What's dis, Aunt Minervy Ann?' I said, 'Hit's money, dat's what 'tis, nothin' but nasty stinkin' money. I wish dey wa'n't none in de worl' less'n I had a barful.' She sorter fumble at de money wid her fingers. You dunno, suh, how white an' purty an' weak her han' look ter me dat night. She low, 'Aunt Minervy Ann, I can't take dis.' I blaze out at 'er, 'You don't hafter take it, you done got it, an' ef you don't keep it, I'll rake up eve'y rag an' scrap I got an' leave dis place now. Now you des try me.'" Again Aunt Minervy Ann summoned to her aid the passion of a moment that had passed away, and again I had the queer experience of seeming to witness the whole scene. She continued, "Wid dat I whipped out'n de room an' out'n de house an' went an' sot down dar in my house whar Hamp was at. Hamp, he low, 'What she say?' I say she ain't had time ter say nothin'. I come 'way fum dar. He low, 'You ain't brung dat money back, is you?' I say, 'Does you think I'm a start naked fool?' He low, 'Kaze ef you is, I'll put it right spang in de fire here.' Well, suh, I sot dar some little time, but eve'ything wuz so still in de house, bein's Marse Tumlin gone downtown, dat I crope back an' crope in fer ter see what Miss Vallie doin'. Well, suh, she wuz cryin', settin' dar cryin'. I low, 'Honey, is I say anything fer ter hurt yo' feelin's?' She blubber out, 'You know you ain't,' an' den she cry good fashion. Des 'bout dat time, who should come in but Marse Tumlin. He look at Miss Vallie, an' den he look at me. He say, 'Valentine, what de matter?' I say, 'It's me. I'm de one. I made 'er cry. I done sump'n ter hurt 'er feelin's.' She low, ''Tain't so, an' you know it. I'm des cryin' bekaze you too good ter me.' Well, suh, I had ter git out'n der fer ter keep fum chokin'. Marse Tumlin foller me out, an' right dar on de porch he low, 'Minervy Ann, nex' time don't be so dam good to 'er.' I wuz doin' some snifflin' myse'f 'bout dat time, an' I ain't keerin' what I say, so I stop an' flung back at 'im, 'I'll be des ez dam good to 'er ez I please. I'm free.' Well, suh, stidder hittin' me, Marse Tumlin bust out laughin', an' long atter dat he laugh eve'y time he look at me, des like sump'n wuz ticklin' 'im mighty nigh ter death. I 'speck he must er tole 'bout dat cussin' part, bekaze folks 'roun' here done got de idee dat I'm a sassy an' bad tempered 'oman. Ef I had ter wurk fer my livin', suh, I boun' you I'd be a long time findin' a place. Atter dat, Hamp he got in de legislatur', an' it sho wuz a money makin' place. Den we had everything we wanted and mo' too, but bimeby de legislator gun out, an' den dar we was, flat as flounders, an' de white folks don't want ter hire Hamp des 'kase he been to de legislatur'. But he got back in de Liberty stable atter so long a time, yet 'twa'nt what you might call a livin'. All dat time I hear Marse Tumlin talkin' ter Miss Vallie 'bout what he call his wil' lan'. He say he got 2,000 acres down dar in de Wiregrass, an' ef he kin sell it he be mighty glad ter do so. Well, suh, one day, 'long to'rds night, a 2-hoss wagon druv in at de side gate an' come in de back yard. Ol' Ben Sadler wuz drivin', an' he low, 'Heyo, Minervy Ann, whar you want deze goods dropped at?' I say, 'Hello yo'se'f, ef you want ter hello. What you got dar, an' who does it b'long ter?' He low, 'Hit's goods fer Major Tumlin Perdue, an' whar does you want um drapped at?' Well, suh, I ain't know what ter say, but I run an' ax Miss Vallie, an' she say put um out anywheres 'roun' dar, kaze she dunner nothin' 'bout um. So ol' Ben Sadler, he put um out, an' when I come ter look at um, dey wuz a barrel er sump'n, an' a keg er sump'n, an' a box er sump'n. De barrel shuck like it might be molasses, an' de keg shuck like it might be dram, an' de box hefted like it might be terbarker. An' sho 'nuff, dat what dey wuz, a barrel er sorghum syrup, an' a keg er peach brandy, an' a box er plug terbarker. I say right den an' Miss Vallie, I'll tell you de same, dat Marse Tumlin done gone an' swap off all his wil' lan'. But Miss Vallie, she say no, he won't never think er seen a thing. But bless yo' soul, suh, she wa'n't nothin' but a school gal, you may say, an' she don't know no mo' 'bout men folks dan what de weasel do. An' den right 'pon ter top dat, here come a nigger boy leadin' a bobtail hoss. When I see dat, I des good ez know dat de wil' lan' done be swap off, bekaze Marse Tumlin ain't got nothin' fer ter buy all dem things wid. An' I tell you right now, suh, I wuz rank mad, kaze what we want wid any ol' bobtail hoss? De sorghum mought do, an' de dram kin be put up wid, an' de terbacker got some comfort in it. But what de name er goodness we gwine ter do wid dat ol' hoss, when we ain't got hardly 'nuff vittles fer ter feed herse'f wid? Dat's what I ax Miss Vallie, an' she say right pine blank she dunno. Well, suh, it's de Lord's trufe. I wuz dat mad I dunner what ter say, an' I wa'n't keerin' nudder, kaze I know how we had ter pinch an' squeeze fer ter git 'long in dis house. But I went 'bout gittin' supper, an' bimeby Hamp he come, an' I tol' him 'bout de ol' bobtail hoss, an' he went out an' look at 'im. Atter while here he come back laughin'. I say, 'You're well ter laugh at dat ol' hoss.' He low, 'I ain't laughin' at de hoss, I'm laughin' at you. Gal, dat de finest hoss what ever put foot on de groun' in dis town. Dat's Marse Paul Conant's trottin' hoss. He'll fetch $500 any day. What he doin' here?' I up an' tol' 'im all I know'd, an' he shuck his head. He low, 'Gal, you lay low. Dey's sump'n in er behime all dat.' What Hamp say sorter make me put on my studyin' cap, but when you come ter look at it, suh, dey wa'n't nothin' 'tall fer me ter study 'bout. All I had ter do wuz ter try ter fin' out what wuz behime it, an' let it go at dat. When Marse Tumlin come home ter supper, I know'd sump'n wuz de matter wid 'im. I know'd it by his looks, suh. It's sorter wid folks like 'tis wid chillun. Ef you keep yourself in 'bout um, you'll watch der motions, an' ef you watch der motions, dey don't hatter tell you when sump'n's de matter. He come in so easy, suh, dat Miss Vallie ain't hear 'im, but I hear de do' screak, an' I know'd 'twuz him. We wuz talkin' an' gwine at a mighty rate, an' I know'd he done stopped ter lis'n. Miss Vallie, she low she 'speck somebody made 'im a present er dem ar things. I say, 'Honey, don't play fool yo'se'f. Ain't nobody gwine ter do dat. Our folks ain't no mo' like dey useter wuz when crab apples is like plums. Dey done come ter pass dat whatsomever dey gits der han's on, dey 'fuse ter turn it loose. All un um 'cep' Marse Tumlin Perdue. Dey ain't no tellin' what he gun fer all dat trash. Trash! Hit's wuss'n trash. I wish you'd go out dar an' look at dat ol' bobtail hoss. Why, dat ol' hoss wuz stove up long 'fo' de war. By rights he ought ter be in de boneyard dis ve'y minnit. He won't be here 2 whole days 'fo' you'll see de buzzards lined up out dar on de back fence waitin', an' dey won't hatter wait long nudder. Ef dey sen' any corn here fer ter feed dat bag er bones wid, I'll parch on it an' eat it myse'f 'fo' he shill have it. Ef anybody 'speck I'm gwine ter 'ten' ter dat ol' frame, deyer 'speckin' wid de wrong specks. I tell you dat right now." All dis time Marse Tumlin wuz stan'in' out in de hall lis'nin'. Miss Vallie talk mighty sweet 'bout it. She say, "Ef dey ain't nobody else ter 'ten' de hoss, reckon I kin do it." I low, "My life er me, honey! De nex' news you know you'll be hirin' out ter Liberty Stable." Well, suh, my talk 'gun ter git so hot dat Marse Tumlin des had ter make a fuss. He fumbled wid de do' knob, and den came walkin' down de hall, and by dat time I was in de dinin' room. I walk mighty light, bekaze ef he say anything I want ter hear it. You can't call it eavesdroppin', suh. Hit look ter me dat 'twuz ez much my business ez 'twuz dern, an' I ain't never got dat idee out'n my head down ter dis day. But Marse Tumlin ain't say nothin' 'cep' fer ter ax Miss Vallie ef she feelin' well an' how eve'ything wuz, but de minnit I hear 'im open his mouf I know'd he'd had trouble on his min'. I can't tell you how I know'd it, suh, but dar 'twuz. Look like he tried ter hide it, bekaze he told a whole lot of funny tales 'bout folks, an' 'twa'n't long 'fo' he had Miss Vallie laughin' fit ter kill. But he ain't fool me, suh. Bimeby Miss Vallie, she come in de dinin' room fer ter look at 'er settin' de table, bekaze fum a little gal she allers like ter have de dishes fixed des so. She wuz sorter hummin' a chune like she ain't want ter talk, but I ain't let dat stan' in my way. I low, I wisht eve'ybody wuz like dat Mr. Paul Conant. I bet you right now he been downtown dar all day makin' money han' over fist, des ez fast ez he kin rake it in. I know, kaze I does his washin' an' cleans up his room fer 'im.' Miss Vallie say, 'Well, what uv it? Money don't make 'im no better'n anybody else.' I low, 'Hit don't make 'im no wuss, an' den, 'sides dat, he ain't gwine ter let anybody swindle 'im.' By dat time I had ter go out an' fetch supper in, an' 'tain't take me no time, bekaze I wuz des achin' fer ter hear how Marse Tumlin come by dem dar contraptions an' contrivances. An' I stayed in dar ter wait on de table, which it ain't need no waitin' on. Atter while I low, 'Marse Tumlin, I like ter fergit ter tell you, yo' things done come.' He say, 'What things, Minervy Ann?' I say, 'Dem dar contraptions an' dat dar bobtail hoss.' He look mighty lean an' hungry, de hoss do, but Hamp say dat's bekaze he's a high bred hoss. He say dem ar high breed hosses won't take on no fat, no matter how much you feed urn. Marse Tumlin sorter drum on de table. Atter while he low, 'Dey done come, is dey, Minervy Ann?' I say, 'Yasser, dey er right now. Hamp puts it down dat hoss unner de gayliest creeturs what ever make a track in dis town.' Well, suh, 'tain't no use ter tell you what else wuz said, kaze 'twa'n't much. I see dat Marse Tumlin wa'n't gwine talk 'bout it, on account er bein' fear'd he'd hurt Miss Vallie's feelin's ef he tol' 'er dat he done swap off all dat wil' lan' fer dem ar things an' dat ar bobtail hoss. Dat what he done. Yasser! I hear 'im sesso afterwards. He swap it off ter Marse Paul Conant. I thank my Lord it come out all right, but it come mighty nigh bein' de ruination er de fambly." "How was that?" I inquired. "Dat what I'm gwine ter tell you, suh. Right atter supper dat night, Marse Tumlin say he got ter go down ter town fer ter see a man on some business, an' he ax me ef I won't stay in de house dar wid Miss Vallie. 'Twa'n't no trouble ter me, bekaze I'd been on de place anyhow, an' so when I got de kitchen cleaned up an' de things put away, I went back in de house whar Miss Vallie wuz at Marse Tumlin wuz done gone. Miss Vallie, she sot at de table doin' some kinder rufflin', so I sot back agin de wall in one er dem dar high back cheers. What we said I'll never tell you, suh, bekaze I'm one er deze kinder folks who ain't no sooner set down an' git still dan dey goes ter noddin'. Dat's me. Set me down in a cheer, high back er low back, an' I'm done gone. I kin sit here on de step an' keep dese eyes wide awake ez a skeered rabbit, but set me down in a cheer, well, suh, I'd like ter see anybody keep me awake when dat's de case. Dar I sat in dat ar high back cheer, Miss Vallie rufflin' an' flutin' sump'n an' tryin' ter make me talk, an' my head rollin' 'roun' like my neck done broke. Bimeby, blam, blam, come on de do'. We got one er dem ar jinglin' bells now, suh, but in dem times we had a knocker, an' it soun' like de roof fallin' in. I like ter jumped out'n my skin. Miss Vallie dropped her conflutements an' low, 'What in de world? Aunt Minervy Ann, go to de do'.' Well, suh, I went, but I ain't had no heart in it, bekaze I ain't knowed who it might be, an' whar dey come fum, an' what dey want. But I went. 'Twuz me er Miss Vallie, an' I wa'n't gwine ter let dat chile go, not at dat time er night, dough it wa'n't so mighty late. I opened de do' on de crack, I did, an' low, 'Who dat?' Somebody make answer, 'Is de Major in, Aunt Minervy Ann?' An' I knowed right den it wuz Marse Paul Conant, an' it come over me dat he had sump'n ter do wid sendin' dem ar contraptions, mo' speshually dat ar bobtail hoss. An' den, too, suh, lots quicker'n I kin tell it, hit come over me dat he been axin' me lots 'bout Miss Vallie. All come 'cross my mind, suh, whiles I wuz pullin' de do' open. I low, I did, 'No, suh, Marse Tumlin gone downtown fer ter look atter some business, but he sho ter come back terreckly. Won't you come in, suh, an' wait fer 'im?' He sorter flung his head back an' laugh sof' an' say, 'I don't keer ef I do, Aunt Minervy Ann.' I low, 'Walk right in de parlor, suh, an' I'll make light mos' 'fo' you kin turn 'roun'.' He come in, he did, an' I lit de lamp, an' time I lit 'er she 'gun ter smoke. Well, suh, he tuck dat lamp, run de wick up an' down a time er two, an' dar she wuz, bright ez day. When I went back in de room whar Miss Vallie was at, she was standin' there lookin' scared. She say, 'Who dat?' I low, 'Hit's Marse Paul Conant, dat's who 'tis.' She say, 'What he want?' I low, 'Nothin' much. He does come a courtin'. Better jump up an' not keep 'im waitin'.' Well, suh, you could 'a' knocked 'er down wid a fedder. She stood there wid her hand on her throat, takin' short breafs, des like a little bird does when it flies in de winder an' doesn't know how ter fly out ag'in. Bimeby she say, 'Aunt Minervy Ann, you oughter be 'shame' er yo'se'f. I know dat man when I see 'im, an' dat's all.' I low, 'Honey, you know mighty well he ain't come callin', but he wanter see Marse Tumlin, an' dey ain't nothin' fer ter hinder you from gwine in dar an' makin' 'im feel at home while he's waitin'.' She sorter study a while, den she blush up. She say, 'I dunno whedder I oughter.' Well, suh, dat settled it. I know'd by de way she look an' talk dat she don't need no mo' swaddlin'. I say, 'All right, honey, do ez you please, but it's yo' house an' you're de mist'ess, an' it'll look mighty funny ef dat young man got ter set in dar by hisse'f an' look at de wall while he waitin' fer Marse Tumlin. I dunno whar he say, kaze I ain't never hear 'im talk 'bout nobody, but I know mighty well he'll do a heap er thinkin'.' Des like I tell you, suh, she skipped 'roun' dar an' flung on her Sunday frock, shuck out her curls, an' sorter fumble 'roun' wid some ribbons, an' dar she was, lookin' des ez fine ez a fiddle, ef not finer. Den she swep inter de parlor, an' you mayn't b'lieve it, suh, but she mighty nigh tuck de man's breff 'way. Mon, she wuz purty, an' she ain't done no mo' like deze eve'y day girls done nothin'. When she start 'way fum me she wuz a gal. By de time she walk up de hall an' sweep in dat parlor she wuz a grown 'oman. De blush what she had on at fust stayed wid 'er an' look like it wuz nat'al color, an' her eyes shined, suh, like she had fire in um. I peeped at 'er, suh, fum behime de curtains in de settin' room, an' I know what I'm talkin' 'bout. It's de Lord's trufe, suh. Ef de men folks could tote derse'fs wid de wimmen an' do one way whiles dey feelin' anudder way, dey wouldn't be livin' in de world. You take a school gal, suh, an' she kin fool de smartest man what ever trod de shoe leather. He may talk wid 'er all day an' half de night, an' he never is ter fin' out what she thinkin' 'bout. Sometimes de gals fool derse'fs, suh, but dat's mighty seldom. I dunner what all dey say, kaze I ain't been in dar so mighty long 'fo' I wuz noddin', but I did hear Marse Paul say he's drapped in fer 'pollygize 'bout a little joke he played on Marse Tumlin. Miss Vallie ax what wuz de joke, an' he low dat Marse Tumlin wuz banterin' folks fer ter buy his wil' lan', an' Marse Paul ax 'im what he take fer it, an' Marse Tumlin low he'll take anything he kin chaw, sop, er drink. Dem wuz de words, chaw, sop, er drink. Wid dat, Marse Paul say he gi' 'im a box er terbacker, a barrel er syrup, an' a keg er peach brandy, an' throw in his buggy hoss fer good medjer. Marse Tumlin say done, an' dey shuck han's on it. Dat's what Marse Paul tol' Miss Vallie, an' he low he done it fer fun, kaze he done looked inter dat wil' lan', an' he low she wuff a pile er money. Well, suh, 'bout dat time I 'gun ter nod, an' de few news I knowed, Miss Vallie wuz whackin' away on de peanner, an' it look ter me like she wuz des tryin' 'erse'f. By dat time dey wuz gittin' right chummy, an' so I curl up on de flo' an' dreamt dat de peanner chunes wuz comin' out'n a barrel des like 'lasses. When I waked up, Marse Paul Conant done gone, an' Marse Tumlin ain't come, an' Miss Vallie wuz settin' in de parlor lookin' up at de ceilin' like she got some mighty long thoughts. Her color wuz still up. I look at 'er an' laugh, an' she made a mouf at me, an' I say ter myse'f, 'Hey, sump'n de matter here, sho.' But I say out loud, 'Marse Paul Conant sho gwine ter ax me ef you ain't had a dram.' She'll laugh an' say, 'What answer you gwine ter make?' I low, 'I'll bow an' say, no, suh, I'm de one dat drinks all de dram fer de fambly.' Well, suh, dat child sot in ter laughin', an' she laugh an' laugh twel she inter hysterics. She wuz keyed up too high, ez you might say, an' dat's de way she come down ag'in. Bimeby Marse Tumlin come, an' Miss Vallie, she tol' 'im 'bout how Marse Paul done been dar, an' he sot dar, an' he did, an' hummed an' hawed, an' done so funny dat bimeby I low, 'Well, folks, I hatter tell you good night,' an' wid dat I went out." At this point Aunt Minervy leaned forward, clasped her hands over her knees, and shook her head. When she took up the thread of her narrative, if it can be called such, the tone of her voice was more subdued, almost confidential, in fact. "Nex' mornin' wuz my wash day, suh, an' 'bout 10 o'clock, when I got ready, they wan't no bluin' in de house an' mighty little soap. I hunted high an' I hunted low, but no bluin' kin I find. An' dat make me mad, bekaze ef I hatter go downtown atter bluin', my wash day'll be broke inter. But 'tain't no good fer ter git mad, bekaze I wuz bleezed ter go atter de bluin'. So I tighten up my head hankcher, an' flung a cape on my shoulders an' put out. I 'speck you know how it is, sir. You can't go downtown but what you'll see nigger women standin' in de front yards lookin' over de palin's. Dey all knowed me, an' I knowed dem, an' de last blessed one un um hatter hails me ez I go by, an' I hatter stop an' pass de time er day, kaze ef I'd 'a' whipped on by, dey'd 'a' said I wuz gwine back bofe on my church an' on my color. I dunner how long dey kep' me, but time I got ter Proctor's sto' I know'd I'd been on de way too long. I notice a crowd er men out dar, some settin' an' some standin', but I run in, I did, an' de young man what do the clerkin', he foller me in an' ax me what I want. I say I want a dime's wuth er bluin', an' after, please, suh, wrop it up des ez quick ez he can. I tuck notice dat while he wuz gittin' it out de box, he sorter stop like he listenin' in agin. Whiles he had it in de scoop des ready fer drap it in de scales, he held his han' an' wait. Den I know he wuz lis'nen. Dat makes me lis'n, an' den I hear Marse Tumlin talkin', an' time I hear 'im I know'd he wuz irritated. 'Twa'n't bekaze he wuz talkin' loud, suh, but 'twuz he wuz talkin' level. When he talk loud he feelin' good. When he talk low, an' one word soun' de same ez nudder, den somebody better git out his way. I lef' de counter an' stepped ter de do' fer ter see what de matter wuz betwix um. Well, suh, dar wuz Marse Tumlin standin' dar close ter Tom Ferryman. Marse Tumlin low, 'Maybe de law done 'pinted you my gyardeen. How do you know I been swindled?' Tom Ferryman say, 'Bekaze I hear you say he bought yo' wil' lan' fer little er nothin'. He'll swindle you ef you trade wid 'im, an' you done trade wid 'im.' Marse Tumlin low, 'Is Pa Conant ever swindle you?' Tom Ferryman say, 'No, he ain't, an' ef he wuz I'd give 'im a kickin'.' Marse Tumlin low, 'Well, you know you is a swindler, an' nobody ain't kick you. How come dat?' Tom Ferryman say, 'Ef you say I'm a swindler, you're a liar.' Well, suh, de man ain't no sooner say dat dan bang went Marse Tumlin's pistol, an' des ez it banged Marse Pa Conant run 'twixt um, an' de ball went right spang thoo de collar bone an' sorter sideways thoo de p'int er de shoulder blade. Marse Tumlin drapped his pistol an' cotched 'im he fell an' knelt down by 'im, an' all de time dat ar Tom Ferryman wuz stan'in' right over 'im wid his pistol in his han'. I squall out, I did, 'Whyn't some er you white men take dat man's pistol 'way fum 'im? Don't you see what he fixin' ter do?' I runned at 'im, an' he sorter flung back wid his arm, an' when he done dat, somebody grab 'im fum behind. All dat time Marse Tumlin wuz askin' Marse Paul ef he hurt much. I hear 'im say, 'I wouldn't 'a' done it fer de worl', Conant, not fer de worl'.' Den de doctor, he come up, an' Marse Tumlin, he pester de man twel he hear 'im say, 'Don't worry, Major, dis boy'll live ter be an older man dan you ever will.' Den Marse Tumlin got his pistol an' hunt up an' down fer dat Tom Ferryman, but he done gone. I seed 'im when he got on his hoss. I say to Marse Tumlin, 'Ain't you des ez well ter fetch Marse Paul Conant home whiles we all kin take keer of 'im?' He low, 'Dat's a fack. Go home an' tell yo' Miss Vallie fer ter have de big room fixed up time we git dar wid 'im.' I say, 'Humph! I'll fix 'im myse'f. I know I ain't gwine ter let Miss Vallie do it.' Well, suh, 'tain't no use fer ter tell you de rest. Dar's dat ar baby in dar, an' what mo' sign does you want ter show you dat it all turned out des like one er dem ol' time tales?" End of section 16.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Greene in Tampa, Florida. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. Edited by William Patton. Section 17, A Kentucky Cinderella, by F. Hopkinson Smith. I was bending over my easel, hard at work upon a full-length portrait of a young girl in a costume of 50 years ago, when the door of my studio opened softly, and Aunt Chloe came in. "Good morning, sir. I didn't think you'd come today, being a Sunday," she said, with a slight bend of her knees. "I jes' sweep up a little mite. Don't you move. I won't 'sturb you." Aunt Chloe had first opened my door a year before with a note from Marny, a brother Brush, which began, "Here is an old Southern mammy who has seen better days. Paint her if you can," and ended with, "Anyway, give her a job." The bearer of the note was indeed the ideal mammy, even to the bandana handkerchief bound about her head, and the capacious waist and ample bosom, the lullaby resting place for many a child, white and black. I had never seen a real one in the flesh before. I had heard about them in my earlier days. Daddy Billy, my father's body servant, and my father's slave, who lived to be 94, had told me of his own Aunt Myrie, who had died in the old days, but too far back for me to remember. And I had listened when a boy to the traditions connected with the plantations of my ancestors, of the Keziahs and Mammy Crouches and Mammy Janes. But I had never looked into the eyes of one of the old school until I saw Aunt Chloe, nor had I ever fully realized how quaintly courteous and gentle one of them could be, until, with an old-time manner born of a training seldom found outside the old Southern homes, she bent forward, spread her apron with both hands, and with a little backward dip had said, as she left me that first day, "Thank you, sir. I'll come every Sunday morning. I'll do my best to please you, and I specs I can." I do not often work on Sunday, but my picture had been too long delayed, waiting for a faded wedding dress, worn once by the original when she was a bride, and which had only been found when two of her descendants had ransacked their respective garrets. "Must be mighty drive, sir," she said, "a workin' on the Sabbath day. Golly, but that's a pretty lady," and she put down her pail. "I see it last Sunday when I come in, but she didn't have dem ruffles round her neck den dat you done gib her. 'Clare to goodness, dat chile look like she was jes' a gwine to speak." Aunt Chloe was leaning on her broom, her eyes scrutinizing the portrait. "Well, if dat don't beat de land! I ain't never seen none of dem frocks since de old times. An' dem little low shoes wid de ribbons crossed on de ankles. She's de livin' personication. She is so, for a fact. Mm-mm." It is difficult to convey this peculiar sound of complete approval in so many letters. "Did you ever know anybody like her?" I asked. The old woman straightened her back, and for a moment her eyes looked into mine. I had often tried to draw from her something of her earlier life, but she had always evaded my questions. Marny had told me that his attempts had at first been equally disappointing. "Body as old as me, sir, seen a plenty of people." Then her eyes sought the canvas again. After a moment's pause, she said, as if to herself, "You's de real quality, chile. Dat you is, every speck and spinch of you." I tried again. "Does it look like anybody you ever saw, Aunt Chloe?" "It do, and it don't," she answered critically. "De feet is like hern, but de eyes ain't." "Who?" "Oh, Miss Nannie." And she leaned again on her broom and looked down on the floor. I heaped up a little pile of pigments on one corner of my palette, and flattened them for a highlight on a fold in the satin gown. "Who was Miss Nannie?" I asked carelessly. I was afraid the thread would break if I pulled too hard. "One of my chillen, honey." A peculiar softness came into her voice. "Tell me about her. It'll help me get her eyes right, so you can remember her better. They don't look human enough to me anyhow," this last to myself. "Where did she live?"
"Where dey all live, down in de big house. She warn't Marse Henry's real chile, but she come of de blood. She didn't have dem kind of shoes on her footsies when I fust see her, but she wore 'em when she left me, dat she did."
Her voice rose suddenly, and her eyes brightened.
"An' dem ain't nothin' to de way dey shined. I ain't never seen no satin slippers shine like dem slippers. Dey was jes' a blaze."
I worked on in silence. Marny had cautioned me not to be too curious. Some day she might open her heart and tell me wonderful stories of her earlier life, but I must not appear too anxious. She had become rather suspicious of strangers since she had moved north and lost track of her own people, Marny had said. Aunt Chloe picked up her pail and began moving some easels into a far corner of my studio and piling the chairs in a heap. This done, she stopped again and stood behind me, looking intently at the canvas over my shoulder.
My, ain't that the very image of that frock? I can see it now, just as Miss Nanny come down the stairs. But you got to put that gold chain on it 'fore it gets to be the very express image. I had it round my own neck once. I knew just how it looked."
I laid down my palette, and picking up a piece of chalk, asked her to describe it so that I could make an outline.
"It was long and heavy, and it wound round the neck twice and hung down to the waist. And that watch on the end of it, well, I ain't seen none like that one since. I 'clar to you it was just as teeny as one of them little biscuits I used to make for her when she come in the kitchen, and she was dere most of the time. They didn't care nothing for her much. Let her go round barefoot half the time, and her hair a flyin'. Only one good frock to her name, and that warn't nothing but calico. I used to wash that many a time for her long 'fore she was out'n the bed. Allus makes my blood bile to this day whenever I think of the way they treated that child. But it didn't make no difference what she had on, shoes or no shoes. Her footses was that little, and pretty, with her big eyes and her cheeks just as fresh as them rosewater roses that I used to snip off for old Sam to put on the table. Oh, I tell you, if you could picture her like that, there wouldn't be nobody clear from here to glory come nigh her."
Aunt Chloe's eyes were kindling with every word. I remembered Marnie's warning and kept still. I had abandoned the sketch of the chain as an unnecessary incentive, and had begun again with my palette knife, pottering away, nodding appreciatingly, and now and then putting a question to clear up some tangled situation as to dates and localities, which her rambling talk had left unsettled.
"Yes, sir, down in the bluegrass country near Lexington, Kentucky, whar my old master, Mars Henry Gordon, lived," she answered to my inquiry as to where this all happened. "I used to go every year to see him after the war was over, and kept it up till he died. There warn't nobody like him then, and there ain't none now. He warn't never spiteful to chillen, white or black. Everybody knowed dat. I was a pickaninny myself, and I belonged to him, and he ain't never laid a lick on me, and he wouldn't let nobody else do it nuther, 'cept my mammy. I 'members one time when Aunt Dinah made a cake that old Sam, he were a heap younger then, couldn't put on the table 'cause there was a piece broke out'n it. Sam he riz, and Dinah she riz, and after they all called each other all the names they could lay their tongues to, Miss Ann, my own fust mistress, come in and she said them chillen took that cake, and 'tain't nary one of you that's 'sponsible. 'What's dis?' says Mars Henry. 'Chillen stealing cake? Send 'em here to me.' When we all come in, there was 6 or 8 of us, he says, 'Every one of you look me in the eye. Now which one took it?' I kept looking away, first on the floor, then out the windy. 'Look at me,' he says again. 'You ain't looking, Clorindy.' Then I cotched him watching me. 'Now you all go out,' he says, 'and the one that's guilty can come back again.' Then we all went out in the yard. 'You tell him,' says one. 'No, you tell him,' and that's the way it went on. I knowed I was the worstest, for I opened the door of the sideboard and gin it to the others. Then I thought, if I don't tell him, maybe he'll lick the whole passel on us, and that ain't right. But if I go tell him and beg his humble pardon, he might let me go. So I crept round where he was settin' with his book on his knee."
Aunt Chloe was now moving stealthily behind me, her eyes fixed on her imaginary master, head down, one finger in her mouth.
"And I say, 'Mars Henry,' and he look up and say, 'Who's dat?' And I say, 'Dat's Clorindy,' and he say, 'What you want?' 'Mars Henry, I come to tell you I was hungry, and I seed the door open, and I shove it back and took the piece of the cake, and I thought maybe if I done told you, you'd forgive me.' 'Then you is the ringleader,' he says, 'and you tempted the other chillen?' Yes, I says, I spec so. Well, he says, looking down on the carpet, now that you has professed and begged pardon, you was good and ready to pay attention to what I'm going to say. The other children had sneaked up and was listening. They expected to see me get it, though they ain't nary one of them ever knowed him to strike 'em a lick. Then he says, this here is a little thing, this stealing a cake, and it's a big thing at the same time. Miss Ann has been right smart put out about it, and I'm going to see that it don't happen again. If you see a pin on the floor, you wouldn't steal it. You'd pick it up if you wanted it, and it wouldn't be nothing 'cause somebody throwed it away, and it was free to everybody. But if you see a piece of money on the floor, you know nobody didn't throw that away, and if you pick it up and don't tell, that's something else. That's stealing. 'Cause you took something that somebody else had paid something for and that belongs to him. Now, this cake ain't of much count, but it warn't yourn, and you oughtn't have took it. If you'd asked your mistress for it, she'd gi'n you a piece. There ain't nothing here you children don't give when you ask for it. I didn't say nothing more. I just waited for him to do anything he wanted to me. Then he looks at the carpet for a long time, and he says, I reckon you won't take no more cake without asking for it, Clorindy, and you children can go out and play again.
The tears were now standing in her eyes.
That's what my old master was, sir. I ain't never forgot it. If he had beat me to death, he couldn't have done no more for me. He just explained to me, and I ain't never forgot since.
Did your own mother find it out? I asked. The tears were gone now. Her face was radiant again at my question.
That she did, sir. One of the children done told on me. Mammy just made one grab as I run past the kitchen door and reached for a barrel stave, and she fairly sot me afire.
Aunt Chloe was now holding her sides with laughter, fresh tears streaming down her cheeks.
But Marse Henry never knowed it. Lord, sir, there ain't nobody round here like him, nor never was. I can 'member him now, same as it was yesterday, with his white hair, and he is settin' in his big chair. It was the last time I ever see him. The big house was gone, and the colored people was gone, and he was dat po' he didn't know where the next mouthful was comin' from. I come out behind him so."
Aunt Chloe made me her old master, and my stool his rocking chair.
"And I pat him on the shoulder dis way, and he say, 'Chloe, is dat you? How is it you look so comfortable like?' And I say, 'It's you, Marse Henry. You done it all. Your teachin' made me what I is, and if you study about it, you'll know it's so, and the others ain't no worse. Of all the colored people you owned, there ain't nary one been hung or been in the penitentiary, nor ain't known as liars. That's the way you fotches up. And I love him yet, and if he was a livin' today, I'd work for him and take care of him if I went hungry myself. The only fool thing Marster Henry ever done was a marryin' that widow woman for his second wife, Miss Nanny, that looks a little bit like that child you got there before you," and she pointed to the canvas. "Wouldn't have been sot and 'bused like she was but for her. That woman warn't nothing but a harp strainer no way, if I do say it. Everybody know dat. How Marse Henry Gordon come to marry her and nobody know till dis day. She warn't none of our people. They do say that he met her up to Frankfort when he was in the legislature, but I don't know if that's so. But she warn't nothing nohow."
Was Miss Nanny her child? I asked, stepping back from my easel to get the better effect of my canvas.
"No, sir, that she warn't,"
with emphasis.
"She was Marse Henry's own sister's child, she was. Her people, Miss Nanny's, lived up in Indiany, and they was just as poor as watermelon rinds. And when her mother died, Marse Henry sent for her to come live with him, 'cause he said Miss Rachel, that was that woman's own child by her first husband, was lonesome. They was both about the one age, 14 or 15 years old, but Lord a massy, Miss Rachel warn't lonesome. 'cept for what he couldn't get, and she most broke her heart about that, much as she could break it about anything. I remember the very day Miss Nanny come. I see her comin' down the road, totin' a big bandbox and a carpet bag most big as herself. Then she turned in the gate. 'Fore God, I says to old Sam, who was settin' the table for dinner, 'Who's this here comin' in?' Then I see her stop and set the bundles down and catch her breath, and then she come on again. 'That's Mars Henry's niece,' he says. 'I heard the mistress say she was a-comin' one day this week by the coach.' I see right away that woman was up to one of her tricks. She didn't 'tend to let that child come no other way 'cept like a servant. She was that dirt mean. Oh, you needn't look, sir. I ain't meanin' no unrespect, but I knowed dat woman when Marse Henry first married her, and she ain't never fooled me once. First time she come into the house, she walked plumb in the kitchen where me and old Sam and old Dinah was a-eatin' our dinner. We settin' at the table like we used to did, and she flung her head up in the air, and she says, 'After dis, when I come in, I want you niggers to get up on your feet.' Think of dat, will you? Marse Henry never called nary one of us nigger since we was pickaninnies. I know den she warn't customed to nothin', but I tell you, she never put on dem kind of airs when Marse Henry was about. No, sir. She was always mighty sugar-like to him when he was home, but dey ain't no conniption she warn't up to when he couldn't hear it. She had pretty nigh riz the roof when he done tell her that Miss Nanny was a-comin' to live wid 'em. But she couldn't stand agin him, for warn't her only daughter, Miss Rachel, livin' on him? And not only Miss Rachel, but lots more of her people where she come from. Well, sir, as soon as old Sam said what child it was that was a-comin' down the road, I dropped my dishcloth and I run out to meet her. 'Is you Miss Nanny?' I says. 'Give me dat bag,' I says, 'and dat box.' 'Yes,' she says, 'that's me. And ain't you Aunt Chloe what I heard so much about? Honey, you ain't never gwine to get the kind of look on dat picture you's workin' on there, sir, as sweet as dat child's face when she said dat to me. I loved her from dat first minute I see her, and I loved her ever since, just as I love her mother before her. When she got to the house, me a-totin' the things on behind, the mistress come out on the porch. 'Oh, that's you, is it, Nanny?' she says. 'Well, Chloe'll tell you where to go.' And she went straight in the house again, never kissed her, nor touched her, nor nothin'. Old Sam was a pilot. He heard her say it, and if he was alive he'd tell you same as me. 'Where's she gwine to sleep?' I asked, callin' after her. 'Upstairs, 'long with Miss Rachel?' I was gettin' hot myself, though I didn't say nothin'. 'No,' she says, flingin' her head up like a goat. 'My daughter needs all the room she's got. You can take her downstairs and fix up a place for her 'longside of you and Dinah.' She was the old cook. 'Come along,' I says, 'Miss Nanny,' and I dropped a curtsy same as if she was a princess. And so she was, and Marse Henry's own eyes in her head, and 'nuff like him to be his own child. 'I'll have everything ready for you,' I says. 'You wait here and take the air.' And I got a chair and sot her down on the porch, and old Sam brung her some cake, and I went to get the room ready, the room off the kitchen pantry where they puts the overseer's children when they come to see him. Pretty soon Miss Rachel come down and went up and kissed her. That is, Sam said so, though I ain't never seen her kiss her dat time nor no other time. Miss Rachel and the mistress was both split out of the same piece of kindlin', and what one was agin, t'other was agin. A blind man could see that Miss Rachel never liked Miss Nanny from the first. She was dat cross-grained and pernickety. No matter what Miss Nanny done to please her, it warn't good enough for her. Why, do you know, when the other children come over from the next plantation, Miss Rachel wouldn't send for Miss Nanny to come in the parlor. No, sir, dat she wouldn't. and dey'd run off and leave her, too, when they was gwine picnickin', and treat dat child audacious, sayin' she was po' white trash and charity child and things like dat, till I would go and tell Marse Henry about it. Den there'd be a ruction, and Marse Henry'd blaze out, and just soon as he was off again to Frankfort, and he was there most of the time, for he was one of these yer old-timers that they couldn't get along without at the legislator, they'd treat her worse'n ever. Soon's Dinah and me see that, we keep Miss Nanny along with us much as we could. She'd eat with 'em when there warn't no company around, but that was about all.
"Did they send her to school?" I asked, fearing that she would again lose the thread. My picture had a new meaning for me now that it looked like her heroine.
No, sir, dat they didn't, 'cept to the schoolhouse at the crossroads, where everybody's children went. But they sent Miss Rachel to a real highty-tighty school, dat they did, down to Louisville. 2 winters she was there, and every time when she come home for holiday times she had more airs than when she went away. Marse Henry wanted both children to go, but dat woman outdid him, and she faced him up and down that there warn't money 'nuff for 2, and that her daughter was the fittest and all dat, and he give in. I didn't hear it, but old Sam did, and his hand shook so he most spilt the soup. But, law, honey, dat didn't make no difference to Miss Nanny. She'd go off by herself with her books and sit all day under the trees and sing to herself just like a bird, and they'd sing to her. And all dat time her face was a beamin' and her hair shining like gold, and she a growin' taller, and her eyes gettin' bigger and bigger and brighter, and her little footses white and cunning as a rabbit's. The only place where she did go outside the big house was over to Miss Morgan's, who lived on the next plantation. Miss Morgan didn't have no children of her own, and she'd send for Miss Nanny to come and keep her company. She was dat dead lonesome, and they was glad enough to let the child go so they could git her out of the house. Old Sam allers said dat, for he heard 'em talk at the table and knowed what was gwine on. Purty soon, 'long come de time when Miss Rachel done finish her edication, and she come back to the big house and sot herself up to 'ceive company. She warn't bad lookin' in dem days, I must say, and if dat woman's spirit hadn't been in her she might 'a' pulled through. But there warn't no fetchin' up could stand agin dat blood. Miss Rachel get dat ornery dat you couldn't do nothin' with her, just like her maw. The first real out-and-out beau she had was Dr. Tom Bowling. He lived 'bout 14 miles out of Lexington on the big plantation, and was the richest young man in our parts. His pa had died about 2 years before, and left him more money than he could throw away, and he'd just come back from Philadelphia, where he'd been a-learnin' to be a doctor. He met Miss Rachel at a party in Louisville, and the first Sunday she come home he driv over to see her. If you could 'a' seen the mistress when she see him comin' in the gate, all his riding boots and his yaller breeches and bottle green coat, and his servant a-riding behind to hold the horses. Old Sam and me was a-watchin' the mistress peekin' through the blind at him, her eyes a-blazin', and Sam laughed so he had to stuff a napkin in his mouth to keep her from hearin' him. Well, so dat went on all the summer. Every time he come, the mistress be dat sweet, most make a body sick to see her, and when he'd stay away she was dat pesky there warn't no livin' with her. Of course there was plenty more gemmen courtin' Miss Rachel, too, but none of dem didn't count with the mistress 'cept the doctor, 'cause he was rich. That's all there was to it, 'cause he was rich. I tell you, old Sam had to tell many a lie to the other gentlemen, sayin' Miss Rachel was sick or somethin' else, when she was a-waitin' for the doctor to come, and was feared he might meet some of 'em and git skeered away. Miss Nanny, she'd watch him, too, from behind the kitchen door, or scrunched down lookin' over the pantry winder-sill, and then she'd tell Dinah and me what he did, and how he got off his horse and hand the reins to the boy, and slap his boots with his riding whip like he was a dustin' off a fly. And she'd act it all out for me and Dinah, and slap her own frock, and then she'd laugh to fit to kill herself and dance all around the kitchen. Would you believe it? No, they ain't nobody'd believe it. They never asked her to come in once while he was in the parlor, and they never once told him that Miss Nanny was a-livin' on top side of the earth. Course, people gin a talk, and everybody say that Dr. Bolin was gettin' nighest to coon, and the first thing they know there would be a weddin' in the Gordon family. And then again, there was plenty more people said he was only passin' the time with Miss Rachel, and that he come to see Mars Henry to talk politics. Well, one day, sir, I was standin' in the door, and I see him come in afoot without his horse and servant, and step up on the porch quick, and rap at the door like he say to himself, 'Let me in. I'm in a hurry. I got something on my mind.' Old Sam was just a-gwine to open the door for him when Miss Nanny come a-runnin' in the kitchen from the yard, her cheeks like the roses, her hair a-flyin', and her big hat a-hangin' to a string down her back. I gin Sam one look, and he stopped. And I says to Miss Nanny, 'Run, honey,' I says, 'and open the door for old Sam. I spec,' I says, 'it's one of them peddlers.' If you could have seen that child's face when she come back!"
Aunt Chloe's hands were now waving above her head, her mouth wide open in her merriment, every tooth shining.
She was white one minute and red as a beet the next. "Oh, Aunt Chloe, what did you let me go for?" she says. "Oh, I wouldn't have let him see me like this for anything in the world. Oh, I am that put out." "What did he say to you, honey?" I says. "He didn't say nothing. He just look at me and say he begged my pardon and was Miss Rachel in, and then I said I'd run and tell her, and when I come downstairs again he was a-standing in the hall with his eyes up the staircase, and he never stopped looking at me till I come down." "Well, that won't do you no harm, child," I says. "A cat can look at a king." Old Sam was a-watchin' her too, and when she'd gone in her little room and shut the door, Sam says, "I lay if Marse Tom Bowling had anything on his mind when he come here today, it's mighty onsettled by dis time." Next time Dr. Tom Bowling come, he say to the mistus, "Who's dat young lady," he says, "dat opened the door for me last time I was here? I hope to see her again. Is she in?" Then they both cooked up some lie about her bein' over to Miss Morgan's or somethin', and soon's he was gone, they come down and riz Sam for not tendin' the door and lettin' that ragged fly-away gal open it. Then they went for Miss Nanny till they made her cry, and she come to me, and I took her in my lap and comforted her like I allers did. The next time he come, he says, "I hear that your niece, Miss Nanny Barnes, is livin' wid you, and that she very 'sclusive. I hope that you'll swade her to come in the parlor," he says. Dem was his very words. Sam was standing close to him as I am to you, and he heard him. "She ain't yet in society," the mister says, "and she's dat wild that we can't present her." "Oh, is dat so?" he says. "Is she in now?" "No," she says, "she's over to Miss Morgan's." Dat was a fact dis time. She gone dat very mornin'. Den Miss Rachel come down, and course Sam didn't hear no more, 'cause he had to go out. Pretty soon out the doctor come. Dese visits, mind you, was gettin' shorter and shorter, though he do come as often, and over he goes to Miss Morgan's hisself. Now, I don't know what he said to Miss Nanny or what passed 'twixt 'em, 'cause she didn't tell me, only that she said he had come to see Miss Morgan about some land matters, and that Miss Morgan interjuced 'em, but nothing more. Lord bless that child! And, sir, dat was the fust time she ever kept anything from her old mammy. Dat made me more glad 'n ever. I know den they was both hit. But my Lord, the fur began to fly when the Mistis and Miss Rachel heerd about dat visit. What you mean makin' eyes at Dr. Bolin? Don't you know he's good as 'gaged to my daughter, the Mistis said. Dat was a lie, for he never said a word to Miss Rachel. Old Sam could have told you dat. Get out of my house, you good-for-nothing pauper, and take your rags with you. I see right away the fat was in the fire. Marse Henry warn't 'spected home till next Sunday, and so I took her over to Miss Morgan, and den I ups and tells her everything that woman had done to that child since the day she come. And when I done, she took Miss Nanny by the hand, and she says, 'You won't never want a home child so long as I live. Go back, Chloe, and git her clothes.' But I didn't git 'em. I knowed Marse Henry'd raise the roof when he come, and he did, bless your heart. Went over hisself and got her and brought her home, and dat night when Dr. Bolin come, he made her sit down in the parlor, and 'fore he went home dat night the doctor he say to Marse Henry, 'I want your permission, Mr. Gordon, to pay my addresses to Miss Nanny, your niece.' Sam was a standing close as he could git to the door, and he heard every word. Now he ain't never said dat, mind you, to Marse Henry about Miss Rachel, and dat's why I know that he warn't hit unto death with her. Well, do you know, sir, dat woman was dat audacious she wouldn't let 'em see each other after dat except on the front porch. Wouldn't let 'em come in the house. Make 'em do all their courtin' on the steps and out at the pasture gate. The doctor would rair and pitch and get white in the face at the scandalous way that Miss Barnes was being treated, until Miss Nanny put both her little hands on his'n, soothin' like, and den he'd grab 'em and kiss 'em like he'd eat 'em up. Sam cotched 'em at it, and he done told me, and den they'd saunter off down the porch, sayin' it was too hot or too cool, or that they was lookin' for birds' nests in the porch vines, till they'd get to the far end where the Mistis nor Sam nor nobody else could hear what they was a-sayin' and a-whisperin', and there they'd sit for hours. But I tell you, the doctor had a hard time of gettin' her, even when Marse Henry gin his consent, and he never would 'a' got her if Miss Rachel, jest for spite, I spect, hadn't 'a' took up with Colonel Todhunter's son that was a-courtin' on her too, and run off and married him. Then Miss Nanny knowed she was free to follow her own heart. I tell you, it'd 'a' made you cry your eyes out, sir, to see that child try and fix herself up to meet him the days and nights she knowed he was a-comin', and she was just one white frock to her name, and we all felt just as bad as her. Dinah would wash it, and I'd smooth her hair, and old Sam would get a fresh rose to put in her neck. Pretty soon the weddin' day was p'inted, and me and Dinah and old Sam 'gin to wonder how dat child was a-gwine to get clothes to be married in. Sam heard old marster ask dat same question at the table, and he see him give the mistis the money to buy 'em for her, and the mistis said that she reckoned Miss Nanny's people would want the privilege of dressin' her now that she was a-gwine to marry that worthless young Dr. Tom Bowling that nobody would have in the house, but that if they didn't she'd gin her some of Rachel's clothes, and if dem warn't enough, den she'd spend the money to the best advantage. Dem was her very words. Sam heard her say 'em. I knowed dat meant that the child would go naked, for she wouldn't have worn none of Miss Rachel's rubbish, and not a cent would she get of the money. So I got that old white frock out, and Dinah found a white ribbon in an old trunk in the garret, and washed and ironed it to tie round her waist. And Miss Nanny come and look at it, and when she see it, the tears riz up in her eyes. 'Don't you cry, child,' I says. 'He ain't lovin' you for your clothes, and never did. Fust time he see you, you was pretty nigh barefoot. It's you he wants, not your frocks, honey.' And den the sun come out on her face, and her eyes dried up, and she gin a smile and sing like a robin after the rain. Pretty soon 'long come Christmas time, and me and ole Sam and Dinah was watchin' out to see what Marse Tom Bolin was gwine to gin his bride, for she was pretty nigh dat as they was to be married the week after Christmas. Well, sir, the mornin' 'fore Christmas come, and then the arternoon come, and then the night come, and mos' every hour somebody sent somethin' for Miss Rachel, and yet not one scrap of nuffin as big as a chinkapin come for Miss Nanny. Dinah and me was dat unrestless dat we couldn't sleep. Miss Nanny didn't say nuffin when she went to bed, but I see a little shadder creep over her face, and I knowed right away what hurted her. Well, the next mornin', Christmas mornin' dat was, ole Sam come a bustin' in the kitchen door, a hollerin' loud as he could holler.
Aunt Chloe was now rocking herself back and forth, clapping her hands as she talked.
Dat there was a trunk on the front porch for Miss Nanny that was that heavy it took 4 niggers to lift it. I run and Dinah run, and when we got to the trunk, most all the niggers was thick around it as flies, and Miss Nanny was standing over it reading a card with her name on it and a scription saying that it was a Christmas gift with the compliments of a friend. But who that friend was, whether it was Marse Henry who sent it that way so that that woman wouldn't tear his hair out, or whether Miss Morgan sent it that hadn't more 'n enough money to live on, or whether some of her own kin in Indiany that was dirt po' stole the money and sent it, or whether the young Dr. Tom Doling, who had more money than all the banks in Lexington, done did it. Don't nobody know till dis day 'cept me and ole Sam, and we ain't tellin'. But my soul alive, the insides of that trunk took the breath clean out of the mistress and Miss Rachel. Sam opened it, and I took out the things. Honey, there was a weddin' dress, all white satin, that would stand alone, just the very mate of the one you got in that picture for you, and a changeable silk that heavy, and a plaid one, and everything a young lady could get on her back from her skin out, and a $1,000 watch and chain. I wore that watch myself. Miss Nanny was a-standing by me, a-clapping her hands and laughing, and when that watch and chain came out, she just throwed the chain over my neck and stuck the little watch in my bosom, and says, 'There, you dear old mammy, go look at yourself in the glass and see how fine you is.' The next week come the weddin'. I'll never forget that weddin' to my dyin' day. Marse Tom Bolin driv in with a coach and 4 and 2 outriders, and the horses wore white ribbons on their ears, and the coachman had flowers in his coat most big as his head, and they whirled up in front of the porch, and out he stepped in his blue coat and brass buttons and a yaller waistcoat, yaller as a gourd, and his bell-crown hat in his hand. She was a-waitin' for him with that white satin dress on, and the chain round her neck, and her little footses tied up with silk ribbons, the very match of dem you got pictured, and her face shinin' like an angel. And all the niggers was a-standin' round the porch, their eyes outen their heads. And Marse Henry was there in his new clothes, lookin' so grand, and Sam in his white gloves, and me in a new head handkerchief. Everybody was happy 'cept one. That one was the mistess standin' in the door. She wouldn't come out to the coach where the horses was a-chompin' the bits and the froth a-droppin' on the ground, and she wouldn't speak to Marse Tom. She kept back in the doorway. Miss Rachel was dat mean, she wouldn't come downstairs. Miss Nanny give Marse Tom Bowling her hand and look up in his face like a queen, and then she kissed Marse Henry and whispered something in his ear that nobody didn't hear, only the tears 'gin to jump out and roll down his cheeks, and then she looked the mistress full in the face, and 'thout a word dropped her a low curtsy. I come the last. She looked at me for a minute with her eyes a-swimmin', and then she throwed her arms round my neck and hugged and kissed me, and then I see a arm slip around her waist and lift her in the coach, and then the horses began to plunge, and they was off. And arter dat they had 5 years, the happiest years dem two ever seen. I know, 'cause Marse Henry gin me to her, and I lived wid 'em day in and day out till dat baby come, and den—"
Aunt Chloe stopped and reached out her hand as if to steady herself. The tears were streaming down her cheeks. Then she advanced a step, fixed her eyes on the portrait, and in a voice broken with emotion said,
Honey, child, is you tired of waitin' for your old mammy? Keep a watchin', honey, keep a watchin'. It won't be long now 'fore I come. Keep a watchin'.
End of section 17. Recording by Larry Greene in Tampa, Florida.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 18, By the Waters of Paradise, by F. Marion Crawford. Part 1. I remember my childhood very distinctly. I do not think that the fact argues a good memory, for I have never been clever at learning words by heart, in prose or rhyme. So that I believe my remembrance of events depends much more upon the events themselves than upon my possessing any special facility for recalling them. Perhaps I am too imaginative, and the earliest impressions I received were of a kind to stimulate the imagination abnormally. A long series of little misfortunes, so connected with each other as to suggest a sort of weird fatality, so worked upon my melancholy temperament when I was a boy that, before I was of age, I sincerely believed myself to be under a curse, and not only myself, but my whole family, and every individual who bore my name. I was born in the old place where my father and his father and all his predecessors had been born, beyond the memory of man. It is a very old house, and the greater part of it was originally a castle, strongly fortified, and surrounded by a steep moat supplied with abundant water from the hills by a hidden aqueduct. Many of the fortifications have been destroyed, and the moat has been filled up. The water from the aqueduct supplies great fountains, and runs down into huge oblong basins in the terraced gardens, one below the other, each surrounded by a broad pavement of marble between the water and the flower beds. The waste surplus finally escapes through an artificial grotto some 30 yards long into a stream, flowing down through the park to the meadows beyond, and thence to the distant river. The buildings were extended a little, and greatly altered more than 200 years ago, in the time of Charles II. But since then little has been done to improve them, though they have been kept in fairly good repair, according to our fortunes. In the gardens there are terraces and huge hedges of box and evergreen, some of which used to be clipped into shapes of animals in the Italian style. I can remember, when I was a lad, how I used to try to make out what the trees were cut to represent, and how I used to appeal for explanations to Judith, my Welsh nurse. She dealt in a strange mythology of her own, and peopled the gardens with griffins, dragons, good, genii, and bad, and filled my mind with them at the same time. My nursery window afforded a view of the great fountains at the head of the upper basin, and on moonlight nights the Welshwoman would hold me up to the glass and bid me look at the mist and spray rising into mysterious shapes, moving mystically in the white light like living things. "It's the woman of the water," she used to say, and sometimes she would threaten that, if I did not go to sleep, the woman of the water would steal up to the high window and carry me away in her wet arms. The place was gloomy. The broad basins of water and the tall evergreen hedges gave it a funereal look, and the damp stained marble causeways by the pools might have been made of tombstones. The grey and weather-beaten walls and towers without, the dark and massively furnished rooms within, the deep, mysterious recesses, and the heavy curtains, all affected my spirits. I was silent and sad from my childhood. There was a great clock tower above, from which the hours rang dismally during the day, and tolled like a knell in the dead of night. There was no light, no life in the house, for my mother was a helpless invalid, and my father had grown melancholy in his long task of caring for her. He was a thin, dark man with sad eyes, kind, I think, but silent and unhappy. Next to my mother, I believe he loved me better than anything on earth, for he took immense pains and trouble in teaching me, and what he taught me I have never forgotten. Perhaps it was his only amusement, and that may be the reason why I had no nursery governess or teacher of any kind while he lived. I used to be taken to see my mother every day, and sometimes twice a day, for an hour at a time. Then I sat upon a little stool near her feet, and she would ask me what I had been doing, and what I wanted to do. I dare say she saw already the seeds of a profound melancholy in my nature, for she looked at me always with a sad smile, and kissed me with a sigh when I was taken away. One night, when I was just 6 years old, I lay awake in the nursery. The door was not quite shut, and the Welsh nurse was sitting sewing in the next room. Suddenly I heard her groan, and say in a strange voice, "1, 2, 1, 2." I was frightened, and I jumped up and ran to the door, barefooted as I was. "What is it, Judith?" I cried, clinging to her skirts. I can remember the look in her strange, dark eyes as she answered. "1, 2, leaden coffins, fallen from the ceiling," she crooned, working herself in her chair. "1, 2, a light coffin and a heavy coffin, falling to the floor." Then she seemed to notice me, and she took me back to bed and sang me to sleep with a queer old Welsh song. I do not know how it was, but the impression got hold of me that she had meant that my father and mother were going to die very soon. They died in the very room where she had been sitting that night. It was a great room, my day nursery, full of sun when there was any, and when the days were dark it was the most cheerful place in the house. My mother grew rapidly worse, and I was transferred to another part of the building to make place for her. They thought my nursery was gayer for her, I suppose, but she could not live. She was beautiful when she was dead, and I cried bitterly. The light one, the heavy one to come, croons the Welshwoman, and she was right. My father took the room after my mother was gone, and day by day he grew thinner and paler and sadder. The heavy one, all of lead, moaned my nurse one night in December, standing still, just as she was going to take away the light after putting me to bed. Then she took me up again and wrapped me in a little gown, and led me away to my father's room. She knocked, but no one answered. She opened the door, and we found him in his easy chair before the fire, very white, quite dead. So I was alone with the Welshwoman till strange people came, and relations whom I had never seen. And then I heard them saying that I must be taken away to some more cheerful place. They were kind people, and I will not believe that they were kind only because I was to be very rich when I grew to be a man. The world never seemed to be a very bad place to me, nor all the people to be miserable sinners. Even when I was most melancholy, I do not remember that any one ever did me any great injustice, nor that I was ever oppressed or ill treated in any way, even by the boys at school. I was sad, I suppose, because my childhood was so gloomy, and, later, because I was unlucky in everything I undertook, till I finally believed I was pursued by fate, and I used to dream that the old Welsh nurse and the woman of the water, between them, had vowed to pursue me to my end. But my natural disposition should have been cheerful, as I have often thought. Among the lads of my age I was never last, or even among the last, in anything. But I was never first. If I trained for a race, I was sure to sprain my ankle on the day when I was to run. If I pulled an oar with others, my oar was sure to break. If I competed for a prize, some unforeseen accident prevented my winning it at the last moment. Nothing to which I put my hand succeeded, and I got the reputation of being unlucky until my companions felt it was always safe to bet against me, no matter what the appearances might be. I became discouraged and listless in everything. I gave up the idea of competing for any distinction at the university, comforting myself with the thought that I could not fail in the examination for the ordinary degree. The day before the examination began I fell ill, and when at last I recovered, after a narrow escape from death, I turned my back upon Oxford, and went down alone to visit the old place where I had been born, feeble in health, and profoundly disgusted and discouraged. I was 21 years of age, master of myself and of my fortune, but so deeply had the long chain of small unlucky circumstances affected me, that I thought seriously of shutting myself up from the world, to live the life of a hermit, and to die as soon as possible. Death seemed the only cheerful possibility in my existence, and my thoughts soon dwelt upon it altogether. I had never shown any wish to return to my own home since I had been taken away as a little boy, and no one had ever pressed me to do so. The place had been kept in order after a fashion, and did not seem to have suffered during the 15 years or more of my absence. Nothing earthly could affect those old grey walls who had fought the elements for so many centuries. The garden was more wild than I remember it. The marble causeways about the pools looked more yellow and damp than of old, and the whole place at first looked smaller. It was not until I had wandered about the house and grounds for many hours that I realized the huge size of the home where I was to live in solitude. Then I began to delight in it, and my resolution to live alone grew stronger. The people had turned out to welcome me, of course, and I tried to recognize the changed faces of the old gardener and the old housekeeper, and to call them by name. My old nurse I knew at once. She had grown very grey since she heard the coffins fall in the nursery 15 years before. But her strange eyes were the same, and the look in them woke all my old memories. She went over the house with me. "And how is the woman of the water?" I asked, trying to laugh a little. "Does she still play in the moonlight?" "She's hungry," answered the Welshwoman in a low voice. "Hungry? Then we will feed her," I laughed. But old Judith turned very pale and looked at me strangely. "Feed her? Eh, you will feed her well," she muttered, glancing behind her at the ancient housekeeper, who tottered after us with feeble steps through the halls and passages. I didn't think much of her words. She had always talked oddly, the huge size of the home where I was to live in solitude. Then I began to delight in it, and my resolution to live alone grew stronger. The people had turned out to welcome me, of course, and I tried to recognize the changed faces of the old gardener and the old housekeeper, and to call them by name. My old nurse I knew at once. She had grown very grey since she heard the coffins fall in the nursery 15 years before. But her strange eyes were the same, and the look in them woke all my old memories. She went over the house with me. "And how is the woman of the water?" I asked, trying to laugh a little. "Does she still play in the moonlight?" "She's hungry," answered the Welshwoman in a low voice. "Hungry? Then we will feed her," I laughed. But old Judith turned very pale and looked at me strangely. "Feed her? Eh, you will feed her well," she muttered, glancing behind her at the ancient housekeeper, who tottered after us with feeble steps through the halls and passages. I did not think much of her words. She had always talked oddly, as Welshwomen will, and though I was melancholy, I am sure I was not superstitious, and I was certainly not timid. Only, as in a far off dream, I seemed to see her standing with the light in her hand and muttering, "The heavy one, all of lead," and then leading a little boy through the long corridors to see his father lying dead in a great easy chair before a smouldering fire. So we went over the house, and I chose the rooms where I would live, and the servants I had brought with me ordered and arranged everything, and I had no more trouble. I did not care what they did, provided I was left in peace and was not expected to give directions, for I was more listless than ever, owing to the effects of my illness at college. I dined in solitary state, and the melancholy grandeur of the vast old dining room pleased me. Then I went to the room I had selected for my study, and sat down in a deep chair under a bright light to think, or to let my thoughts meander through labyrinths of their own choosing, utterly indifferent to the course they might take. The tall windows of the room opened to the level of the ground upon the terrace at the head of the garden. It was in the end of July, and everything was open, for the weather was warm. As I sat alone, I heard the unceasing splash of the great fountains, and I fell to thinking of the woman of the water. I rose and went out into the still night, and sat down upon a seat on the terrace between two gigantic Italian flower pots. The air was deliciously soft and sweet with the smell of the flowers, and the garden was more congenial to me than the house. Sad people always like running water and the sound of it at night, though I cannot tell why. I sat and listened in the gloom, for it was dark below, and the pale moon had not yet climbed over the hills in front of me, though all the air above was light with her rising beams. Slowly the white halo in the eastern sky ascended in an arch above the wooded crest, making the outlines of the mountains more intensively black by contrast, as though the head of some great white saint were rising from behind a screen in a vast cathedral, throwing misty glories from below. I longed to see the moon herself, and I tried to recount the seconds before she must appear. Then she sprang up quickly, and in a moment more hung round and perfect in the sky. I gazed at her, and then at the floating spray of the tall fountains, and down at the pools, where the water lilies were rocking softly in their sleep on the velvet surface of the moonlit water. Just then a great swan floated out silently into the midst of the basin, and raised his long neck, catching the water in his broad bill, and scattering showers of diamonds around him. Suddenly, as I gazed, something came between me and the light. I looked up instantly. Between me and the round disk of the moon rose a luminous face of a woman, with great strange eyes, and a woman's mouth, full and soft, but not smiling, hooded in black, staring at me as I sat still upon my bench. She was close to me, so close that I could have touched her with my hand, but I was transfixed and helpless. She stood still for a moment, but her expression did not change. Then she passed swiftly away, and my hair stood up on my head, while the cold breeze from her white dress was wafted to my temples as she moved. The moonlight, shining through the tossing spray of the fountain, made tracery of shadow in the gleaming folds of her garments. In an instant she was gone, and I was alone. I was strangely shaken by the vision, and some time passed before I could rise to my feet, for I was still weak from my illness, and the sight I had seen would have startled any one. I did not reason with myself, for I was certain that I had looked upon the unearthly, and no argument could have destroyed that belief. At last I got up and stood unsteadily, gazing in the direction in which I thought the face had gone. But there was nothing to be seen, nothing but the broad paths the tall, dark evergreen hedges, the tossing water of the fountains, and the smooth pool below. I fell back upon the seat and recalled the face I had seen. Strange to say, now that the first impression had passed, there was nothing startling in the recollection. On the contrary, I felt that I was fascinated by the face, and would give anything to see it again. I could retrace the beautiful straight features, the long dark eyes, and the wonderful mouth most exactly in my mind, and when I had reconstructed every detail from memory, I knew that the whole was beautiful, and that I should love a woman with such a face. I wonder whether she is a woman of the water, I said to myself. Then, rising once more, I wandered down the garden, descending one short flight of steps after another, from terrace to terrace by the edge of the marble basins, through the shadow and through the moonlight, and I crossed the water by the rustic bridge above the artificial grotto, and climbed slowly again to the highest terrace by the other side. The air seemed sweeter, and I was very calm, so that I think I smiled to myself as I walked, as though a new happiness had come to me. The woman's face seemed always before me, and the thought of it gave me an unwonted thrill of pleasure, unlike anything I had felt ever before. I turned as I reached the house, and looked back upon the scene. It had certainly changed in the short hour since I had come out, and my mood had changed with it. Just like my luck, I thought, to fall in love with a ghost. But in old times I would have sighed, and gone to bed more sad than ever at such a melancholy conclusion. To-night I felt happy, almost for the first time in my life. The gloomy old study seemed cheerful when I went in. The old pictures on the wall smiled at me, and I sat down in my deep chair with a new and delightful sensation that I was not alone. The idea of having seen a ghost and of feeling much the better for it was so absurd that I laughed softly as I took up one of the books I had brought with me and began to read. That impression did not wear off. I slept peacefully, and in the morning I threw open my windows to the summer air, and looked down at the garden, at the stretches of green, and at the colored flower beds, at the circling swallows, and at the bright water. A man might make a paradise of this place, I exclaimed. A man and a woman together. From that day the old castle no longer seemed gloomy, and I think I ceased to be sad. For some time, too, I began to take an interest in the place, and to try and make it more alive. I avoided my old Welsh nurse, lest she should damp my humour with some dismal prophecy, and recall my old self by bringing back memories of my dismal childhood. But what I thought of most was the ghostly figure I had seen in the garden that first night after my arrival. I went out every evening and wandered through the walks and paths, but, try as might, I did not see my vision again. At last, after many days, the memory grew more faint, and my old moody nature gradually overcame the temporary sense of lightness I had experienced. The summer turned to autumn, and I grew restless. It began to rain. The dampness pervaded the gardens, and the outer halls smelled musty, like tombs. The grey sky oppressed me intolerably. I left the place as if it was, and went abroad, determined to try anything which might possibly make a second break in the monotonous melancholy from which I suffered. End of section 18. Part 1. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 19. By the Waters of Paradise, by F. Marion Crawford. Part 2. Most people would be struck by the utter insignificance of the small events which, after the death of my parents, influenced my life and made me unhappy. The gruesome forebodings of a Welsh nurse, which chanced to be realized by an odd coincidence of events, should not seem enough to change the nature of a child and to direct the bent of his character in after years. The little disappointments of schoolboy life, and the somewhat less childish ones of an uneventful and undistinguished academic career, should not have sufficed to turn me out, at 21 years of age, a melancholic, listless idler. Some weakness of my own character may have contributed to the result, but in a greater degree it was due to my having a reputation of bad luck. However, I will not try to analyze the causes of my state, for I should satisfy nobody, least of all myself. Still less will I attempt to explain why I felt a temporary revival of my spirits after my adventure in the garden. It is certain that I was in love with the face I had seen, and that I longed to see it again. That I gave up all hope of a second visitation, grew more sad than ever, packed up my traps, and finally went abroad. But in my dreams I went back to my home, and it always appeared to be sunny and bright, as it had looked on that summer's morning after I had seen the woman by the fountain. I went to Paris. I went farther, and wandered about Germany. I tried to amuse myself, and I failed miserably. With the aimless whims of an idle and useless man come all sorts of suggestions for good resolutions. One day I made up my mind that I would go and bury myself in a German university for a time, and live simply like a poor student. I started with the intention of going to Leipzig, determining to stay there until some event should direct my life or change my humor, or make an end of me altogether. The express train stopped at some station of which I did not know the name. It was dusk on a winter's afternoon, and I peered through the thick glass from my seat. Suddenly another tram came gliding in from the opposite direction, and stopped alongside of ours. I looked at the carriage which chanced to be abreast of mine, and idly read the black letters painted on a white board swinging from the brass handrail: Berlin, Cologne, Paris. Then I looked up at the window above. I started violently, and the cold perspiration broke out upon my forehead. In the dim light, not 6 feet from where I sat, I saw the face of a woman, the face I loved, the straight, fine features, the strange eyes, the wonderful mouth, the pale skin. Her hair dress was a dark veil which seemed to be tied about her head and passed over the shoulders under the chin. As I threw down the window and knelt on the cushioned seat, leaning far out to get a better view, A long whistle screamed through the station, followed by a quick series of dull, clanking sounds. Then there was a slight jerk, and my train moved on. Luckily the window was narrow, being the one over the seat, beside the door, or I believe I would have jumped out of it then and there. In an instant the speed increased, and I was being carried swiftly away in the opposite direction from the thing I loved. For a quarter of an hour I lay back in my place, stunned by the suddenness of the apparition. At last one of the two other passengers, a large and gorgeous captain of the white Königsberg cuirassier, civilly but firmly suggested that I might shut my window, as the evening was cold. I did so, with an apology, and relapsed into silence. The train ran swiftly on for a long time, and it was already beginning to slacken speed before entering another station, when I roused myself and made a sudden resolution. As the carriage stopped before the brilliantly lighted platform, I seized my belongings, saluted my fellow passengers, and got out, determined to take the first express back to Paris. This time the circumstances of the vision had been so natural that it did not strike me that there was anything unreal about the face, or about the woman to whom it belonged. I did not try to explain to myself how the face and the woman could be travelling by a fast train from Berlin to Paris on a winter's afternoon, when both were in my mind indelibly associated with the moonlight and the fountains in my own English home. I certainly would not have admitted that I had been mistaken in the dusk, attributing to what I had seen a resemblance to my former vision, which did not really exist. There was not the slightest doubt in my mind, and I was positively sure that I had again seen the face I loved. I did not hesitate, and in a few hours I was on my way back to Paris. I could not help reflecting on my ill luck. Wandering as I had been for many months, I might as easily have chanced that I should be travelling in the same train with that woman, instead of going the other way. But my luck was destined to turn for a time. I searched Paris for several days. I dined at the principal hotels. I went to the theatres. I rode in the Bois de Boulogne in the morning, and picked up an acquaintance, whom I forced to drive with me in the afternoon. I went to mass at the Madeleine, and I attended the services at the English church. I hung about the Louvre and Notre Dame. I went to Versailles. I spent hours in parading the Rue de Rivoli, in the neighborhood of Meurice's Corner, where foreigners pass and repass from morning till night. At last I received an invitation to a reception at the English Embassy. I went, and I found that I had thought so long. There she was, sitting by an old lady in grey satin and diamonds, who had a wrinkled but kindly face and keen grey eyes that seemed to take in everything they saw, with very little inclination to give much in return. But I did not notice the chaperon. I saw only the face that had haunted me for months, and, in the excitement of the moment, I walked quickly towards the pair, forgetting such trifles as the necessity for an introduction. She was more beautiful than I had thought, but I never doubted that it was she herself and no other. Vision or no vision before, this was the reality, and I knew it. Twice her hair had been covered. Now at last I saw it, and the added beauty of its magnificence glorified the whole woman. It was rich hair, fine and abundant, golden, with deep ruddy tints in it like red bronze spun fine. There was no ornament in it, not a rose, not a thread of gold, and I felt that it needed nothing to enhance its splendor, nothing but her pale face, her dark, strange eyes, and her heavy eyebrows. I could see that she was slender too, but strong withal, as she sat there quietly gazing at the moving scene in the midst of the brilliant lights and the hum of perpetual conversation. I recollected the detail of introduction in time, and turned aside to look for my host. I found him at last. I begged him to present me to the two ladies, pointing them out to him at the same time. "Yes, by all means," replied his Excellency with a pleasant smile. He evidently had no idea of my name, which was not to be wondered at. "I'm Lord Cairngorm," I observed. "Oh, by all means," answered the ambassador with the same hospitable smile. "Yes, the fact is, I must try and find out who they are. Such lots of people, you know." "Oh, I will present me. I will try and find out for you," said I, laughing. "Ah, yes, so kind of you. Come along," said my host. We threaded the crowd, and in a few minutes we stood before the two ladies. "Let me introduce Lord Cairngorm," he said; then adding quickly to me, "Come and dine to-morrow, won't you?" He glided away with his pleasant smile, and disappeared in the crowd. I sat down beside the beautiful girl, conscious that the eyes of the duenna were upon me. "I think we have been very near meeting before," I remarked, by way of opening the conversation. My companion turned her eyes full upon me with an air of inquiry. She evidently did not recall my face, if she had ever seen me. "Really, I cannot remember," she observed in a low musical voice. "When?" "In the first place, you came down from Berlin by the express 10 days ago. I was going the other way, and our carriages stopped opposite each other. I saw you at the window." "Yes, we came that way, but I do not remember." She hesitated. "Secondly," I continued, "I was sitting alone in my garden last summer, near the end of July. Do you remember? You must have wandered in there through the park. You came up to the house and looked at me." "Was that you?" she asked in evident surprise. Then she broke into a laugh. "I told everybody I'd seen a ghost. There had never been any Cairngorms in the place since the memory of man. We left the next day, and never heard that you had come here. Indeed, I did not know the castle belonged to you." "Where are you staying?" I asked. "Where? Why, with my aunt, where I always stay. She is your neighbor, since it is you." "I beg your pardon, but then, is your aunt Lady Bluebell? I did not quite catch." "Don't be afraid. She is amazingly deaf. Yes, she is the relict of my beloved uncle, the 16th or 17th Baron Bluebell. I forget exactly how many of them there have been." "And do you know who I am?" She laughed, well knowing that I didn't. "No," I answered frankly, "I have not the least idea. I asked to be introduced because I recognized you. Perhaps you are Miss Bluebell?" "Considering that you are a neighbor, I will tell you who I am," she answered. "No, I am of the tribe of the Bluebells, but my name is Lammas, and I've been given to understand that I was christened Margaret. Being a floral family, they call me Daisy. A dreadful American man once told me that my aunt was a Bluebell and that I was a Harebell, with two L's and an E, because my hair is so thick. I warn you, so that you may avoid making such a bad pun." "Do I look like a man who makes puns?" I asked, being very conscious of my melancholy face and sad looks. Miss Lammas eyed me critically. "No, you have a mournful temperament. I think I can trust you," she answered. Do you think you could communicate to my aunt the fact that you are a Cairngorm and a neighbor? I'm sure she would like to know." I leaned towards the old lady, inflating my lungs for a yell. But Miss Lammas stopped me. "That is not of the slightest use," she remarked. "You can write it on a bit of paper. She is utterly deaf." "I have a pencil," I answered, "but I have no paper. Would my cuff do you think?" "Oh yes," replied Miss Lammas with alacrity. "Men often do that." I wrote on my cuff: "Miss Lammas wishes me to explain that I am your neighbor Cairngorm." Then I held out my arm before the old lady's nose. She seemed perfectly accustomed to the proceeding, put up her glasses, read the words, smiled, nodded, and addressed me in the unearthly voice peculiar to people who hear nothing. "I knew your grandfather very well," she said. Then she smiled and nodded to me again and to her niece, and relapsed into silence. "It is all right," remarked Miss Lammas. "Aunt Bluebell knows she is deaf, and does not so much like the parrot. You see, she knew your grandfather. How odd that we should be neighbors. Why haven't we met before?" "If you had told me you knew my grandfather when you appeared in the garden, I should not have been the least surprised," I answered irrelevantly. "I really thought you were the ghost of the old fountain. How in the world did you come here at that hour?" "We were a large party, and we went out for a walk. Then we thought we should like to see what your park was like in the moonlight, and so we trespassed. I got separated from the rest, and came upon you by accident, just as I was admiring the extremely ghostly look of your house, and wondering whether anybody would ever come and live there again. It looks like the castle of Macbeth, or a scene from the opera. Do you know anybody here?" "Hardly a soul. Do you?" "No. Aunt Bluebell said it was her duty to come. It is easy for her to go out. She doesn't bear the burden of the conversation." "I'm sorry you find it a burden," said I. "Shall I go away?" Miss Lammas looked at me with a sudden gravity in her beautiful eyes, and there was a sort of hesitation about the lines of her full, soft mouth. "No," she said at last, quite simply, "don't go away. We may like each other if you stay a little longer, and we ought to, because we are neighbors in the country." I suppose I ought to have thought Miss Lammas a very odd girl. There is, indeed, a sort of freemasonry between people who discover that they live near each other, and that they ought to have known each other before. But there was a sort of unexpected frankness and simplicity in the girl's amusing manner which would have struck any one else as being singular, to say the least of it. To me, however, it all seemed natural enough. I had dreamed of her face too long not to be utterly happy when I met her at last and could talk to her as much as I pleased. To me, the man of ill luck in everything, the whole meeting seemed too good to be true. I felt again that strange sensation of lightness which I had experienced after I had seen her face in the garden. The great rooms seemed brighter. Life seemed worth living, and my sluggish, melancholy blood ran faster and filled me with a new sense of strength. I said to myself that without this woman I was but an imperfect being, but that with her I could accomplish everything to which I should set my hand. Like the dear doctor, when he thought he had cheated Mephistopheles at last, I could have cried aloud to the fleeting moment, "Verfehlt doch, du bist so schön." "Are you always gay?" I asked suddenly. "How happy you must be!" "The days would sometimes seem very long if I were gloomy," she answered, thoughtfully. "Yes, I think I find life very pleasant, and I tell it so." "How can you tell life anything?" I inquired. "If I could catch my life and talk to it, I would abuse it prodigiously, I assure you." "I dare say you have a melancholy temper. You ought to live out of doors, dig potatoes, make hay, shoot, hunt, tumble into ditches, and come home muddy and hungry for dinner. It would be much better for you than moping in your rook tower and hating everything." "It is rather lonely down there," I murmured apologetically, feeling that Miss Lammas was quite right. "Then marry, and quarrel with your wife," she laughed. "Anything is better than being alone." "I am a very peaceable person. I never quarrel with anybody. You can try it. You will find it quite impossible." "Will you let me try?" she asked, still smiling. "By all means, especially if it is to be only a preliminary canter," I answered rashly. "What do you mean?" she inquired, turning quickly to me. "Oh, nothing. You might try my paces with a view to quarrelling in the future. I cannot imagine how you are going to do it. You will have to resort to immediate and direct abuse." "No. I will only say that if you do not like your life, it is your own fault. How can a man of your age talk of being melancholy, or of the hollowness of existence? Are you consumptive? Are you subject to hereditary insanity? Are you deaf, like Aunt Bluebell? Are you poor, like lots of people? Have you been crossed in love? Have you lost the world for a woman, or any particular woman, for the sake of the world? Are you feeble minded, a cripple, an outcast? Are you repulsively ugly?" She laughed again. "Is there any reason in the world why you should not enjoy all you have got in life?" "No, there is no reason whatever, except that I am dreadfully unlucky, especially in small things." "Then try big things, just for a change," suggested Miss Lammas. "Try and get married, for instance, and how it turns out." "If I turn out badly, it would be rather serious." "Not half so serious as it is to abuse everything unreasonably. If abuse is your particular talent, abuse something that ought to be abused. Abuse the Conservatives or the Liberals. It doesn't matter which, since they are always abusing each other. Make yourself felt by other people. You will like it. If they don't, it will make a man of you. Fill your mouth with pebbles, and howl at the sea, if you cannot do anything else. It did Demosthenes no end of good, you know. You will have the satisfaction of imitating a great man." "Really, Miss Lammas, I think the list of innocent exercises you propose—" "Very well. If you don't care for that sort of thing, care for some other sort of thing. Care for something, or hate something. Don't be idle. Life is short, and though art may be long, plenty of noise answers nearly as well." "I do care for something, I mean somebody," I said. "A woman? Then marry her. Don't hesitate." "I do not know whether she would marry me," I replied. "I have never asked her." "Then ask her at once," answered Miss Lammas. "I shall die happy if I feel I have persuaded a melancholy fellow creature to rouse himself to action. Ask her by all means, and see what she says. If she does not accept you at once, she might take you the next time. Meanwhile, you will have entered for the race. If you lose, there are the old aged trial stakes and the consolation race, and plenty of selling races in the bargain. Shall I take you at your word, Miss Lammas?" "I hope you will," she answered. "Since you yourself advise me, I will." "Miss Lammas, will you do me the honor to marry me?" For the first time in my life the blood rushed to my head, and my sight swam. I cannot tell why I said it. It would be useless to try to explain the extraordinary fascination the girl exercised over me, or the still more extraordinary feeling of intimacy with her which had grown in me during that half hour. Lonely, sad, unlucky as I have been all my life, I was certainly not timid, nor even shy, but to propose to marry a woman after half an hour's acquaintance was a piece of madness of which I never believed myself capable, and of which I should never be capable again, could I be placed in the same situation. It was as though my whole being had been changed in a moment by magic, by the white magic of her nature brought into contact with mine. The blood sank back to my heart, and a moment later I found myself staring at her with anxious eyes. To my amazement she was as calm as ever, but her beautiful mouth smiled, and there was a mischievous light in her dark brown eyes. "Fairlycourt," she answered, "but for an individual who pretends to be listless and sad, you are not lacking in humour. I had really not the least idea what you were going to say. Wouldn't it be singularly awkward for you if I had said yes? I never saw anybody begin to practise so sharply what was preached to him, with so very little loss of time. You probably never met a man who had dreamed of you for 7 months before being introduced." "No, I never did," she answered gaily. "It smacks of the romantic. Perhaps you are a romantic character after all. I should think you were if I believed you. Very well, you've taken my advice, entered for a stranger's race and lost it. Try the old-aged trial stakes. You have another cuff and a pencil. Propose to Aunt Bluebell. She would dance with astonishment, and she might recover her hearing." End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 20. By the Waters of Paradise, by F. Marion Crawford. Part 3. That was how I first asked Margaret Lammas to be my wife, and I will agree with any one who says I behaved very foolishly. But I have not repented of it, and I never shall. I have long ago understood that I was out of my mind that evening, but I think that my temporary insanity on that occasion has had the effect of making me a saner man ever since. Her manner turned my head, for it was so different from what I had expected. To hear this lovely creature, who in my imagination was the heroine of romance, if not of tragedy, talking familiarly and laughing readily, was more than my equanimity could bear, and I lost my head as well as my heart. But when I went back to England in the spring, I went to make certain arrangements at the castle, certain changes and improvements which would be absolutely necessary. I had won the race for which I had entered myself so rashly, and we were to be married in June. Whether the change was due to the orders I had left with the gardener and the rest of the servants, or to my own state of mind, I cannot tell. At all events, the old place did not look the same to me when I opened my window on the morning after my arrival. There were the grey walls below me, and the grey turrets flanking the huge building. There were the fountains, the marble causeways, the smooth basins, the tall box hedges, the water lilies, and the swan, just as of old. But there was something else there, too, something in the air, in the water, and in the greenness that I did not recognize, a light over everything by which everything was transfigured. The clock in the tower struck 7, and the strokes of the ancient bell sounded like a wedding chime. The air sang with the thrilling treble of the songbirds, with the silvery music of the splashing water, and the softer harmony of the leaves stirred by the fresh morning wind. There was a smell of new mown hay from the distant meadows, and of blooming roses from the beds below, wafted up together to my window. I stood in the pure sunshine, and drank the air and all the sounds and the odors that were in it, and I looked down at my garden and said, "It is paradise after all." I think the men of old were right when they called heaven a garden, and Eden a garden inhabited by one man and one woman, the earthly paradise. I turned away, wondering what had become of the gloomy memories I had always associated with my home. I tried to recall the impression of my nurse's horrible prophecy before the death of my parents, an impression which hitherto had been vivid enough. I tried to remember my old self, my dejection, my listlessness, my bad luck, my petty disappointments. I endeavored to force myself to think as I used to think, if only to satisfy myself that I had not lost my individuality. But I succeeded in none of these efforts. I was a different man, a changed being, incapable of sorrow, of ill luck, or of sadness. My life had been a dream, not evil, but infinitely gloomy and hopeless. It was now a reality, full of hope, gladness, and all manner of good. My home had been like a tomb. To-day it was paradise. My heart had been as though it had not existed. To-day it beat with strength and youth, and the certainty of realized happiness. I revelled in the beauty of the world, and called loveliness out of the future to enjoy it before time should bring it to me, as a traveller in the plains looks up to the mountains and already tastes the cool air through the dust of the road. Here, I thought, we'll live and live for years. There we will sit by the fountains towards evening, and in the deep moonlight. Down those paths we will wander together. On those benches we will rest and talk. Among those eastern hills we will ride through the soft twilight, and in the old house we will tell tales on winter nights, when the logs burn high, and the holly berries are red, and the old clock tolls out the dying year. On these old steps, in these dark passages and stately rooms, there will one day be the sound of little pattering feet, and laughing child voices will ring up to the vaults of the ancient hall. Those tiny footsteps shall not be slow and sad as mine were, nor shall the childish words be spoken in an awed whisper. No gloomy Welshwoman shall people the dusky corners with weird horrors, no utter horrid prophecies of death and ghastly things. All shall be young and fresh and joyful and happy, and we will turn the old luck again, and forget that there was ever any sadness. So I thought, as I looked out of my window that morning, and for many mornings after that, and every day it all seemed more real than ever before, and much nearer. But the old nurse looked at me askance, and muttered odd sayings about the woman of the water. I cared little what she said, because I was far too happy. At last the time came near for the wedding. Lady Bluebell and all a tribe of Bluebells, as Margaret called them, were at the Bluebell Grange, for we had determined to be married in the country, and to come straight to the castle afterwards. We cared little for travelling, and not at all for a crowded ceremony at St. George's in Hanover Square, with all the tiresome formalities afterwards. I used to ride over to the Grange every day, and very often Margaret would come with her aunt and some of the consuls to the castle. I was suspicious of my own taste, and was only too glad to let her have her way about the alterations and improvements in our home. We were to be married on the 30th of July, and on the evening of the 28th Margaret drove over with some of the Bluebell party. In the long summer twilight we all went out into the garden. Naturally enough, Margaret and I were left to ourselves, and we wandered down by the marble basins. "It is an odd coincidence," I said. "It was on this very night last year that I first saw you." "Hum! Considering that it is the month of July," answered Margaret with a laugh, "and that we have been here almost every day, I don't think the coincidence is so extraordinary after all." "No, dear," said I, "I suppose not. I don't know why it struck me. We shall very likely be here a year from to day, and a year from that. The odd thing, when I think of it, is that you should be here at all. But my luck has turned. I ought not to think anything odd that happens, now that I have you. It is all sure to be good." "A slight change in your ideas since that remarkable performance of yours in Paris," said Margaret. "Do you know, I thought you were the most extraordinary man I'd ever met." "I thought you were the most charming woman I'd ever seen. I naturally did not want to lose any time in frivolities. I took you at your word, I followed your advice, I asked you to marry me, and this is the delightful result. What's the matter?" Margaret had started suddenly, and her hand tightened on my arm. An old woman was coming up the path, and was close to us before we saw her, for the moon had risen, and was shining full in our faces. The woman turned out to be my old nurse. "It's only Judith, dear. Don't be frightened," I said. Then I spoke to the Welshwoman. "What are you about, Judith? Have you been feeding the woman of the water?" "Eh, when the clock strikes, Willie, my lord, I mean," muttered the old creature, drawing aside to let us pass, and fixing her strange eyes on Margaret's face. "What does she mean?" asked Margaret when we had gone by. "Nothing, darling. The old thing is mildly crazy, but she is a good soul." We went on in silence for a few moments, and came to the rustic bridge just above the artificial grotto, through which the water ran out into the park, dark and swift in its narrow channel. We stopped and leaned on the wooden rail. The moon was now behind us, and shone full upon the long vista of basins, and on the huge walls and towers of the castle above. "How proud you ought to be of such a grand old place," said Margaret softly. "It is yours now, darling," I answered. "You have as good a right to love it as I. But I only love it because you are to live in it, dear." Her hand stole out and lay mine, and we were both silent. Just then the clock began to strike far off in the tower. I counted. 8, 9, 10, 11. I looked at my watch. 12, 13. I laughed. The bell went on striking. "The old clock has gone crazy, like Judith," I explained. Still it went on, note after note, ringing out monotonously through the still air. We leaned over the rail, instantly looking in the direction whence the sound came. On and on it went. I counted nearly 100, out of sheer curiosity, for I understood that something had broken, and that the thing was running itself down. Suddenly there was a crack as of breaking wood, a cry, and a heavy splash, and I was alone, clinging to the broken end of the rail of the rustic bridge. I do not think I hesitated while my pulse beat twice. I sprang clear of the bridge into the black rushing water, dived to the bottom, came up again with empty hands, turned and swam downward through the grotto in the thick darkness, plunging and diving at every stroke, striking my head and hands against jagged stones and sharp corners, clutching at last something in my fingers, and dragging it up with all my might. I spoke, I cried aloud, but there was no answer. I was alone in the pitchy darkness with my burden, and the house was 500 yards away. Struggling still, I felt the ground beneath my feet. I saw a ray of moonlight. The grotto widened, and the deep water became a broad and shallow brook as I stumbled over the stones, and at last laid Margaret's body on the bank in the park beyond. Willie, as the clock struck, said the voice of Judith, the Welsh nurse, as she bent down and looked at the white face. The old woman must have turned back and followed us, seen the accident, and slipped out by the lower gate of the garden. She groaned, you have fed the woman of the water this night, Willie, while the clock was striking. I scarcely heard her as I knelt beside the lifeless body of the woman I loved, chafing the wet white temples, and gazing wildly into the wide staring eyes. I remember only the first returning look of consciousness, the first heaving breath, the first movement of those dear hands stretching out towards me. That is not much of a story, you say. It is the story of my life, that is all. It does not pretend to be anything else. Old Judith says my luck turned on that summer's night when I was struggling in the water to save all that was worth living for. A month later there was a stone bridge over the grotto, and Margaret and I stood on it and looked up at the moonlit castle as we had done once before, and as we have done many times since. For all those things happened 10 years ago, last summer, and this is the 10th Christmas Eve we've spent together by the roaring logs in the old hall, talking of old times. And every year there are more old times to talk of. There are curly-headed boys, too, with red gold hair and dark brown eyes, like their mothers, and a little Margaret, with solemn black eyes like mine. Why could she not look like her mother, too, as well as the rest of them? The world is very bright at this glorious Christmas time, and perhaps there is little use in calling up the sadness of long ago, unless it be to make the jolly firelight seem more cheerful, the good wife's face look gladder, and to give the children's laughter a merrier ring, by contrast with all that is gone. Perhaps, too, some sad-faced, listless, melancholy youth, who feels that the world is very hollow, and that life is like a perpetual funeral service, just as I used to feel myself, may take courage from my example, and, having found the woman of his heart, ask her to marry him after half an hour's acquaintance. But, on the whole, I would not advise any man to marry, for the simple reason that no man will ever find a wife like mine, and being obliged to do farther, he will necessarily fare worse. My wife has done miracles, but I will not assert that any other woman is able to follow her example. Margaret always said that the old place was beautiful, and that I ought to be proud of it. I dare say she is right. She has even more imagination than I, but I have a good answer, and a plain one, which is this, that all the beauty of the castles comes from her. She has breathed upon it all, as the children blow upon the cold glass window panes in winter, and as their warm breath crystallizes into landscapes from fairyland, full of exquisite shapes and traceries upon the blank surface, so her spirit has transformed every grey stone of the old towers, every ancient tree and hedge in the gardens, every thought in my once melancholy self. All that was old is young, and all that was sad is glad, and I am the gladdest of all. Whatever heaven may be, there is no earthly paradise without woman, nor is there anywhere a place so desolate, so dreary, so unutterably miserable, that a woman cannot make it seem heaven to the man she loves and who loves her. I hear certain cynics laugh, and cry that all that has been said before. Do not laugh, my good cynic. You are too small a man to laugh at such a great thing as love. Prayers have been said before now by many, and perhaps you say yours too. I do not think they lose anything by being repeated, nor you by repeating them. You say that the world is bitter, and full of the waters of bitterness. Love, and so live that you may be loved. The world will turn sweet for you, and you shall rest like me by the waters of paradise. End of section 20.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 21, A Memorable Night, by Anna Katherine Greene. Chapter 1. I am a young physician of limited practice and great ambition. At the time of the incidents I am about to relate, my office was in a respectable house in 24th Street, New York City, and was shared, greatly to my own pleasure and convenience, by a clever young German, whose acquaintance I had made in the hospital, and to whom I had become, in the one short year in which we had practiced together, most unreasonably attached. I say unreasonably because it was a liking for which I could not account, even to myself, as he was neither especially prepossessing in appearance, nor gifted with any too great amiability of character. He was, however, a brilliant theorist, and an unquestionably trustworthy practitioner, and for these reasons probably I entertained for him a profound respect, and, as I have already said, a hearty and spontaneous affection. As our specialties were the same, and as, moreover, they were of a nature which did not call for night work, we usually spent the evening together. But once I failed to join him at the office, and it is of this night I have to tell. I had been over to Orange, for my heart was sore over the quarrel I had had with Dora, and I was resolved to make one final effort towards reconciliation. But alas for my hopes! She was not at home, and what was worse, I soon learned that she was going to sail the next morning for Europe. This news, coming as it did without warning, affected me seriously, for I knew if she escaped from my influence at this time, I should certainly lose her forever, for the gentleman concerning whom we had quarrelled was a much better match for her than I, and almost equally in love. However, her father, who had always been my friend, did not look upon this same gentleman's advantages with as favorable an eye as she did, and when he heard I was in the house, he came hurrying into my presence, with excitement written in every line of his fine face. "Ah, Dick, my boy!" he exclaimed joyfully. "How opportune this is! I was wishing you would come, for do you know, Appleby has taken passage on board the same steamer as Dora, and if he and she cross together, they will certainly come to an understanding, and that will not be fair to you, or pleasing to me, and I do not care who knows it." I gave him one look, and sank quite overwhelmed into the seat nearest me. Appleby was the name of my rival, and I quite agreed with her father that the tete-a-tetes afforded by an ocean voyage would surely put an end to the hopes which I had so long and secretly cherished. "Does she know he is going? Did she encourage him?" I stammered. But the old man answered genially, "Oh, she knows, but I cannot say anything positive about her having encouraged him. The fact is, Dick, she still holds a soft place in her heart for you, and if you were going to be of the party, well, I think you would come off conqueror yet." "Then I will be of the party," I cried. "It is only 6 now, and I can be in New York by 7. That gives me 5 hours before midnight, time enough in which to arrange my plans, see Richter, and make everything ready for sailing in the morning." "Dick, you are a trump!" exclaimed the gratified father. "You have a spirit I like, and if Dora does not like it too, then I am mistaken in her good sense. But can you leave your patients?" "Just now I have but one patient who is in anything like a critical condition," I replied, "and her case Richter understands almost as well as I do myself. I will have to see her this evening, of course, and explain, but there is time for that if I go now. The steamer sails at 9. "Precisely. Do not tell Dora that I expect to be there. Let her be surprised. Dear girl, she is quite well, I hope." "Yes, very well, only going over with her aunt to do some shopping. A poor outlook for a struggling physician, you think? Well, I don't know about that. She is just the kind of girl to go from one extreme to another. If she once loves you, she'll not care any longer about Paris fashions." "She shall love me," I cried, and left him in a great hurry to catch the first train for Hoboken. It seemed wild, this scheme, but I determined to pursue it. I loved Dora too much to lose her, and if 3 weeks' absence would procure me the happiness of my life, why should I hesitate to avail myself of the proffered opportunity? I rode on air as the express I had taken shot from station to station, and by the time I had arrived at Christopher Street Ferry, my plans were all laid, and my time disposed of till midnight. It was therefore with no laggard step I hurried to my office, nor was it with any ordinary feelings of impatience that I found Richter out, for this was not his usual hour for absenting himself, and I had much to tell him and many advices to give. It was the first balk I had received, and I was fuming over it, when I saw what looked like a package of books lying on the table before me, and though it was addressed to my partner, I was about to take it up, when I heard my name uttered in a tremulous tone, and turning, saw a man standing in the doorway, who, the moment I met his eye, advanced into the room, and said, "Oh, doctor, I have been waiting for you an hour. Mrs. Warner has been taken very bad, sir, and she prays that you'll not delay a moment before coming to her. It is something serious, I fear, and she may have died already, for she would have no one else but you, and it is now an hour since I left her." "And who are you?" I asked, for though I knew Mrs. Warner well, she is the patient to whom I have already referred, I did not know her messenger. "I am a servant in the house where she was taken ill." "Then she is not at home?" "No, sir, she is in Second Avenue." "I am very sorry," I began, "but I have not the time," but he interrupted eagerly, "There is a carriage at the door. We thought you might not have your phaeton ready." I had noticed the carriage. "Very well," said I will go. But first let me write a line." "Oh, sir," the man broke in pleadingly, "do not wait for anything. She is really very bad, and I heard her calling for you as I ran out of the house." "She had her voice, then?" I ventured, somewhat distrustful of the whole thing, and yet not knowing how to refuse the man, especially as it was absolutely necessary for me to see Mrs. Warner that night, and get her consent to my departure before I could think of making further plans. So, leaving word for Richter to be sure and wait for me if he came home before I did, I signified to Mrs. Warner's messenger that I was ready to go with him, and immediately took a seat in the carriage which had been provided for me. The man at once jumped up on the box beside the driver, and before I could close the carriage door we were off, riding rapidly down 7th Avenue. As we went, the thought came, what if Mrs. Warner will not let me off? But I dismissed the fear at once, for this patient of mine is an extremely unselfish woman, and if she were not too ill to grasp the situation, would certainly sympathize with the strait I was in, and consent to accept Richter's services in place of my own, especially as she knows and trusts him. When the carriage stopped, it was already dark, and I could distinguish little of the house I entered, save that it was large and old, and did not look like an establishment where a manservant would be likely to be kept. "Is Mrs. Warner here?" I asked of the man who was slowly getting down from the box. "Yes, sir," he answered quickly, and I was about to ring the bell before me, when the door opened and a young German girl, curtsying slightly, welcomed me in, saying, "Mrs. Warner is upstairs, sir, in the front room, if you please." Not doubting her, but greatly astonished at the barren aspect of the place I was in, I stumbled up the faintly lighted stairs before me, and entered the great front room. It was empty, but through an open door at the other end I heard a voice saying, "He has come, madam," and anxious to see my patient, whose presence in this desolate house I found it harder and harder to understand, I stepped into the room where she presumably lay. Alas for my temerity in doing so! For no sooner had I crossed the threshold than the door by which I had entered closed with a click unlike any I had ever heard before, and when I turned to see what it meant, another click came from the opposite side of the room, and I perceived with a benumbed sense of wonder that the one person whose somewhat shadowy figure I had encountered on entering had vanished from the place, and that I was shut up alone in a room without visible means of egress. This was startling, and hard to believe at first, but after I had tried the door by which I had entered, and found it securely locked, and then, bounding to the other side of the room, tried the opposite one with the same result, I could not but acknowledge I was caught. What did it mean? Caught, and I was in haste, mad haste. Filling the room with my cries, I shouted for help and a quick release, but my efforts were naturally fruitless. And after exhausting myself in vain, I stood still and surveyed, with what equanimity was left me, the appearance of the dreary place in which I had thus suddenly become entrapped. Chapter 2. It was a small square room, and I shall not soon forget with what a foreboding shudder I observed that its 4 blank walls were literally unbroken by a single window, for this told me that I was in no communication with the street, and that it would be impossible for me to summon help from the outside world. The single gas jet burning in a fixture hanging from the ceiling was the only relief given to the eye in the blank expanse of white wall that surrounded me, while as to furniture, the room could boast of nothing more than an old-fashioned black walnut table and 2 chairs, the latter cushioned, but stiff in the back and generally dilapidated in appearance. The only sign of comfort about me was a tray that stood on the table, containing a couple of bottles of wine and 2 glasses. The bottles were full and the glasses clean, and to add to this appearance of hospitality, a box of cigars rested invitingly near, which I could not fail to perceive, even at the first glance, were of the very best brand. Astonished at these tokens of consideration for my welfare, and confounded by the prospect which they offered of a lengthy stay in this place, I gave another great shout, but to no better purpose than before. Not a voice answered, and not a stir was heard in the house. But there came from without the faint sound of suddenly moving wheels, as if the carriage which I had left standing before the door had slowly rolled away. If this were so, then I was indeed a prisoner, while the moments so necessary to my plans, and perhaps to the securing of my whole future happiness, were flying by like the wind. As I realized this, and my own utter helplessness, I fell into one of the chairs before me, in a state of perfect despair. Not that any fears for my life were disturbing me, though one in my situation might well question if he would ever again breathe the open air from which he had been so ingeniously lured. I did not, in that first moment of utter downheartedness, so much as inquire the reason for the trick which had been played upon me. No, my heart was full of Dora, and I was asking myself if I were destined to lose her after all, and that, through no lack of effort on my part, but just because a party of thieves or blackmailers had thought fit to play a game with my liberty. It could not be. There must be some mistake about it. It was some great joke, or I was the victim of a dream, or suffering from some hideous nightmare. Why, only a half hour before, I was in my own office, among my own familiar belongings, and now... But, alas, it was no delusion. Only 4 blank, whitewashed walls met my inquiring eyes, and though I knocked and knocked again upon the 2 doors which guarded me on either side, hollow echoes continued to be the only answer I received. Had the carriage, then, taken away the 2 persons I had seen in this house, and was I indeed alone in its great emptiness? The thought made me desperate, but notwithstanding this, I was resolved to continue my efforts, for I might be mistaken. There might yet be some being left who would yield to my entreaties, if they were backed by something substantial. Taking out my watch, I laid it on the table. It was just 7:45. Then I emptied my trousers pockets of whatever money they held, and when all was heaped up before me, I could count but $12, which, together with my studs and a seal ring which I wore, seemed a paltry pittance with which to barter for the liberty of which I had been robbed. But it was all I had with me, and I was willing to part with it at once, if only some one would unlock the door and let me go. But how to make known my wishes, even if there was any one to listen to them? I had already called in vain, and there was no bell. Yes, there was. Why had I not seen it before? There was a bell, and I sprang to ring it. But just as my hand fell on the cord, I heard a gentle voice behind my back saying in good English, but with a strong foreign accent, "Put up your money, Mr. Atwater. We do not want your money, only your society. Allow me to beg you to replace both watch and money." Wheeling about in my double surprise at the presence of this intruder, and his unexpected acquaintance with my name, I encountered the smiling glance of a middle-aged man of genteel appearance and courteous manners. He was bowing almost to the ground, and was, as I instantly detected, of German birth and education, a gentleman, and not a blackleg, I had every reason to expect to see. "You have made a slight mistake," he was saying. "It is your society, only your society, that we want." Astonished at his appearance, and exceedingly irritated by his words, I stepped back as he offered me my watch, and bluntly cried, "If it is my society only that you want, you have certainly taken very strange means to procure it. A thief could have set up no neater trap; and if it is money you want, state your sum and let me go, for my time is valuable and my society likely to be unpleasant." He gave a shrug with his shoulders that in no wise interfered with his set smile. "You choose to be facetious," he observed. "I have already remarked that we have no use for your money. Will you sit down? Here is some excellent wine, and if this brand of cigars does not suit you, I will send for another." "Send for the devil!" I cried, greatly exasperated. "What do you mean by keeping me in this place against my will? Open that door and let me out, or—" I was ready to spring, and he saw it. Smiling more atrociously than ever, he slipped behind the table, and before I could reach him, had quietly drawn a pistol, which he cocked before my eyes. "You are excited," he remarked, with a suavity that nearly drove me mad. "Now, excitement is no aid to good company, and I am determined that none but good company shall be in this room to night. So if you will be kind enough to calm yourself, Mr. Atwater, you and I may yet enjoy ourselves. But if not—" The action he made was significant, and I felt the cold sweat break out on my forehead, through all the heat of my indignation. but I did not mean to show him that he had intimidated me. "Excuse me," said I, "and put down your pistol. Though you are making me lose irredeemable time, I will try and control myself enough to give you an opportunity for explaining yourself. Why have you entrapped me into this place?" "I have already told you," said he, gently laying the pistol before him, but within easy reach of his hand. "But that is preposterous," I began, fast losing my self control again. "You do not know me, and if you did—" "Pardon me. You see I know your name." Yes, that was true, and the fact set me thinking. How did he know my name? I did not know him, nor did I know this house, or any reason for which I could have been beguiled into it. Was I the victim of a conspiracy, or was the man mad? Looking at him very earnestly, I declared, "My name is Atwater, and so far you are right. But in learning that much about me, you must also have learned that I am neither rich nor influential, nor of any special value to a blackmailer. Why choose me, then, for your society? Why not choose someone who can talk?" "I find your conversation very interesting." Baffled, exasperated almost beyond the power to restrain myself, I shook my fist in his face, notwithstanding I saw his hand fly to his pistol. "Let me go!" I shrieked. "Let me out of this place. I have business, I tell you, important business which means everything to me, and which, if I do not attend to it to night, will be lost to me forever. Let me go, and I will so far reward you that I will speak to no one of what has taken place here to night, but go my ways, forgetful of you, forgetful of this house, forgetful of all connected with it." "You are very good," was his quiet reply, "but this wine has to be drunk," and he calmly poured out a glass, while I drew back in despair. "You do not drink wine?" he queried, holding up the glass he had filled between himself and the light. "It is a pity, for it is of most rare vintage. But perhaps you smoke?" Sick and disgusted, I found a chair and sat down in it. If the man were crazy, there was certainly method in his madness. Besides, he had not a crazy eye. There was calm calculation in it, and not a little good nature. Did he simply want to detain me, and if so, did he have a motive it would pay me to fathom before I exerted myself further to ensure my release? Answering the wave he made me with his hand by reaching out for the bottle and filling myself a glass, I forced myself to speak more affably as I remarked, "If the wine must be drunk, we had better be about it, as you cannot mean to detain me more than an hour, whatever reason you may have for wishing my society." He looked at me inquiringly before answering. Then, tossing off his glass, he remarked, "I am sorry, but in an hour a man can scarcely make the acquaintance of another man's exterior." "Then you mean—" "To know you thoroughly, if you will be so good. I may never have the opportunity again." He must be mad. Nothing else but mania could account for such words and such actions. And yet, if mad, why was he allowed to enter my presence? The man who brought me here, the woman who received me at the door, had not been mad. "And I must stay here," I began, "till I am quite satisfied. I am afraid that will take till morning." I gave a cry of despair, and then, in my utter desperation, spoke up to him as I would to a man of feeling. "You don't know what you are doing. You don't know what I shall suffer by any such cruel detention. This night is not like other nights to me. This is a special night in my life, and I need it. I need it, I tell you, to spend as I will. The woman I love—" It seemed horrible to speak of her in this place, but I was wild at my helplessness, and madly hoped I might awake some answering chord in a breast which could not be void of all feeling, or he would not have that benevolent look in his eye. "The woman I love," I repeated, "sails for Europe to morrow. We have quarreled, but she still cares for me, and if I can sail on the same steamer, we will yet make up and be happy." "At what time does the steamer start?" "At 9 in the morning. "Well, you shall leave this house at 8. If you go directly to the steamer, you will be in time."
But, I panted, I have made no arrangements. I shall have to go to my lodgings, write letters, get money. I ought to be there at this moment. Have you no mercy on a man who never did you wrong, and only asks to quit you, and forget the precious hour you have made him lose?"
"I am sorry," he said. "It is certainly quite unfortunate, but the door will not be opened before 8. There is really no one in the house to unlock it."
"And do you mean to say," I cried aghast, "that you could not open the door if you would? That you are locked in here as well as I? And that I must remain here till morning, no matter how I feel or you feel?"
"Will you not take a cigar?" he asked.
Then I began to see how useless it was to struggle, and visions of Dora leaning on the steamer rail, with that serpent whispering soft entreaties in her ear, came rushing before me, till I could have wept in my jealous chagrin. "It is cruel, base, devilish," I began, "if you had the excuse of wanting money, and took this method of wringing my all from me, I could have patience. But to entrap me, and keep me here for nothing, when my whole future happiness is trembling in the balance, is the work of a fiend, and—" I made a sudden pause, for a strange idea had struck me.
Chapter 3. What if this man, these men, and this woman were in league with him whose rivalry I feared, and whom I had intended to supplant on the morrow? It was a wild surmise, but was it any wilder than to believe I was held here for a mere whim, a freak, a joke, as this bowing, smiling man before me would have me believe? Rising in fresh excitement, I struck my hand on the table. "You want to keep me from going on the steamer," I cried. "That other wretch who loves her has paid you." But that other wretch could not know that I was meditating any such unusual scheme as following him without a full day's warning. I thought of this even before I had finished my sentence, and did not need the blank astonishment in the face of the man before me to convince me that I had given utterance to a foolish accusation. "It would have been some sort of a motive for your actions," I humbly added, as I sank back from my hostile attitude. "Now you have none." I thought he bestowed upon me a look of quiet pity, but if so, he soon hid it with his uplifted glass. "Forget the girl," said he. "I know of a dozen just as pretty." I was too indignant to answer. "Women are the bane of life," he now sententiously exclaimed. "They are ever intruding themselves between a man and his comfort, as for instance just now between yourself and this good wine." I caught up the bottle in sheer desperation. "Don't talk of them," I cried, "and I will try and drink. I almost wish there was poison in the glass. My death here might bring punishment upon you." He shook his head, totally unmoved by my passion. "We deal punishment, not receive it. It would not worry me in the least to leave you lying here upon the floor." I did not believe this, but I did not stop to weigh the question then. I was too much struck by a word he had used. "Deal punishment," I repeated. "Are you punishing me? Is that why I am here?" He laughed and held out his glass to mine. "You enjoy being sarcastic," he observed. "Well, it gives a spice to conversation, I own. Talk is apt to be dull without it." For reply, I struck the glass from his hand. It fell and shivered, and he looked for the moment really distressed. "I had rather you had struck me," he remarked, "for I have an answer for an injury like that. But for a broken glass—" He sighed and looked dolefully at the pieces on the floor. Mortified and somewhat ashamed, I put down my own glass. "You should not have exasperated me," I cried, and walked away beyond temptation to the other side of the room. His spirits had received a dampener, but in a few minutes he seized upon a cigar and began smoking. As the wreaths curled over his head, he began to talk, and this time it was on subjects totally foreign to myself, and even to himself. It was good talk, that I recognized, though I hardly listened to what he said. I was asking myself what time it had now got to be, and what was the meaning of my incarceration, till my brain became weary, and I could scarcely distinguish the topic he discussed. But he kept on, for all my seeming, and indeed real, indifference, kept on, hour after hour, in a monologue he endeavored to make interesting, and which probably would have been so, if the time and occasion had been fit for my enjoying it. As it was, I had no ear for choicest phrases, his subtlest criticisms, or his most philosophic disquisitions. I was wrapped up in self, and my cruel disappointment, and when, in a certain access of frenzy, I leaped to my feet, and took a look at the watch still lying on the table, and saw it was 4 o'clock in the morning, I gave a bound of final despair, and throwing myself on the floor, gave myself up to the heavy sleep that mercifully came to relieve me. I was roused by feeling a touch on my breast. Clapping my hand to the spot where I had felt the intruding hand, I discovered that my watch had been returned to my pocket. Drawing it out, I first looked at it, and then cast my eyes quickly about the room. There was no one with me, and the doors stood open between me and the hall. It was 8 o'clock, as my watch had just told me. That I rushed from the house and took the shortest road to the steamer goes without saying. I could not cross the ocean with Dora, but I might yet see her, and tell her how near I came to giving her my company on that long voyage, which now would only serve to further the ends of my rival. But when, after torturing delays on cars and ferry boats, and incredible efforts to pierce a throng that was equally determined not to be pierced, I at last reached the wharf, it was to behold her, just as I had fancied in my wildest moments, leaning on a rail of the ship, and listening, while she abstractedly waved her hand to some friends below, to the words of the man who had never looked so handsome to me, or so odious as at this moment of his unconscious triumph. Her father was near her, and from his eager attitude and rapidly wandering gaze, I saw that he was watching for me. At last he spied me struggling aboard, and immediately his face lighted up in a way which made me wish he had not thought it necessary to wait for my anticipated meeting with his daughter. "Ah, Dick, you are late," he began effusively, as I put foot on deck, but I waved him back, and went at once to Dora. "Forgive me, pardon me," I incoherently said, as her sweet eyes rose in startled pleasure to mine. "I would have brought you flowers, but I meant to sail with you, Dora. I tried to, but wretches, villains, prevented it, and, oh, it does not matter," she said, and then blushed, probably because the words sounded unkind. "I mean," but she could not say what she meant, for just then the bell rang for all visitors to leave, and her father came forward, evidently thinking all was right between us, smiled benignantly in her face, gave her a kiss and me a wink, and disappeared in the crowd that now was rapidly going ashore. I felt that I must follow, but I gave her one look and one squeeze of the hand, and then as I saw her glances wander to his face, I groaned in spirit, stammered some words of choking sorrow, and was gone, before her embarrassment would let her speak words which I knew would only add to my grief, and make this hasty parting unendurable. The look of amazement and chagrin with which her father met my reappearance on the dock can easily be imagined. "Why, Dick," he exclaimed, "aren't you going after all? I thought I could rely on you. Where's your plucky lad? Scared off by a frown? I wouldn't have believed it, Dick. What if she does frown today? She will smile tomorrow." I shook my head. I could not tell him just then that it was not through any lack of pluck on my part that I had failed him. When I left the dock, I went straight to a restaurant, for I was faint as well as miserable. But my cup of coffee choked me, and the rolls and eggs were more than I could face. Rising impatiently, I went out. Was any one more wretched than I that morning, and could any one nourish a more bitter grievance? As I strode towards my lodgings, I chewed on the cud of my disappointment till my wrongs loomed up like mountains, and I was seized by a spirit of revenge. Should I let such an interference as I had received go unpunished? No, If the wretch who had detained me was not used to punishment, he should receive a specimen of it now, and from a man who was no longer a prisoner, and who, once aroused, did not easily forego his purposes. Turning aside from my former destination, I went immediately to a police station, and when I had entered my complaint, was astonished to see that all the officials had grouped about me, and were listening to my words with the most startled interest. "Was the man who came for you a German?" one asked. I said, "Yes." "And the man who stood guardian over you, and entertained you with wine and cigars, was not he a German too?" I nodded acquiescence, and they at once began to whisper together. Then one of them advanced to me and said, "You have not been home, I understand. You had better come." Astonished by his manner, I endeavored to inquire what he meant, but he drew me away, and not until we were within a stone's throw of my office did he say, "You must prepare yourself for a shock. The impertinences you suffered from last night were unpleasant, no doubt, but if you had been allowed to return home, you might not now be deploring them in comparative peace and safety." "What do you mean?" "That your partner was not as fortunate as yourself. Look up at the house. What do you see there?" A crowd was what I saw first, but he made me look higher, and then I perceived that the windows of my room, of our room, were shattered and blackened, and that part of the casement of one had been blown out. "A fire!" I shrieked. "Poor Richter was smoking." "No, he was not smoking. He had no time for a smoke. An infernal machine burst in that room last night, and your friend was its wretched victim." I never knew why my friend's life was made a sacrifice to the revenge of his fellow countrymen. Though we had been intimate over the year we had been together, he had never talked to me of his country, and I had never seen him in company with one of his own nation. But that he was the victim of some political revenge was apparent, for though it proved impossible to find the man who had detained me, the house was found and ransacked, and amongst other secret things was discovered the model of the machine which had been introduced into our room, and which had proved so fatal to the man it was addressed to. Why men who were so relentless in their purposes towards him should have taken such plans to keep me from sharing his fate is one of those anomalies in human nature which now and then awake our astonishment. If I had not lost Dora through my detention at their hands, I should look back upon that evening with sensations of thankfulness. As it is, I sometimes question if it would not have been better if they had let me take my chances. Have I lost Dora? From a letter I received today, I begin to think not. End of section 21.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Grabowski. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. Edited by William Patton. Section 22, The Man from Red Dog, by Alfred Henry Lewis. "Let me try one of them there cigars." It was the pleasant after-dinner hour, and I was on the veranda for a quiet smoke. The old cattleman had just thrown down his paper. The half-light of the waning sun was a bit too dim for his eyes of 70 years. "Whenever I behold a cigar," said the old fellow, as he puffed voluminously at the principe I passed over, "I thinks of what that witness says in the murder trial at Socorro." "What was you doing in camp yourself?" asked the judge of this yer witness the day of the killing. "Which," says the witness, uncrossin' his legs, and letting on he ain't made bashful and uneasy by so much attentions being shown him, "which, I was eatin' of a few sardines, a drinkin' of a few drinks of whiskey, a smokin' of a few cigars, and a romancin' around." After this abrupt, not to say ambiguous reminiscence, the old cattleman puffed contentedly for a moment. "What murder trial was this you speak of?" I asked. "Who had been killed?"
"Now, I don't reckon I ever does know who it is gets downed," he replied. "This yer murder trial itself is news to me complete. They was wagging along with it when I trails into Socorro at that time, and I merely santers over to the court that-a-way to hear what's going on. The judge is sort of getting in on the play while I'm listening. "What was the last words of this yer gent who's killed?" asked the judge of this witness. "As nearly as I keeps tabs, Judge," says the witness, "the dying statement of this person is 4 aces to beat." "Which if deceased had knowed Socorro like I does," says the judge, like he's commenting to himself, "he'd surely realize that such remarks is simply suicidal."
Again the old cattleman relapsed into silence and the smoke of the Principe. "How did the trial come out?" I queried. "Was the accused found guilty?"
"Which the trial itself," he replied, "don't come out. There's a parcel of the boys who's come into town to see that justice is done. And being the roundup is going forward at the time, they naturally feels hurried and pressed for leisure. They alls oughter be back on the range with their cattle. Now, so the 5th day, when things is loiterin' along at the trial till it looks like the law has hobbles on, and the word goes around it's going to be about a week yet before the jury gets action on this miscreant who's being tried, the boys becomes plumb aggravated and wearied out. That-a-way, and kicking the door of the calaboose, they searches out the felon, swings him to a cottonwood not otherwise engaged, and the right prevails. Naturally, the trial bogs down right there."
After another season of silence and smoke, the old cattleman struck in again.
"Speaking of killings, well, I'm the last gent to go fosterin' ideas of bloodshed. I'm some discouraged just now by what I've been reading in that paper about a duel between some Italians, and it surely tries me the way them aliens plays boss. It's obvious as stars in a clear night never men fight just a little bit. I abhors duels, cowers from the mere idea. But, after all, business is business. And when folks fight 'em, the objects of the meeting ought to be blood. But the way these European shorthorns fixes it, a gent surely runs a heap more risk of becoming an angel abrupt, tending of a Texas cakewalk in a purely social way. They ever fight duels in the West? Why, yes, some. My memory comes a-canterin' up right now to details of an encounter I once beholds in Wolfville. Thar ain't no much time throwed away with a duel in the Southwest. The people's mighty extemporaneous, and don't go browsin' round none, sendin' challenges and writin', and that sort of flapdoodle. When a gent notices the signs of gettin' about right for him to go on the warpath, he picks out his meat, surges up, and declares himself. The victim, who is most likely a mighty serious and experienced person, don't copper the play by making vain remarks, but brings his Gatling into play surprisin'. Next it's bang, 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 mixed up with flashes and white smoke. The duel's over complete. The gent, who still adorns our midst, takes a drink on the house, while St. Peter unbars things a lot and arranges gate and seat checks with the others in the realms of light. That's all there is to it. The tide of life again flows onward to the eternal sea, and nary a ripple. Oh, this here Wolfville duel. Well, it's this way. The day is blazing hot. Business laying prone and dead, just blistered to death. A parcel of us is sort of pervading around the dance hall, it being the biggest and coolest store in camp. The Monty game is struggling for breath in a feeble, fitful way in a corner. Some of us is watching in, and some is setting round loose, a-thinking. But all keep 'em mum still, 'cause it's so hot. Just then, some gent on a horse goes whooping up the street, yelling, whirling the loop of his rope, allowing he's generally having a mighty good time. "Who's this yere tumultuous man on the horse?" says Enright, a regarding of him in a displeased way from the door.
"I meets him up the street a minute back,"
says Dan Boggs.
"and he allows he's called the man from Red Dog. Says he's took a day off to visit us, and aims to lay waste the camp before he goes back."
About then, the Red Dog man notes old Santa Rosa, who keeps the Mexican Bailey Hall, and his woman, Maria, fussing with each other in front of the New York store. They's locked horns over a drink or something, and is powwowing mighty unamiable.
"Whatever's this yere Mexican family mean?"
says the Red Dog man, surveying of 'em plenty scornful.
"A draggin' of their domestic brawls out yere to offend the sufferin' public fur. Why ever don't they stay in their wiki up and fight, and not to take to puttin' it all over the American race, which ain't in the play none, and don't thirst therefore? However, I unites and reconciles this divided household easy."
With this, the Red Dog man drops the loop of his lariat around the two contestants and jumps his bronco up the street like it's come out in a gun. Of course, Santa Rosa and Marie goes along on their heads permiscus. They goes coasting along until they gets pulled into a mesquite bush. The rope slips off in the saddle, and there they be. We alls goes over from the dance hall, extricating of 'em, and final they rounds up mighty hapless and weak, and can only walk. They surely lose enough hide to make a pair of leggings.
"Which I brings 'em together like twins,"
says the Red Dog man, riding back for his rope.
"I offers 2 to 1, no limit. They don't fight none whatever for a month."
Which, as it surely looks like he's right, no one takes him. So the Red Dog man leaves his bluff a-hanging and goes into the dance hall. A giving of it out cold and clammy, he meditates, libating.
"Oh, promenade to the bar,"
yells the Red Dog man as he goes in.
"I'm a wolf, and it's my night to howl. Don't rouse me, barkeep, with the sight of merely one bottle. Set 'em all up. I'm some fastidious about my firewater, and likes a chance to select."
Well, we alls takes our inspiration, and the Red Dog man tucks his under his belt and turns round to Enright.
"I takes it you're the old he-coon of this yere outfit?"
says the Red Dog man, supercilious like. "Which if I ain't," says Enright. "It's plenty safe as a play to let your wisdom flow this away till the he-coon gets here."
"If there's anything," says the Red Dog man, "I turns from sick, it's violence and devastation. But I hears such complaints constant in this yere camp of Wolfville. I takes my first idle day right over and line things up. Now you're a bee, and while I regrets it, I find you alls is a lawless, unregenerate set and a heap sight worse than rumor. Now I takes a notion, for I sees no other trail, that by next drink time I climbs into the saddle, throws my rope round this denizen, and removes it from the map."
"Naturally," says Enright, some sarcastic. "And make them schemes, you ain't looking for no trouble whatever with a band of tarpons like us."
"None whatever," says the Red Dog man, mighty confident. "In 30 minutes I distributes this here hamlet round the landscape, same as them graces, which feat becomin' history. Then I canters back to Red Dog."
"Well," says Enright, "it's plenty polite to let us know what's comin' this away."
"Oh, I ain't tellin' you none," says the Red Dog man. "I simply lets fly this hint. So any of you alls has got a bric-a-brac of value special, he takes a warnin' some and packs it off all safe."
It's about then when Cherokee Hall, who's looking on, shoulders in between Enright and the Red Dog man, mighty positive. Cherokee is a heap sot in his ideas, and I sees right off he's took a notion agin the Red Dog man.
"As you got a lot of work cut out,"
says Cherokee, eyeing the Red Dog man malignant.
Suppose we tips the canteen again."
"I surely goes you," says the Red Dog man. "I drinks with friend, I drinks with foe, with the part of my bosom and the shuddering victim of my wrath all similar." Cherokee turns out a big drink and stands a-holding of it in his hand. I wants to say right here, this Cherokee's plenty guileful.
"You was naming," says Cherokee, "some public improvements you plans to make, such as moving this year camp round some, I believes."
"That's whatever,"
says the Red Dog man.
"And the Holocaust I initiates is due to start in 15 minutes.
"I've been figuring on you," says Cherokee, "and I gives you the result in strict confidence, without holding out a card. When you all talks of tearing up Wolfville, you're a liar and a hoss thief, and you ain't gonna tear up nothing."
"What's this I hears?"
yells the frenzied Red Dog man, reaching for his gun. But he never gets it. For the same second, Cherokee spills a glass of whiskey straight in his eyes, and the next he's anguished and blind as a mole.
"I'll fool this here human simoon up a lot,"
says Cherokee, a-hurling of the Red Dog man to the floor, face down, while his 9-inch bowie shines in his hand like the sting of a wasp.
"I sure fixes him so he can't get a job clerking in a store."
And, grabbing to the Red Dog man's hair, which is as long as the mane of a pony, he slashes it off close in one motion.
"There's a fringe for your leggings, Nell,"
remarks Cherokee, turning the crop over to Pharaoh Nell.
"Now, Doc,"
Cherokee goes on to Doc Peets,
"take this here Red Dog stranger over to the red light. Fix his eyes all right, and then tell him, if he thinks he needs blood in this, to take his Winchester and go north to the middle of the street. In 20 minutes, and by the watch I steps out in the dance hall door looking for him. Punting the door all fair and square. I don't aim to play nothing low on this here gent. He gets a chance for his ante."
Doc Peets sorter accumulates the Red Dog man, who is cussing and carrying on scandalous, leads him over to the red light. In a minute, word comes to Cherokee as his eyes is rounding up all proper, and that he's making war medicine, growing more hostile constant, and to heal himself. At that, Cherokee, mighty calm, sends out for Jack Moore's Winchester, which is an 8 Squire, latest model.
"Oh, Cherokee,"
says Pharaoh Nell, beginning to cry and curling her arms around his neck.
"I'm afraid he's gonna down you. Ain't there no way to fix it? Can't Dan Year settle this with Red Dog man?"
"Sir," says Dan Boggs,
"And I makes the trip too gleeful, just to spare Nell's feelings, Cherokee, and not to interfere with no gent's little game. I takes your hand and plays it."
"Not none,"
says Cherokee.
"This is my deal."
"Now don't cry, Nellie,"
he adds, smoothing down her yaller hair.
"Folks in my business has to hold themselves ready to face any game on the word, and they never weakens or lays down. And another thing, little girl, I gets this Red Dog sharp shore. I'm in the middle of a run of luck, and I holds fours twice last night, with a flush and a full hand out agin 'em."
Nell at last lets go of Cherokee's neck, and, being a female and timid that-a-way, allows she'll go, and won't stop to see the shooting none. We applauds the idea, thinking she might shake Cherokee some if she stays, and of course a gent out shooting for his life needs his nerve. Well, 20 minutes is up. The Red Dog man gets his rifle off in his saddle and goes down to the middle of the street. Turning up his big sombrero, he squares round, cocks his gun, and waits. Then Enright goes out with Cherokee and stands him in the street about 100 yards from the Red Dog man. After Cherokee's placed, he holds up his hand for attention and says, "When all is ready, I stands to one side and drops my hat. You alls fire at will." The Enright goes over to the side of the street, counts 1, 2, 3, and drops his hat. And bangity bang bang goes the rifles like the roll of a drum. The Cherokee can work a Winchester like one of these here Yankee alarm clocks. And that Red Dog hold-up don't seem none behind. About the 5th fire, the Red Dog man sorter steps forward and drops his gun. And after standing on steady for a second, starts to crippling down at his knees. At last, he comes ahead on his face like a landslide. There's 2 bullets plumb through his lungs, and when we gets to him, the red froth is comin' out in his mouth some plenteous. We packs him back into the red light and lays him onto a monte table. By he comes to a little, and Pete's asking him whatever he thinks he wants.
I want you alls to take off my moccasins and pack me into the street,
says the Red Dog man.
I ain't allowin' for my old mother in Missouri to be told as how I dies in no gin mill. She surely abominates of 'em. And I don't die with no boots on, neither.
We alls packs him back into the street again and pulls away at his boots. About the time we gets him off, he sags back convulsive. There he is, as dead as Santa Anna.
What sort of a game is this, anyhow?
Says Dan Boggs, who, while we stands there, has been pawing over Red Dog man's rifle.
Looks like this vivacious party's plumb locoed. Here's his hindsides wedged up for 1,000 yards, and he's been a-shooting the cartridges with 120 grains of powder in 'em. Right between the sights and the jump of the powder, he's been shooting plumb over Cherokee and aiming straight at him.
Nellie, says Enright, looking remorseful at the girl, whose color's up and begins to cry again. Did you cold deck this here Red Dog sport this-a-way?
I'm fraud,
sobs Nell.
He gets Cherokee, so I slides over when you all was waiting and fixes his gun some.
Which I should surely concede you did, says Enright. The way that Red Dog gent manipulates his weapons shows he knows his game. Except for you setting things up on him, I'm powerful afraid he'd spoiled Cherokee a whole lot. Well, gents, goes on Enright, after thinking a while, I reckons we alls might as well drink on it. History never shows a game yet, with a woman in it, which is on the squire, and we meekly bars our burdens with the rest.
End of section 22.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vernon Schmidt, the King of 192. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. Edited by William Patton. Section 23. John McCod's Little Ship by Charles G.D. Roberts. Patiently, doggedly, yet with the light in his eyes that belongs to the enthusiast and the dreamer, young John McCod had worked at it. Throughout the winter he had hewed the seasoned timbers and the diminutive hackmatack knees from the swamp far back in the Echo Valley, and whenever the sledding was good, with his yoke of black oxen he had hauled his materials to the secret place of his shipbuilding by the winding shore of a deep tidal tributary of the Port Royal. In the spring he had laid the keel and riveted securely to it the squared hackmatack knees. It was unusual to use such sturdy and unmanageable timbers as these hackmatack knees for a craft so small as this which the young Acadian was building. But John McCod's thoughts were long thoughts, and went far ahead. He was putting all his hopes, as well as all his scant patrimony, into this little ship, and he was resolved that it should be strong to carry his fortunes. Through all the green and blue and golden Acadian summer he had toiled joyously at bending the thin planks and riveting them soundly to the ribs, the stem and the stern post. It was hot work, but white and savory. The clean spruce planks that he wrought with breathing sweet scents to his lungs, as and chisel and saw set free the tonic spirit of their fibers. His chips soon spread a yellow carpet over the mossy sward and the tree roots. The yellow sides of his graceful craft presently arose high among the green-kissing branches of the water ash and Indian pear. The tawny, golden, shimmering current of the creek lipped up at high tide close under the stern of the little ship, and set afloat the lowest layers of the chips, while at ebb a gleaming abyss of red mud, with walls sloping sharply to a mere rivulet at their foot, seemed to tempt the structure to a premature launching, and a wild swooshing rush to oozy doom. Very secluded, far apart from the beaten highway or forest byway, and quite aside from all the river traffic, was the place of John Macod's shipbuilding. And so it came about that the clear ringing blows of his adze, the sharp staccato of his diligent hammer, and the strident crying of his saw brought no answer but the chatter of the striped chipmunk among the near tree roots, or the scolding of the garrulous and inquisitive red squirrels in the branches overhead. At the quiet of the noon hour, while John lay in the shade, contemplating his handiwork, and weaving his many-colored dreams, and munching his brown bread cakes and pale cheese, the clucking partridge hen would lead her brood out to investigate the edges of the chips strewn open, where insects gathered in the heat. And afterward, when once more John's hammering set up its brisk and cheerful echoes, the big golden-winged woodpeckers would promptly accept the sound as a challenge, and began an emulous rat-tat-tat-tatting on the resonant soundboard of a dead beech not far off. By the time the partridge brood had taken to whirring up into the maple branches when alarmed, instead of scurrying to cover in the underbrush, the haul was completed, and the smell of smoking pitch drowned the woodsy odors as John caulked the seams. Then the pale yellow of the timbers no more shone through the reddening leafage, but a somber black bolt loomed impressively above the chips, daunting the squirrels for a few days with his strange shadow. By the time of the moose calling, when the rowan berries hung in great scarlet branches and half the red leafage was turning brown, and the pale gold birch leaves fell in fluttering showers at every gust, two slim masts had raised their tops above the trees, and the white bowsprit was thrusting its nose into the branches of the nearest red maple. Under the bowsprit glittered a carved and gilded Madonna, the most auspicious figurehead to which, in John's eyes, he could entrust the fortunes of his handiwork. A few days more and the ship was done, so nearly complete that 3 or 4 hours of work would make her ready for sea. Being so small, it was feasible to launch her in this advanced state of equipment, and the conditions under which she had been built made it necessary that she should be prepared to hurry straight from the greased ways of the launching to the security of the open sea. The tidal creek in which she would first take water could give her no safe harborage, and once out of the creek she would have to make all speed, under cover of night, till Port Royal River and the sodded ramparts of Annapolis town should be left many miles astern. Having made his preparations and gathered his materials far ahead, and devised his precautions with subtlety, and accustomed his neighbors to the idea that he was an erratic youth, given to long absences and futile schemes, not worth gossip, John had succeeded in keeping his enterprise a secret from all but 2 persons. These 2, deep in his counsels from the first, were Barbe Dudon, his sweetheart, and Mich' Masson, his friend and ally. Mich' Masson, whose home, which served him best as a place to stay away from, was in the village of Grand Pré, far up in the basin of Minas, had been John's close friend since early boyhood, in the days before Port Royal town had been captured by the English and found its name changed to Annapolis. He was a daring adventurer, hunter, woods ranger, an implacable partisan of the French cause, and just now deeply interested in the traffic between Acadie and the new French fortress city of Louisburg, traffic which the English governor was angrily determined to break up. Mich' Masson could sail a ship as well as set a deadfall or lay in ambush. He had kept bright in John's heart the flame of hatred against the English conquerors of Acadie. It was he who had come to the aid of John's shipbuilding from time to time, when timbers had to be put in place which were too heavy for one pair of hands to work with. It was, indeed, at his suggestion that John had finally decided to sell his cottage on the outskirts of Annapolis town, his scrap of upland with its apple trees in full bearing, his strip of rich dykeland with its apple trees in full bearing, his strip of rich dyke-forbidden traffic, and to settle under the woods of Louisburg, where the flag he loved would always wave over his roof tree. It was Mich' Masson who had shown John how by this course he could quickly grow rich, and make a home for Barbe which that somewhat disconcerting and incomprehensible maiden would not scorn to accept. Mich' Masson loved his own honor. He loved John. He hated the English. John's secret was safe with him. Mademoiselle Barbe, under a disguise of indifference, which sometimes reduced John to the not unprofitable condition wherein hard work is the sole refuge from despair, hid a passionate interest in her lover's undertaking. She, too, hated the new domination. She, too, chafed to escape from Annapolis and take up life anew under her old flag of fleur-de-lis. Moreover, her restless and fiery spirit could accept no contented tiller of green Acadian acres for a mate, and she was resolved that John's courageous heart and stirring dreams should translate themselves into action. She would have him not only the daring dreamer, but the daring doer, the successful smuggler, the shrewd foiler of the English watchdogs, the admired and consulted partisan leader. That he had it in him to be all these things, she felt utterly convinced. But she proposed that the debilitating effects of too much happiness should have no chance of postponing his success. Her keen watchfulness detected every weak spot in John's enterprise, every unguarded point in his secret, and her two-edged mockery, which seemed as careless and inconsequent as the wind, at once accomplished the effects she had in view. Her fickleness of mood, her bewildering caprice, were the iridescent foam bubbles veiling a deep and steady current. She knew that she loved John's love for her, of which she felt as certain as dawn does of the sunrise. She had a suspicion in the deep of her heart that she might be in love with John himself. But of this she was in no haste to be assured. She was loyal in every fiber, and John's secret was safe with her. Thus the wonder came to pass that John's secret, though known to 3 people, yet remained so long a secret. Had the English governor, behind his sodded ramparts overlooking the tide, got word of it, never would John the Caw's little ship have sailed the open, save with an English captain and an English crew. It would have been confiscated, on the not unreasonable presumption that it was intended for the forbidden trade. Early in the afternoon, on a day of mid-October, John stepped down the ladder which leaned against the starboard bow of his ship, and contemplated with satisfaction the name, Monreve, which he had just painted in strong gold lettering. The exultation in his eyes became a passion of love and worship, as he turned to the slim girl who lay curled up luxuriously on a sweet-smelling pile of dried ferns and marsh grass, watching him. "Since you won't let me name her directly after you, that is the nearest I can come to it, Bob," he said. "You can't find fault with that. You are my dream, and all else besides." For a moment she watched him in silence. Her figure was of a childish slenderness, and there was a childish abandon in her attitude. The small hands crossed idly in her lap were very dark and thin and long-fingered, with rosy nails. She was dressed in skirt and bodice of the creamy Acadian homespun linen, the skirt reaching not quite to her slim ankles. Her mouth was full and red, half sorrowful, half mocking. Her face, small and rather thin, was tanned to a clear dark brown, and of a type that suggested a strain of the ancient blood of the Basques. The thick black masses of her hair, with a rebel wave in them, and here and there a glint of flame, half covered her little ears and were gathered into a knot at the back of her neck. The brim of her low-crowned hat of quilted linen was tilted far down to shade her face, and her eyes, very green and clear and large, made a bewildering brilliance in the shadow. The light in her eyes softened presently, and she said in a low voice,
"Poor boy, a very sharp reality would find me most of the time, I'm afraid."
For this unexpected utterance, John had no words of answer ready, but his look was a sufficiently eloquent refutation. He took a few eager steps toward her. Then, reading inhibition in the sudden gravity of her mouth, he checked himself.
"Day after tomorrow, about sundown," said he. "Our Lady and Saint Joseph permitting, we will get her launched. The tide will be full then, and we will run down with it, and pass the fort before moonrise. If the wind's fair, we will get out of the basin and off to sea that same night. But if it fails us, there'll be tide enough to get us round the island and into a hidden anchorage in Hibbert River. Then, a cargo of Acadian beef and barley for Louisburg. And then, money. And then, you."
He looked at her with pleading and longing in his eyes, but with a doggedness about his mouth which told of much pain endured, and a determination which might bide its time, indeed, but would not be balked. The look of the mouth she was conscious of, deep down in her heart, and she in reality rested upon it. But it was the look in his eyes which she answered. She answered it lightly. A mocking smile played about the corner of her lips, and her eyes sparkled upon him whimsically. The look both repulsed and invited him, and he hung for some moments, as it were, trembling midway between the promise and the denial.
"Don't be too sure of me,"
she said at last, and his face fell, not so much at the words themselves as at their discouraging accent.
"But,"
he protested,
"it is all planned, all done, just for you, Bart. There is nothing in it at all, except you. It is all you. That is understood between us from the first, and all the time."
Still her mouth mocked him, and still her eyes gleamed upon him with their enigmatic light.
"You will have your beautiful little ship,"
she said slowly.
"You will have wonderful adventures, and little time to think of me at all. You will make a wonderful deal of money. You will make your name famous and hated among these English. I am expecting you to do great things. But as for me, I am not one yet, Joe."
His eyes glowed upon her, and the lines of his face set themselves with a sudden masterfulness. He gave a little, soft laugh.
"You are mine. You will be my wife before I make my second voyage." "If you believe that, you ought to be a very happy man,"
she retorted, and her smile softened almost imperceptibly as she said it.
"You don't look quite as happy as you ought to, John." "Don't make me wait for my second voyage. Let me take you away from this unhappy country. Come with me. Come with me now."
He spoke swiftly, his voice thick with the sudden outburst of passion long held in check, and he strode forward to catch her in his arms. Instantaneous as a darting bird, or as a flash of light on a wave, she was up from her resting place and away behind the pile of grass and ferns.
"Stay there,"
she commanded,
"or I'll go home at once."
and John stayed. She laughed at him, gaily, mercilessly.
"Would you have me take you on trust, John?"
she questioned, with her head on one side.
"How do I know that you are going to be brave enough to fight the English, or clever enough to outwit them? How do I know you will really do the great things I'm expecting of you? I know your dreams are fine, boy, but you must show me deeds." "I will,"
he answered quietly.
"Come here, sweet, just for 1 minute." "No,"
she said with a very positive shake of her small head.
"You must go on with your work. You have more to do yet than you realize. And I've something to do too. I must go home at once." "That's not fair, Bart,"
he pleaded.
"I don't care. It is good for you. No, don't come one step with me. Not one step. Go on with your work. I'm going to fly.
She ran lightly across the chips, at a safe distance from John's outstretched arms, and turned into the trail among the maples. There she paused, gave her lover one melting, caressing, but still half-mocking glance, and cried to him,
I am making a flag for my wraith, and it's not nearly done yet, John.
Then she disappeared among the bright branches. With a tumult in his heart, John turned back to his ladder and paint pots. Little twinges of angry disappointment ran along his nerves, only to be smothered straight away in a flood of passionate tenderness.
Next voyage, anyway, he muttered to himself as he worked feverishly. I couldn't live longer than that without her.
And he went over and over in his imagination every detail of the girl's appearance, the changing moods of her radiant dark face, her hair, her hands, the tones of her voice. Along the trail through the autumn maples, meanwhile, Mademoiselle Barbe was speeding on light feet. The little smile was gone from the corners of her mouth, and into her eyes, now that John could no longer see them, was come a great gentleness. Her mockery, her impatience, her picturesque asperity were a kind of game which she played with herself, to disguise, sometimes even from herself, the greatness and the oversensitiveness of her heart. At this moment she was feeling sore at the nearness of John's departure, and was conscious of the pressure of his will urging her to go with him. This she was resolved she would not do, but she was equally resolved that her flag should be ready and go in her place. As for the next voyage, well, she thought to herself that John might persuade her by that time, if he tried hard. As to his success, she had not really a grain of doubt. She knew well enough the quality of his fibre. Her light feet, as she hurried, made hardly a sound upon the soft mold of the trail, which was half hidden by the bright autumn carpeting of the leaves. But presently she heard the noise of heavier footfalls approaching. Just ahead of her the trail turned sharply. Peering through the tangle of branches and thin leafage, she caught glimpses of something that caused her face to grow pale, her heart to throb up into her throat, and she stepped behind the thick shelter of a fir bush to consider what was to be done. The sight that so disturbed her was in itself no terrible one. A tall, ruddy-faced, keen-eyed man, carelessly dressed but of erect military bearing, came striding up the trail, a gun over his arm, brown dog at his heels. Barbe recognized him at once, the English officer in command of the fort at Annapolis. She saw that he was out for partridges, but she saw also that he was walking at a pace that would speedily devour the scant 2 miles that divided him from the shipyard of Montreuil. It was evident that he had forgotten his shooting in his interest in this unknown trail upon which he had stumbled. If he went on, the game was up for John's little ship. She resolved that he should not go on. It took her just 5 seconds to decide the whole question. There was a large fallen tree close beside the trail, 2 or 3 paces from where she hid. Over this she threw herself discreetly, with a little choking scream, and lay moaning among the leaves beside it. The Englishman darted forward and was at her side in a moment, bending over her with a mingling of alarm and admiration in his gray eyes.
Mademoiselle,
He cried.
What has happened? Are you much hurt?
Receiving no answer but more faint moans, he lifted her gently and stood her on her feet. But the instant he released her she collapsed upon the leaves, an appealing but intoxicating confusion of skirts, and slim brown hands, and crinkly dark hair, and the corner of a red mouth, and the glimpse of an ankle.
Mademoiselle, tell me what is the matter. Tell me what can I do. Let me do something, I beg of you.
Lifting her again, he seated her beside him on the fallen tree, and this time he did not at once release her. At first, her eyes closed and her face a little drawn as with pain, she clung instinctively to his arm, with hands that seemed to him the most maddening that he had ever seen. Then, after several minutes, which were very agreeable to him in spite of his anxiety, she appeared to pull herself together with a mighty effort.
She moved away from his clasp, sat up straight, and opened upon him great eyes of pain and gratitude.
"Oh, thank you, monsieur,"
She said simply.
"I'm afraid I have been very troublesome. But indeed, I thought I was going to die."
But what is the matter, mademoiselle? Tell me, and let me help you. She sat cringing and setting her teeth hard. He noticed how white were the teeth, how scarlet the full lips.
"It is just my heart,"
she said. I was looking through the bushes to see who was coming. Something startled me, I think, and the pain clutched my heart so I could not breathe, and I fell off. She paused to moan a little softly and catch her breath. Before he could say anything, she went on.
"It's better now, but it hurts horribly."
Let me support you, mademoiselle, he urged with eager courtesy. But she shrank away from the approaching ministration.
"No, monsieur, I am better, really. But I must get home as quick as I can."
She rose unsteadily. The Englishman arose at the same time. The next moment Barbe sank back again, biting her lips to keep back a cry.
"Oh!"
she gasped.
"I can't stand it. How can I get home?"
You must let me see you home, mademoiselle, said the officer, authority blending with palpable enthusiasm in his tones.
"You are so good, monsieur,"
she murmured gratefully.
"But I could not think of taking you away back so far, almost to the village. It will spoil your afternoon sport."
The sympathy on the Englishman's face gave way to amusement, and he hastened to assure her of her mistake. Not at all. Indeed, mademoiselle, it would be quite as much my pleasure as my duty to see you safely home. Your misfortune, if not too serious, is my great good fortune. Thanking him with a look, Barbe arose weakly and took the proffered arm. At first the homeward journey was very slow, but as the afternoon deepened and the walls gathered between the English commandant and John's little ship, the girl began to let herself recover. By this time she felt there was no danger of her escort leaving her 1 minute before he was obliged to, and she knew that now, for this night, the ship was safe. At last, as they emerged from the woods into the high pasture ground, behind the cottage where Barbe lived with her aunt and uncle, the Englishman threw off the gallant for a moment, and became the wide-awake officer. He paused, took his bearings carefully, and scrutinized the trail behind him with searching eyes. I have not seen this road before, mademoiselle, he mocked, and it interests me. It is not down on our map of the Annapolis district. Whither does it lead, may I ask? Barbe's heart grew faint within her, but she answered lightly, with the look that somehow conveyed to him the impression that he should not be interested in roads when she was by.
"They haul wood over it. My uncle and his neighbors in the winter,"
she answered,
"and black mud in summer from the swamp back there."
The Englishman appeared satisfied, but she felt that his curiosity was aroused, and with all her arts she strove to divert his thoughts exclusively to herself.
She succeeded in this to a degree that presently began to stir her apprehensiveness, and at her doorway she made her grateful farewells a trifle hurried. But the Englishman would listen to nothing more discouraging than au revoir. At last he said, I shall be shooting over these woods again tomorrow. Barbe clutched hard upon the latch and held her breath. And to give myself the pleasure of calling to ask after... But no, he corrected himself. You are making me forget, mademoiselle. I have a council meeting to fill my day with drudgery tomorrow. Barbe breathed again at this respite. I must deny myself to the day after. I may call then, may I not? There was a moment's pause, and in that moment the girl's swift brain made its decision.
Certainly, monsieur le commandant,
she said, sweeping his face with a brilliant glance that made his nerves tingle sweetly.
I shall be much honored. My aunt and I will be much honored.
And with a curtsy half mocking, half formal, and a disastrous curving of her scarlet lips, she slipped into the house. By Jove, muttered the Englishman, as he strode away in a daze. From the window, behind the bean vines, Barbe watched him go. The instant he was out of sight, she darted from the door, sped swiftly over the rough pasture lot, and disappeared among the twilights of the trail, where the afternoon shadows were already darkening the purple. She ran with the endurance of health and practice and the clean breathing outdoor life. But presently her breath began to fail, her heart to thump madly against her slim sides. Then, around the bend of the trail came John, returning earlier than his wont. With an exclamation of glad surprise, he sprang forward to meet her. Still more was his surprise when she caught him by the shoulders with both hands and leaned, gasping and sobbing, against his breast. After one fierce clasp, he held her lightly and tenderly like a child, and anxiously scanned her face.
What is it, Barb? Beloved, what is the matter?
He questioned eagerly.
The ship,
She panted.
must go. You must go tomorrow night. Why? But it is impossible.
He protested, bewildered.
Mitch won't be here till the day after, and one man can't launch her and can't sail her all by himself. I tell you, it must be done.
She cried imperiously.
You must! You must!
And then, in a few edged words, she explains the situation.
If you can't, all is lost,
She concluded.
for they will discover you and seize the ship the day after tomorrow. John, I would never believe that you had any such word as can't.
By this time, John's face was white, and his jaw was set.
Of course,
He said quietly.
it will be done somehow. I'm not beaten till I'm dead. But the chances are, sweet, that after I get the little ship launched, I'll run her aground somewhere down the river, and be caught next day like a rat in a barrel. It's ticklish navigating at best, down the river, and one man can't rightly manage even the foresail alone, and steer, in those eddies and twists in the channel.
But,
John,
she interrupted, and then paused, leaning close against him, and looking up at him with eyes that seemed to him to make a brightness in the dark.
but what, beautiful?
He questioned, leaning his face over her, and growing suddenly tremulous with a vague, wonderful expectancy.
I can help. Take me.
And she hid her eyes against his rough shirt sleeve. For one moment John stood tense, moveless, unable to apprehend this sudden realization of his dreams. Then he swung her light figure up into his arms, and covered her face and hair with kisses. With a little smile of content upon her lips, she suffered his madness for a while. Then she made him put her down.
There is no time now to make love to me,
She said,
we've so much to do and plan. You've never run away with a ship and a girl before, John, and we must make sure you know just how to go about it.
That night Barb snatched a few hours of sleep, being mindful of the witchery of her eyes. But John toiled all night long, driving his yoke of oxen to and fro between his cabin and his shipyard in the forest. And he was not weary. His heart was light as air and sang with every pulse. His strength and his star, he felt them equal to any crisis. On the following afternoon, when it wanted yet an hour of high tide, and the shadows of the maples were beginning to creep over the yellow chips, all was ready. Full of a wild gaiety and untiring as a boy, Barb had worked all day getting the sails bent, the stores on board, the last of block and tackle into place. Suddenly, from a post of vantage in the high-pointing bowsprit, she looked down the trail and clapped her brown hands with a shout of delight.
Mitch has come,
She cried, and Mitch Masson, striding into the open, threw down a big red bundle on the chips.
pretty nigh ready.
He inquired.
Why, what is the matter, Mongo?
John's face had fallen like his heart. There was no longer any necessity of Barb sharing his adventure, but he hurried forward and clasped his friend's hand.
We've got to get away tonight,
He stammered, struggling bravely to make his voice sound cheerful.
The English are coming over here tomorrow to find out what's going on, so it's time for us to be going off. Barb was to help me through with it.
Mitch held to John's hand and glanced questioningly from his troubled face to the girl's teasing one. But Barb had burned her bridges and saw no reason to be unmerciful.
I suppose I'll have to just be crew and cabin boy now, Mitch.
She pouted.
John was going to let me be first mate, and there wasn't going to be any crew.
A great joy broke over John's face, and Mitch removed his gray woolen cap with a sweeping bow. But before either could reply, there came from a little way up the trail the excited yapping as of a dog that has treed a partridge.
The three looked at each other, their eyes wide with apprehension. Then the report of a gun.
The Englishman!
Gasped Barb.
He has not waited. Quick, hide, one each side of the trail, and take him prisoner. Don't shoot him. He was kind to me.
John snatched up his musket, and the two men darted into the bush. By a rope from the bulwarks, Barb swung herself lightly to the ground. In haste, she crossed the chip-strewn open, and then, carelessly swinging her hat in her hand, and singing a fitful snatch of song, she sauntered up the trail to meet the intruder. The trail wound rapidly, so that before she had gone 20 paces, the ship was hid from her view. A few steps more, and the Englishman came in sight, swinging forward alertly, a fluff of brown feathers dangling from his right hand. He was face to face with Barb, and the delighted astonishment that came into his eyes was dashed with a faint chill of suspicion.
How fate favors me, mademoiselle!
He exclaimed, doffing his cap.
Gad, you are a brave girl to wander so far into the woods alone.
No, monsieur. Fate does not favor you,
retorted Barb with a sort of intimate petulance, holding out her brown fingers.
You had no business coming today when you said you were not coming till tomorrow. Now you are going to find out a secret of mine which I didn't want anyone to find out.
But you are not angry at seeing me,
he protested.
No,
she answered, her head upon one side in doubt, while she bewildered him with her eyes.
But I'm sorry in a way. Well, come and I'll show you. Forgive me for lying to you yesterday about this road.
And she turned to accompany him, walking very close to his side, so that her slim shoulder touched his arm and blurred his sagacity. The next instant came the sharp order.
Halt! Don't stir, or you're dead.
The Englishman found himself facing two leveled muskets. At the same moment, his own weapon went flying into the underbrush, twitched from his hold by a dexterous catch of Barb's fingers. He stood still and very straight, his arms at his side, eyeing his assailants steadily. His first impulse was to dart upon them with his naked hands, but he saw the well-knit form of John, almost his own height, the lean, set face, a certain exultation in the eyes which he read aright, and he saw the shrewd, dark, confident look of Mitch, the experienced master of situations. The red mounted slowly to his face, and he turned upon Barb a look wherein reproach at once gave way to scorn, and the kind of shame. Barb herself flushed under that look.
You wrong me, monsieur,
she cried impetuously.
I did it to save you. You are a brave man, and would have tried to fight, and they would have killed you.
He bowed stiffly and turned to the men.
What do you want of me? Your parole,
said John.
Give us your word that you will come with us quietly, making no resistance and no effort to escape.
The Englishman shut his lips doggedly.
Then you must be bound,
said Mitch with curt decision.
We have no time to waste.
Let me bind you, monsieur,
said Barb, taking his wrists gently and putting them behind his back.
It is no dishonor to be captive to a woman.
With a silk scarf from her waist and a feminine cunning in knots, she quickly tied his hands together so that he felt himself quite hopeless of escape. Then, in a cold wrath, he was led forward, with no constraint but Barb's touch upon his arm. The ship, high on her stalks, came into view, and he understood. Seating himself upon a log, with his back against a tree, Mitch passed a rope about his waist and made it fast to the trunk. There he sat and chewed his indignation, while his captors went in haste about their work. But presently he grew interested. He saw the blocks knocked out from under the little ship's sides, so that she came down upon the greased ways and slid smoothly into the flood. He saw her chucked gradually by a rope turned once around the tree trunk, so that she was kept from running aground on the opposite side of the basin. He saw a small boat dragged down from the bushes to the edge of the tide, and oars put into it. By this time he had revolved many aspects of the case in his mind. Then came to him Barb and John.
Monsieur,
said John,
I regret to have inconvenienced you in this way, but you would have without mercy wrecked all my hopes. I have put all my means into this little ship, built with my own hands. My heart is set on removing from the land of Acadie to live once more under my own flag of France. But I do not wish to take you prisoner to Louisbourg, or to put you to any further annoyance. To Mademoiselle Dieudonne you showed yourself yesterday a most kind and courteous gentleman. All Acadie knows you are brave. Give me your word that you will in no way seek to stop or hinder our departure, and let me set you free." "Give your parole, monsieur,"
begged Barbe.
"or you will have to devote yourself to entertaining me all the way to Louisbourg."
The Englishman's face brightened.
"Almost you make me wish to go to Louisbourg, mademoiselle. With the duty you apportion me, I should be much happier, I assure you, than here in Annapolis trying to govern your good fellow countrymen. But I will give my parole. I promise you, sir,"
And he turned his face to John,
"that I will not in any way interfere with the departure of you and your ship from Acadie." "Thank you,"
said John, and he undid the rope and the scarf. The Englishman arose, walked down to the waterside with Barbe, and with elaborate courtesy helped her into the boat. He bent his lips over her hand as he said good-bye. Turning upon him then a laughing face of farewell, Barbe cried,
"Never, never will I pardon you, monsieur, for consenting to give your parole." "Mademoiselle,"
he answered,
"I am your prisoner still, and always."
End of section 23.
International Short Stories, Volume 1. American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1. American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 24. Part 1. Those Old Loons, or Which is the Madman, by W. Gilmore Simms. I am but mad north-northwest, when the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. Hamlet. Chapter 1. We had spent a merry night of it. Our stars had paled their not ineffectual fires only in the daylight, and while Dan Phoebus was yet rising, choking on the misty mountain tops, I was busy in adjusting my foot in the stirrup, and mounting my good steed Priam to find my way by the close cut and through narrow Indian trails to my lodgings in the little town of C, on the very borders of Mississippi. There were a dozen of us, all merry larks, half mad with wine and laughter, and the ride of 7 miles proved a short one. In less than 2 hours I was snugly snoozing in my own sheets and dreaming of the twin daughters of old Hansford Owens. Well might one dream of such precious damsels. Verily, they seemed all of a sudden to have become part of my existence. They filled my thoughts, excited my imagination, and, if it be not an impertinence to say anything of the heart of a roving lad of 18, then were they at the very bottom of mine. Both of them, let me say, for they were twins, and were endowed with equal rights by nature. I was not yet prepared to say what was the difference, if any, between their claims. One was fair, the other brown; one pensive, the other merry as the cricket of Venus. Susanna was meek as became an elder's daughter; Emmeline so mischievous that she might well have worried the meekest of the saints in the calendar from his propriety and position. I confess, though I thought constantly of Susanna, I always looked after Emmeline the first. She was the brunette, one of your flashing, sparkling, effervescing beauties, perpetually running over with exultation, brimful of passionate fancies that tripped on tiptoe, half winged, through her thoughts. She was a creature to make your blood bound in your bosom, to take you entirely off your feet, and fancy, for the moment, that your heels are quite as much entitled to dominion as your head. Lovely, too, brilliant, if not absolutely perfect in features, she kept you always in a sort of sunlight. She sang well, talked well, danced well, was always in air, seemed never herself to lack repose, and, it must be confessed, seldom suffered it to anybody else. Her dancing was the crowning grace and glory. She was no Taglioni, not an Elsla. I do not pretend that, but she was a born artiste. Every motion was a study, every look was life. Her form subsided into the sweetest luxuriance in attitude, and rose into motion with some such exquisite buoyancy as would become Venus issuing from the foam. Her very affectation was so naturally worn that you at length looked for them as essential to her charm. I confess, but no, why should I do anything so foolish? Susanna was a very different creature. She was a fair girl, rather pale, perhaps, when her features were in repose. She had rich, soft, flaxen hair and dark blue eyes. She looked rather than spoke. Her words were few, her glances many. She was not necessarily silent in silence. On the contrary, her very silence had frequently a significance, taken with the looks, that needed no help from speech. She seemed to look through you at a glance, yet there was a liquid sweetness in her gaze that disarmed it of all annoyance. If Emmeline was the glory of the sunlight, Susanna was the sovereign of the shade. If the song of the one filled you with exultation, that of the other awakened all your tenderness. If Emmeline was the creature for the dance, Susanna was the wooing, beguiling Egeria, who could snatch you from yourself in the moments of respite and repose. For my part, I felt that I could spend all my mornings with the former, and all my evenings with the latter. Susanna with her large, blue, tearful eyes, and few, murmuring and always gentle accents, shone out upon me at nightfall as that last star that watches in the vault of night for the coming of the sapphire dawn. So much for the damsels, and all these fancies, not to say feelings, were the fruit of but 3 short days' acquaintance with their objects. But these were days when thoughts travel merrily and fast, when all that concerns the fancies and the affections are caught up in a moment, as if the mind were nothing but a congeries of instincts, and the sensibilities, with 1,000 delicate antennae, were ever on the grasp for prey. Squire Owens was a planter of tolerable condition. He was a widower with these 2 lovely and lovable daughters, no more. But, bless you, mine was no calculating heart, very far from it. Neither the wealth of the father nor the beauty of the girls had yet prompted me to think of marriage. Life was pleasant enough as it was. Why burden it? Let well enough alone, say I. I had no wish to be happier. A wife never entered my thoughts. What might have come of being often with such damsels, there's no telling. But just then it was quite enough to dance with Emmeline and muse with Susanna and vive la baguette. I need say nothing more of my dreams, since the reader sufficiently knows the subject. I slept late that day, and only rose in time for dinner, which, in that almost primitive region, took place at 12 o'clock M. I had no appetite. A herring and soda water might have sufficed, but these were matters foreign to the manner. I endured the day and headache together as well as I could, slept soundly that night, with now the most ravishing fancies of Emmeline, and now the pleasant dreams of Susanna, one or other of whom still usurped the place of a bright particular star in my most capacious fancy. Truth is, in those heyday days my innocent heart never saw any terrors in polygamy. I rose a new man, refreshed, and very eager for a start. I barely swallowed my breakfast when Priam was at the door. While I was about to mount, with thoughts filled with the meek beauties of Susanna, I was arrested by the approach of no less a person than Ephraim Strong, the village blacksmith. "You're going to ride, I see." "Yes, to Squire Owens," I reckon. "Right. Well, keep a sharp look out on the road, for there's news come down that the famous Archie Duggan has broke Hamilton jail." "And who's Archie Duggan?" "What? Don't know Archie? Why, he's the madman that's been shut up there. It's now going on for 2 years." "Ah, madman, eh?" "Yes, and a mighty savagerous one at that. He's the cunningest white man going. Talks like a book, and knows how to get out of a scrape. He's just as sensible as any man for a time, but sudden he takes a start, like a shine horse, and before you knows where you are, his ears are in your jaw. Once he blazes out, it's knife or gun, hatchet or hickory, anything he can lay hands on. He's killed 2 men already, and cut another's throat almost to killing. He's an ugly chap to meet on the road, so look out right and left." "What sort of man is he?" "In looks? Yes. Well, I reckon he's about your heft. He's young and tallish, with a fair skin, brown hair, and a mighty quick, keen blue eye that never looks steadily nowhere. Look sharp for him. The sheriff, with his 'Suppose you come and take us,' is out after him, but he's mighty cute to dodge, and had the start some 12 hours afore they missed him." Chapter 2. The information thus received did not disquiet me. After the momentary reflection that it might be awkward to meet a madman out of bounds upon the highway, I quickly dismissed the matter from my mind. I had no room for any but pleasant meditation. The fair Susanna was now uppermost in my dreaming fancies, and, reversing the grasp upon my whip, the ivory handle of which, lined with an ounce or two of lead, seemed to me a sufficiently effective weapon for the worst of dangers, I bade my friendly blacksmith farewell and dashed forward upon the high road. A smart canter soon took me out of the settlement, and, once in the woods, I recommended myself, with all the happy facility of youth, to its most pleasant and beguiling imaginings. I suppose I had ridden a mile or more. The story of the bedlamite was gone utterly from my thought, when a sudden turn in a road showed me a person, also mounted, and coming towards me at an easy trot, some 25 or 30 yards distant. There was nothing remarkable in his appearance. He was a plain farmer or woodman, clothed in ample homespun, and riding a short, heavy chunk of an animal that had just been taken from the plough. The rider was a spare, long-legged person, probably 30 years old thereabouts. He looked innocent enough, wearing that simple, open-mouthed sort of countenance, the owner of which, we assume, at a glance, will never set any neighboring stream on fire. He belonged evidently to a class as humble as he was simple, but I had been brought up in a school which taught me that the claims of poverty were quite as urgent upon courtesy as those of wealth. Accordingly, as we neared each other, I prepared to bestow upon him the usual civil recognition on the highway. What is it Scott says? I'm not sure that I quote him rightly. When men in distant forests may meet, they pass not as in peaceful streets. And, with the best of good humour, I rounded my lips into a smile, and got ready my salutation. To account somewhat for its effect when uttered, I must premise that my own personal appearance at this time was rather wild and impressive. My face was full of laughter, and my manners of buoyancy. My hair was very long, and fell in masses upon my shoulder, unrestrained by the cap which I habitually wore, and which, as I was riding under heavy shade trees, was grasped in my hand along with my riding whip. As the stranger drew nigh, the arm was extended, cap and whip lifted in air, and with free, generous lungs I shouted, "Good morning, my friend. How wags the world with you to-day?" The effect of this address was prodigious. The fellow gave no answer, not a word, not a syllable, not the slightest nod of the head, mais tout au contraire. But for the dilating of his amazed pupils, and the dropping of the lower jaw, his features might have been chiselled out of stone. They wore an expression amounting to consternation, and I could see that he caught up his bridle with increased alertness, bent himself to the saddle, half drew up his horse, and then, as if suddenly resolved, edged him off, as closely as the woods would allow, to the opposite side of the road. The undergrowth was too thick to allow of his going into the wood at the spot where we encountered, or he certainly would have done so. Somewhat surprised at this, I said something, I cannot now recollect what, the effect of which was even more impressive upon him than my former speech. The heads of our horses were now nearly parallel. The road was an ordinary wagon track, say 12 feet wide. I could have brushed him with my cap as we passed, and, waving it still aloft, he seemed to fancy that such was my intention, for, inclining his whole body on the off side of his nag, as the Comanche does when his aim is to send an arrow at his enemy beneath his neck, his heels thrown back, though spurless, were made to belabor with the most surprising rapidity the flanks of his drowsy animal. And, not without some effect, the creature dashed first into a trot, then into a canter, and finally into a gallop, which, as I was bound one way and he the other, soon threw a considerable space between us. "The fellow's mad," was my reflection and speech, as, whirling my horse half about, I could see him looking backward, and driving his heels still into the sides of his reluctant hack. The next moment gave me a solution of the matter. The simple countryman had heard of the Bedlamite from Hamilton jail. My bare head, the long hair flying in the wind, my buoyancy of manner, and the hearty and perhaps novel form of salutation with which I addressed him, had satisfied him that I was the person. As the thought struck me, I resolved to play the game out, and, with the restless love of levity which has been too frequently my error, I put the whip over my horse's neck, and sent him forward in pursuit. My nag was a fine one, and very soon the space was lessened between me and the chase. As he heard the footfalls behind, the frightened fugitive redoubled his exertions. He laid himself to it, his heels paddling in the sides of his donkey with redoubled industry. And thus I kept him for a good mile, until the first houses of the settlement grew visible in the distance. I then once more turned upon the path to the Owens, laughing merrily at the rare chase, and the undisguised consternation of the countryman. The story afforded ample merriment to my fair friends, Emmeline and Susanna. It was so ridiculous that one of my appearance should be taken for a madman. The silly fellow deserves the scare. On these points we were all perfectly agreed. That night we spent charmingly. The company did not separate till near 1 o'clock. We had fun and fiddles. I danced by turns with the twins, and more than once with Miss Quadley, a very pretty girl, who was present. Squire Owens was in the best of humours, and noways loath I was made to stay all night. Chapter 3. A new day of delight dawned upon us with the next. Our breakfast made a happy family picture, which I began to think it would be cruel to interrupt. So snugly did I sit beside Emmeline, and so sweetly did Susanna minister at the coffee urn, and so patriarchally did the old man look around upon the circle, that my meditations were all in favour of certain measures for perpetuating the scene. The chief difficulty seemed to be in the way of a choice between the sisters. How happy could I be with either, were the other dear charmer away? I turned now from one to the other, only to become more bewildered. The lively glance and playful remark of Emmeline, her lovely, smiling visage, and buoyant, unpremeditative air, were triumphant always, while I beheld them. But the pensive, earnest look of Susanna, the mellow cadences of her tones, seemed always to sink into my soul, and were certainly remembered longest. Present, Emmeline was irresistible. Absent, I thought chiefly of Susanna. Breakfast was fairly over before I came to a decision. We adjourned to the parlour, and there, with Emmeline at the piano, and Susanna with her Coleridge in hand, a favourite poet, I was quite as much distracted as before. The bravura of the one swept me over completely off my feet, and when I pleaded with the other to read me the touching poem of Genevieve, her low, subdued, and exquisitively modulated utterance, so touching, so true to the plaintive and seductive sentiment, so harmonious even when broken, so thrilling even when most checked and hushed, was quite as little to be withstood. Like the ass betwixt two bundles of hay, my eyes wandered from one to the other, uncertain where to fix, and thus passed the 2 first hours after breakfast. The third brought an acquisition to our party. We heard the trampling of horses' feet in the court below, and all hurried to the windows to see the newcomer. We had but a glimpse of him, a tall, good-looking personage, about 30 years of age, with great whiskers and a huge military cloak. Squire Owens met him in the reception room, and they remained some half hour or 3/4 together. It was evidently a business visit. The girls were all agog to know what it was about, and I was mortified to think that Emmeline was now far less eager to interest me than before. She now turned listlessly over the pages of a music book, or strummed upon the keys of her piano, with the air of one whose thoughts were elsewhere. Susanna did not seem so much disturbed. She still continued to draw my attention to the more pleasing passages of the poet. But I could see, or I fancied, that even she was somewhat curious as to the coming of the stranger. Her eyes turned occasionally to the parlour door at the slightest approaching sound, and she sometimes looked in my face with a vacant eye when I was making some of my most favourable points of conversation. At length there was a stir within, a buzz, and the scraping of feet. The door was thrown open, and, ushered by the father, the stranger made his appearance. His air was rather distingué. His person was well made, tall, and symmetrical. His face was martial and expressive. His complexion was of a rich dark brown. His eye was grey, large, and restless, his hair thin and dishevelled. His carriage, was very erect. His coat, which was rather seedy, was close buttoned to his chin. His movements were quick and impetuous, and seemed to obey the slightest sound, whether of his own or of the voices of others. He approached the company with the manner of an old acquaintance, certainly with that of a man who had always been conversant with the best society. His ease was unobtrusive, a polite deference invariably distinguishing his deportment whenever he had occasion to address the ladies. Still, he spoke as one having authority. There was a lordly something in his tones, an emphatic assurance in his gesture, that seemed to settle every question, and after a little while I found that, hereafter, if I played on any fiddle at all, in that presence, it was certainly not to be the first. Emmeline and Susanna had ears for me no longer. There was a something of impatience in the manner of the former whenever I spoke, as if I had only interrupted much pleasanter sounds, and even Susanna, the meek Susanna, put down her coleridge upon a stool, and seemed all attention only for the imposing stranger. The effect upon the old man was scarcely less agreeable. Colonel Nelson, so was the stranger called, had come to see about the purchase of his Upper Mill House tract, a body of land containing some 4,000 acres, the sale of which was absolutely necessary to relieve him from certain encumbrances. From the conversation which he had already had with his visitor, it appeared that the preliminaries would be of easy adjustment, and Squire Owens was in the best of all possible humours. It was nothing but Colonel Nelson, Colonel Nelson. The girls did not seem to need this influence, though they evidently perceived it, and in the course of this first half hour after his introduction, I felt myself rapidly becoming de trop. The stranger spoke in passionate bursts, at first in low tones, with halting, hesitating manner, then, as if the idea were fairly grasped, he dilated into a torrent of utterance, his voice rising with his thought, until he started from his chair and confronted the listener. I cannot deny that there was a richness in his language, a warmth and color in his thought, which fascinated while it startled me. It was only when he had fairly ended that one began to ask what had been the provocation to so much warmth, and whether the thought to which we had listened was legitimately the growth of previous suggestions. But I was in no mood to listen to the stranger or to analyze what he said. I found my situation quite too mortifying, a mortification which wasn't lessened when I perceived that neither of the two damsels said a word against my proposed departure. Had they shown but the slightest solicitude, I might have been reconciled to my temporary obscuration. But no, they suffered me to rise and declare my purpose, and made no sign. A cold courtesy from them, and a stately and polite bow from Colonel Nelson, acknowledged my parting salutation, and Squire Owens attended me to the threshold, and lingered with me till my horse was got in readiness. As I dashed through the gateway, I could hear the rich voice of Emmeline swelling exultingly over the tones of her piano, and my fancy presented me with the images of Colonel Nelson hanging over her on one hand, while the meek Susanna on the other was casting those oblique glances upon him which had so frequently been addressed to me. Ah, pestilent jades! I exclaimed in the bitterness of a boyish heart. This, then, is the love of woman. End of part 1. International Short Stories, Volume 1. American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 25. These Old Loons, or Witches and Madmen, by W. Gilmore Simms. Part 2. Chapter 1. Chewing such bitter cud as this, I had probably ridden a good mile, when suddenly I heard the sound of human voices, and, looking up, discovered 3 men, mounted, and just in front of me. They had hauled up, and were seemingly awaiting my approach. A buzzing conversation was going on between them. "That's he," said one. "Sure?" was the question of another. A whistle at my very side caused me to turn my head, and, as I did so, my horse was caught by the bridle, and I received a severe blow from a club above my ears, which brought me down, almost unconscious, upon the ground. In an instant 2 stout fellows were upon me, and busy in the praiseworthy toil of roping me, hands and feet, where I lay. Hurt, stung, and utterly confounded by the surprise, I was not prepared to suffer this indignity with patience. I made manful struggle, and for a moment succeeded in shaking off both assailants. But another blow, taking effect upon my temples, and dealt with no moderate appliance of hickory, left me insensible. When I recovered consciousness, I found myself in a cart, my hands tied behind me, my head bandaged with a red cotton handkerchief, and my breast and arms covered with blood. A stout fellow rode beside me in the cart, while another drove, and on each side of the vehicle trotted a man, well armed with a double-barreled gun. "What does all this mean?" I demanded. "Why am I here? Why the assault? What do you mean to do with me?" "Don't be obstropolous," said one of the men. "We don't mean to hurt you, only put you safe. We had to tap you on the head a little, for your own good." "Indeed," I exclaimed, the feeling of that unhappy tapping upon the head making me only the sorer at every moment. "But will you tell me what this is for, and in what respect did my good require that my head should be broken?" "It might have been worse for you, where you was unbeknown," replied the spokesman. "But we knowed your situation, and solved you off easily. Be quiet now, and—" "What do you mean? What is my situation?" "Well, I reckon we know. Only you be quiet, or we'll have to give you the skin." And he led aloft a huge wagon whip as he spoke. I had sufficient proof already of the unscrupulousness with which my companions acted, not to be very chary of giving them farther provocation, and, in silent misgiving, I turned my head to the opposite side of the vehicle. The first glance in this quarter revealed to me the true history of my disaster, and furnished an ample solution of the whole mystery. Who should I behold but the very fellow whom I had chased into town the day before? The truth was now apparent. I had been captured as the stray bedlamite from Hamilton jail. It was because of this that I had been tapped on the head, only for my own good. As the conjecture flashed upon me, I could not avoid laughter, particularly as I beheld the still doubtful and apprehensive visage of the man beside me. My laughter had a very annoying effect upon all parties. It was a more fearful sign than my anger might have been. The fellow whom I had scared, edged a little farther from the cart, and the man who had played spokesman, and upon whom the whole business seemed to have devolved, now shook his whip again. "None of that, my lad," said he, "or I'll have to bruise you again. Don't be obstropolous." "You've taken me for a madman, have you?" said I. "Well, I reckon you ought to know what you are. There's no disputing it." "And this silly fellow has made you believe it." "Reckon." "You've made a great mistake." "Don't think it." "But you have. Only take me to sea, and I'll prove it by General Cock himself, or Squire Humphreys, or anybody in the town." "No, no, my friend, that Cock won't fight. We ain't misdoubting at all. But you are the right man. You answer all the description, and Jake Sturgis here has made his affidavit that you chased him, neck and neck, as mad as any blind puppy in a dry September, for an hour by sun yesterday. We don't want no more proof." "And where do you mean to carry me?" I inquired, with all the coolness I was master of. "Well, we'll put you up in a pen we've got a small piece from here, and when the sheriff comes, he'll take you back to your old quarters at Hamilton jail, where I reckon they'll fix you a little tighter than they had you before. We've sent after the sheriff, and he's s'pose you come and take us, and I reckon they'll be here about sundown." Chapter 5. Here was a situation indeed. Burning with indignation, I was yet sufficiently master of myself to see that any ebullition of rage on my part would only confirm the impression which they had received of my insanity. I said little, therefore, and that little was confined to an attempt to explain the chase of yesterday, which Jake Sturgis had made the subject of such a mischievous affidavit. But as I could not do this without laughter, I incurred the danger of the whip. My laugh was ominous. Jack edged off once more to the roadside. The man beside me got his bludgeon in readiness, and the potent wagon whip of the leader of the party was uplifted in threatening significance. Laughter was clearly out of the question, and it naturally ceased on my part as I got in sight of the pen in which I was to be kept secure. This structure is one well known to the less civilized regions of the country. It is a common place of safe keeping in the absence of jail and proper officers. It is called technically a bull pen, and consists of huge logs roughly put together, crossing at right angles, forming a hollow square. The logs too massy to be removed, and the structure too high to be climbed, particularly if the prisoner should happen to be, like myself, fairly tied up hand and foot together. I relucted terribly at being put into this place. I pleaded urgently, struggled fiercely, and was thrust in neck and heels without remorse. And in sheer hopelessness and vexation, I lay with my face prone to the earth, and, half buried among the leaves, weeping, I shame to confess it, the bitter tears of impotence and mortification. Meantime, the news of my capture went through the country. Not my capture, mark me, but that of the famous madman Archy Dorgan, who had broke Hamilton jail. This was an event, and visitors began to collect. My captors, who kept watch on the outside of my den, had their hands full in answering questions. Man, woman, and child, squire and ploughboy, and finally dams and damsels, accumulated around me, and such a throng of eyes as pierced the crevices of my log dungeon to see the strange monster by whom they were threatened, now disarmed of his terrors, were, to use the language of one of my keepers, a power to calculate. This was not the smallest part of my annoyance. The logs were sufficiently far apart to suffer me to see and to be seen, and I crouched closer to my rushes, and buried my face more thoroughly than ever, if possible, to screen my dishonored visage from their curious scrutiny. This conduct mightily offended some of the visitors. "I can't see his face," said one. "Stir him with a long pole," and I was greatly in danger of being treated as a surly bear refusing to dance for his keeper. Since one of mine seemed very much disposed to gratify the spectator, and had actually begun sharpening the end of a 10-foot hickory for the purpose of pricking me into more sociableness, he was prevented from carrying his generous design into effect by the suggestion of one of his companions. "Better don't, Bosh. If ever he should get out again, he'd put his ear-mark upon you." "Reckon you're right," was the reply of the other, as he led his rod out of sight. Meanwhile the people came and went, each departing visitor sending others. A couple of hours might have elapsed, leaving me in this humiliating situation, chained to the stake, the beast of a bear garden, with 50 greedy and still dissatisfied eyes upon me. Of these, fully 1/4 were of the tender gender. Some pitied me, some laughed, and all congratulated themselves that I was safely led by the heels, incapable of further mischief. It was not the most agreeable part of their remarks to find that they all universally agreed that I was a most frightful looking object. Whether they saw my face or not, they all discovered that I glared frightfully upon them, and I heard one or two of them ask in undertones, "Did you see his teeth? How sharp!" I gnashed them with a vengeance all the while, you may be sure. Chapter 6. The last and worst humiliation was yet to come. That which put me for a long season out of humour with all human and woman nature. Conscious of an unusual degree of bustle without, I was suddenly startled by sounds of a voice that had been once pleasantly familiar. It was that of a female, a clear, soft, transparent sound, which, till this moment, had never been associated in my thoughts with anything but the most perfect of all mortal melodies. It was now jangled harsh like sweet bells out of tune. The voice was that of Emmeline. "Good heavens!" I exclaimed to myself, "can she be here?" In another instant I heard that of Susanna, the meek Susanna. She too was among the curious to examine the feature of the bedlamite, Archy Dargan. "Dear me," said Emmeline, "is he in that place?" "What a horrid place!" said Susanna. "It's the very place for such a horrid creature," responded Emmeline. "Can he get out, papa?" said Susanna. "Isn't a mad person very strong?" "Oh, don't frighten a body, Susanna, before you have had a peep," cried Emmeline. "I declare I'm afraid to look. Do, Colonel Nelson, peep first, and see if there's no danger." And there was the confounded Colonel Nelson, addressing his eyes to my person, and assuring his fair companion, my Emmeline, my Susanna, that there was no sort of danger, that I was evidently in one of my fits of apathy. The paroxysm is off for the moment, ladies, and even if he were violent, it is impossible that he should break through the pen. He seems quite harmless. You may look with safety. "Yes, he's mighty quiet now, miss," said one of my keepers encouragingly, "but it's all owing to the close sight of my whip. He was again to be obstropolous more than once when I shook it over him. He's usen to it, I reckon. You can always tell when the roaring fit is coming on, for he breaks out in such a dreadful sort of laughing. "Aha! He laughs, does he? Ha ha!" Such was the somewhat wild interruption offered by Colonel Nelson himself. If my laugh produced such an effect upon my keeper, his had a very disquieting effect upon me. But the instinctive conviction that Emmeline and Susanna were now gazing upon me prompted me with a sort of fascination to lift my head and look for them. I saw their eyes quite distinctly, bright treacheries. I could distinguish between them, and there were those of Colonel Nelson beside them, the three persons evidently in close propinquity. "What a dreadful looking creature!" said Susanna. "Dreadful?" said Emmeline. "I see nothing so dreadful in him. He seems tame enough. I'm sure, if that's a madman, I don't see why people should be afraid of them." "Poor man, how bloody he is!" said Susanna. "We had to tap him, miss, a little upon the head to bring him quiet. He's tame and innocent now, but you should see him when he's going to break out. Only just hear him when he laughs." I could not resist the temptation. The last remark of my keeper fell on my ears like a suggestion, and, suddenly shooting up my head, and glaring fiercely at the spectators, I gave them a yell of laughter as terrible as I could possibly make it. "Ah!" was the shriek of Susanna, and she dashed back from the logs. Before the sounds had well ceased, they were echoed from without, and in a more fearful and natural style from the practised lungs of Colonel Nelson. His yells, following mine, were enough to startle even me. "What!" he cried, thrusting his fingers through the crevice. "You would come out, would you? You would try your strength with mine. Let him out, let him out. I'm ready for him, breast to breast, man against man, tooth and nail, forever and forever. You can laugh too, but ah! What do you say to that? Shut up, and be ashamed of yourself. Ah!" There was a sensation without. I could see that Emmeline recoiled from the side of her companion. He had thrown himself into an attitude, had grappled the logs of my dungeon, and exhibited a degree of strange emotion which, to say the least, took everybody by surprise. My chief custodian was the first to speak. "Don't be scared, mister. There's no danger. He can't get out." "But I say let him out. Let him out. Look at him, ladies. Look at him. You shall see what a madman is. You shall see how I can manage him. Hark ye, fellow, out with him at once. Give me your whip. I know all about this treatment. You shall see me work him. I'll manage him. I'll fight with him, and laugh with him too. How we shall laugh, ha ha ha!" His horrible laughter, for it was horrible, was cut short by an unexpected incident. He was knocked down as suddenly as I had been, with a blow from behind, to the astonishment of all around. The assailant was the sheriff of Hamilton jail, who had just arrived and detected the fugitive Archy Dargan, the most cunning of all bedlamites, as he afterwards assured me, in the person of the handsome Colonel Nelson. "I knew the scamp by his laugh. I heard it half a mile," said the sheriff, as he planted himself upon the bosom of the prostrate man, and proceeded to leash him in proper order. Here was a concatenation, accordingly. "Who have I got in the pen?" was the sapient inquiry of my captor, the fellow whose whip had been so potent over my imagination. "Who? Have you anybody there?" demanded the sheriff. "I reckon. We caught a chap that Jake made affidavit was the madman." "Let him out then, and beg the man's pardon. I'll answer for Archie Dargan. My appearance before the astonished damsels was gratifying to neither of us. I was covered with mud and blood, and they with confusion. "Oh, mister, how could we think it was you? Such a fright as they've made you!" Such was Emmeline's speech after her recovery. Susanna's was quite as characteristic. "I am so very sorry, mister." "Spare your regrets, ladies," I muttered ungraciously, as I leapt on my horse. "I wish you a very pleasant morning." "Ha, ha, ha!" yelled the bedlamite, writhing and bounding in his leash. "A very pleasant morning." The damsels took to their heels and went off in one direction quite as fast as I did in the other. Since that day, dear reader, I have never suffered myself to scare a fool, or to fall in love with a pair of twins, and if ever I marry, take my word for it, the happy woman shall neither be a Susanna or an Emmeline. End of section 25. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patton. Section 26. The Chiropodist by Bayard Taylor. R. Henry Bartlett was one of three gentlemen who rode from the railroad station to Moore's Hotel at Trenton Falls on the top of an omnibus, and who, having clambered down from that lofty perch under the inspection of 40 pair of eyes level at them from the balcony, hastened to inscribe their names in the book and secure the keys of their several chambers. To no one of the three, however, was this privacy so welcome as to Mr. Bartlett, who, entering his room with flushed face, nervously dismissed the servant, locked the door, and dropped into a chair with a pant of relief. Our business being entirely with him, we shall at once dismiss his two companions, whom, indeed, we have only introduced as accessories to the principal figure, and, taking our invisible seats in the opposite chair, proceed to a contemplation of his person. Age 4, perhaps 25, certainly not more. 8, 5 feet 9 inches, with well-developed breast and shoulders. Limbs whose firm, ample muscle betrays itself through the straight lines of his light summer costume, and hands and feet of agreeable shape. Complexion fair, with a skin of feminine fineness and transparency, whereon the inscrutable blood writes his emotion so palpably that he who runs may read. Eyes of a clear, earnest blue, but so shy of meeting a steady gaze that few know how beautiful they really are. Mouth full and sensitive, and of so rich and dewy a red that we cannot help wishing he were a woman, that we might be pardoned for kissing it. Forehead broad and rather low. Hair, but there we hesitate, for his enemies would certainly call it red. Indeed, in some lights it is red, but its prevailing tint is brown, with a bronze lustre on the curls. As he sits thus, unconscious of our observation, he is certainly handsome, in spite of a haunting air of timidity, which weakens the expression of features not weak in themselves. On further observation, we are inclined to believe that he has not achieved that easy poise of self-possession which, in men of becoming modesties, is the result of more or less social experience. He belongs, evidently, to that class of awkward, honest, warm-hearted, and sensitive natures whom all men like, and some women. Mr. Bartlett's reflections after his arrival were: "We have good reason to know after this fashion. When will I cease to be a fool? Why couldn't I stare back at all those people on the balcony as coolly as the two fellows who sat beside me? Why couldn't I get down without missing the step and grazing my shin on the wheel? Why should I walk into the house with my head down and a million of cold little needles pricking my back because men and women, and not sheep, were looking at me? I have at least an average body, as men go, an average intellect too, I think. Yet every day I see spindly, brainless squirts." Mr. Bartlett would not have used this epithet in conversation, but it certainly passed through his mind. "Put me to shame by their self-possession. The women think me a fool because I have not the courage to be natural and unembarrassed, and I carry the consciousness of the fact about me whenever I meet them. Come, come, this will never do. I am a man, and I ought to possess the ordinary resolution of a man. Now, here's a chance to turn over a new leaf. Nobody knows me. No one will notice me particularly, and whether I fail or succeed, the experiment will never be brought forward to my confusion hereafter." Full of a sudden courage, he sprang to his feet, and carefully adjusted his toilet for the tea table, whistling cheerfully all the while. At the sound of the gong he descended the staircase, and approached the dining room with head erect, meeting the gaze of the other guests with a steadiness which resembled defiance. He was surprised to find how mechanical and transitory were the glances he encountered. As Mr. Bartlett's friend, I should not like to assert that in his efforts to appear self-possessed he approached the bounds of effrontery. But I have my own private suspicions about the matter. At the table a lively conversation was carried on, and he was able to take many stealthy observations of the ladies without being noticed. To his shame, I must confess that he had never been so seriously in love, though it was a condition he most earnestly desired. Attracted toward women by the instinct of his nature, and repelled by his awkward embarrassment, there seemed little chance that he would ever attain it. On this particular occasion, however, he cast his eyes around with the air of a sultan scanning his slaves before throwing the handkerchief to the chosen one. The female guests, all young, married, single, ill-favored, or beautiful, were subjected to the review. It is impossible to describe Mr. Bartlett's satisfaction with himself. He had passed over 29 or 35 ladies present without experiencing any special emotion. But at the 30th he was suddenly attacked by a recurrence of his habitual timidity. He fixed his eyes upon his toast, painfully conscious, by the warmth of his ears, that he was blushing violently, and actually drank a third cup of tea, one more than his usual allowance, before he became sufficiently composed to look up again. Really there was no cause for confusion. Her face was turned away, so that even the profile was not wholly visible. But the exquisite line of the forehead and cheek, bent inward at the angle of the unseen eye, and melting into the sweep of the neck and shoulder, were the surest possible prophecies of beauty. Her chestnut hair, rippled at the temple, was gathered into a heavy, shining knot at the back of her head, and inwoven with the varnished, heart-shaped leaves of the smilax. More than this Mr. Bartlett did not dare to notice. During the evening he flitted restlessly about the rooms, intent on an object which he thus explained to himself: "I should like to see whether a front face corresponds to the outline of a cheek. I am alone. It is too late to visit the falls, and a whim of this sort will help me to pass the time." But the lady belonged, apparently, to a numerous party, who took possession of one end of the balcony, and sat in the moonlight in such a position that he could not see her features with distinctness. The face was a pure oval, in a framework of superb hair, and the glossy leaves of smilax glittered like silver in the moonlight whenever she chanced to turn her head. There were songs, and she sang, scenes that are brightest, or something of the kind, suggested by the influence of the night. Her voice was clear and sweet, without much strength, one of those voices which seem to be made for singing to one ear alone. "Here, by God's grace, is the one voice for me," thought Mr. Bartlett. He had just been reading the Idylls of the King. He slipped off to bed, saying to himself, "A little more courage, and I may be able to make her acquaintance." In the morning he set out to make the tour of the falls. Entering the glen from below, he slowly crept up the black shelves of rock, under and around the rush of the amber waters. The naiads of Trenton, waving their scarfs of rainbow brede, tossed their foam fringes in his face. Above, the dryads of the pine and beech looked down from their seats on the brink of the overhanging walls. Mr. Bartlett was neither a poet nor a painter, nor was it necessary, but his temperament, as you may know from his skin and the color of his hair, was joyous and excitable, and he felt a degree of delight that made him forget his own self. I fancy there are no embarrassing conventionalism at the bottom of the earth, wherever that may be, and the glen at Trenton is 200 feet on the way thither. Our friend enjoyed to the full his partial release, and was surprised to find that he could assist several married ladies to climb the slippery steps at the high pole without consciously blushing. How it came to pass he never could rightly tell, but certain it is that, on lifting his eyes after a long contemplation of the shifting slides of fretted amber, he found himself alone in the glen, with the exception of a young lady who sat on the rocks a few paces distant. At the first glance he thought it was a child, for the slight form was habited in a bloomer dress, and a broad hat shaded the graceful head. The white trousers were gathered around her ankles, and a pair of the prettiest feet he had ever seen dangled in the edge of the swift stream. She was idly plucking up tufts of grass from the crevices of the rock, and tossing them in the mouth of the cataract, and her face was partly turned toward him. It was the fair unknown of the evening before. There was no mistaking the lovely cheek and the rippled chestnut hair. Mr. Bartlett felt, as he afterward expressed himself, a warm, sweet shudder run through all his veins. Alone with that lovely creature, below the outside surface of the earth. Oh, if I could but speak to her! Her dress shows that she can lay aside the soulless forms of society in such a place as this. Why not I? There's Larking and Kirkland and lots of fellows I know wouldn't hesitate a moment. But what shall I say? The scenery is fine? Pshaw! But the first sentence is the only difficulty. The rest will come of itself. What if I address her boldly as an old acquaintance, and then apologize for my mistake? Upon my word, a good idea. So natural and possible. Having determined upon this plan, he immediately put it into action, before the resolve had time to cool. His step was firm, and his bearing was sufficiently confident as he approached her. But when she lifted her long lashes, disclosing a pair of large, limpid, hazel eyes, which regarded him unabashed with the transient curiosity one bestows upon a stranger, his face, I am sure, betrayed the humbug of the thing. The lady, however, not anticipating what followed, could scarcely have remarked it. Raising his hat as he reached the corner of the rock upon which she sat, he said, in a voice so curiously balanced between his enforced boldness and his reflected surprise thereat, that he hardly recognized it as his own, "How do you do, Miss Lawrence?" The lady looked at him wonderingly. Steady, childlike eyes, that frankly and innocently perused his face, as if seeking for some trace of a forgotten acquaintance. Mr. Bartlett could not withdraw his, although he knew that his face was getting redder and his respiration more unsteady every moment. He stammered forth, "Miss Lawrence of South Carolina, I believe." "You are mistaken, sir," said the lady, with the least shade of coldness in her voice, but it fell upon Mr. Bartlett like the wind from an iceberg. "I am not Miss Lawrence." Beg your pardon," he answered, somewhat confusedly. "You resemble I expected to meet her here. Will you please tell her I inquired for her? Here's my card." Therewith he thrust both hands into his vest pockets, extracted a card from one of them, and laid it hastily upon the rock beside her. "Bertha! Bertha!" rang through the glen above the roar of the waterfall. The remainder of the party, which the young lady had preceded, now came into view, descending toward her. "Good day, Miss Lawrence," said Mr. Bartlett, again lifting his hat and retracing his steps. For his life he could not have passed her and run the gauntlet of the faces of her friends upon the narrow path. Every soul of them would have instantly seen that what a fool he was. Moreover, he had achieved enough for one day. The soldier who storms a perilous breach and finds himself alive on the inside of it could not be more astonished than he. "I blundered awfully," he thought, "but, after all, is the one way to learn." "Who's your friend, Bertha?" asked her brother, Dick Morris, the avant-garde of the party. "I never saw the fellow before." "If you had not frightened him by your sudden appearance," said she, "you might have discovered. A Southerner, I suppose, though he don't look like one. He addressed me as Miss Lawrence of South Carolina, and afterwards left me with this card, to be given to her. What shall I do with it?" "Ah, the card will tell us who he is," said Dick, picking it up. He instantly burst into a roar of laughter. "Ah, this comes a wearing a bloomer, Bertha. Though I must say it's by no means complimentary to your little feet. Who'd suspect you of having corns?" "Dick, what do you mean?" "Ah, no doubt I came at the nick of time to prevent him from pulling off your shoes." "Dick!" Therewith she impatiently jerked the card from her brother's hand. It was large, thick, handsomely glazed, and contained the following inscription: "Professor Hurlbut, Chiropodist, to Her Majesty Queen Victoria and the nobility of Great Britain." "Incredible!" she exclaimed. "So young, and embarrassed in his manners. How could he ever have taken hold of the Queen's foot?" "Embarrassed indeed," said Dick. "I think he has a very cool way of procuring patience. But, faith, he's chosen a romantic operating room. After climbing down these rocks the corns naturally begins to twinge, and here's the professor on hand. Behold the march of civilization." Bertha did not fall into her brother's vein of badinage, as usual. She was vexed that the fresh, manly face and blue eyes into which she had looked belonged to a charlatan, and vexed at herself for being vexed thereat. It was not so easy, however, to dismiss Professor Hurlbut from her mind, for Dick had related the incident to the others of the party, with his own embellishments, and numberless were the jokes to which it gave rise throughout the day. Meantime, Mr. Bartlett, in happy ignorance of the worst blunder he had ever made, returned to the hotel. The day previous, at Utica, he had been annoyed by an itinerant extractor of corns, suppressor of bunions, and regulator of irregular nails, whose profit card he had put into his pocket in order to get rid of the man. It was this card which he had presented to Miss Morris as his own. On reaching the hotel he easily ascertained that a real name and place of residence, with the additional fact that the party were to leave for Saratoga on the morrow. It occurred to him also that Saratoga, in the height of the season, would be well worth a visit. In the evening he again happened to meet the lady on the stairs. He retreated into a corner of the landing to make room for her ample skirts, and, catching a glance of curious interest for her hazel eyes, ventured to say, "Good evening, Miss Loris," suddenly correcting her name in the middle. Bertha, in spite of the womanly dignity which she could very well summon to her aid, could not suppress a fragment of gay laughter, in which the supposed professor joined. A slight inclination of the lovely head acknowledged this salutation. The next morning Miss Bertha Morris left with her party for Saratoga, and, after allowing a day to intervene in order to avoid the appearance of design, Mr. Henry Bartlett followed. He did not admit to himself in the least that this movement was prompted by love, but he was aware of an intense desire to make her acquaintance. The earnestness which this desire infused into his nature gave him courage. The man within him was beginning to wake and stir, and the boyhood of character, prolonged beyond the usual date, was dropping rapidly into the irrecoverable conditions of the past. It chanced that they both took quarters in the same hotel, and great was Bertha's astonishment, on her first morning visit to the Congress Spring, to find Professor Hurlbut quietly quaffing his third glass. He looked so much like a gentleman, he was really so fresh and rosy, so genuinely masculine in comparison with the blasé youths she was accustomed to see, that, forgetting his occupation, she acknowledged his bow with a cordiality which provoked herself the moment afterward. Mr. Bartlett was so much encouraged by this recognition that he ventured to walk beside her on their return to the hotel. She, having in the impulsive frankness and forgetfulness of her nature returned his greeting, felt bound to suffer the temporary companionship, embarrassing though it was. Fortunately none of her friends were in sight, nor was it probable that they knew the chiropodist in any case. She would be rid of him at the hotel door, and would take good care to avoid him in the future. "How delightful it is here," said Mr. Bartlett, thinking more of his present position than of Saratoga in general. An inclination of the head was her only reply. "This is my first visit," he added, "and I cannot conceive of a summer society gayer or more inspiring." "I have no doubt you will find it a very favorable place for your business," said Bertha, maliciously recalling him to his occupation, as she thought. "Oh, I hope so!" exclaimed the innocent Bartlett, for was not his only business in Saratoga the endeavor to make her acquaintance, and was he not really in a fair way to be successful? Disgusting, thought Bertha, as she suddenly turned and sprang up the steps in front of the ladies' drawing room. He thinks of nothing but his horrid corn plaster, or whatever it is. I really believe he suspects that I need his services. That such a man should be so brazen a charlatan, it is monstrous. Such thoughts were not an auspicious commencement for the day, and Bertha's friends remarked that she was not in her sunniest mood. She was very careful, however, not to speak of her meeting with the chiropodist. There would have been no end to her brother's banter. She was also vexed that she could not forget his honest blue eyes and the full, splendid curves of his mouth. Indignation, she supposed, was a predominant emotion, but in reality there was a strong underfeeling of admiration, had she been aware of it. After dinner, Mr. Bartlett, occupying the post of observation at his window, room number 1346, seventh story, saw the Morris party, Bertha among them, enter a carriage and drive away in the direction of the lake. Half an hour later, properly attired, he mounted a handsome roan at the door of a livery stable and set off in the same direction. He was an accomplished rider, his legs being somewhat shorter than was required by due proportion, owing to which circumstance he appeared taller on horseback than afoot. Like all horsemen, he was thoroughly self-possessed when in the saddle, and could he but have ridden into drawing rooms and dining rooms, would have felt no trace of his customary timidity. Bertha noticed his figure afar off, approaching the carriage on a rapid trot, but made no remark. Dick, who had a quick eye for good points, both in man and beast, exclaimed, "By Jove! There's a fine pair of them. Look at the action of that roan. See how the fellow rises at the right moment without leaving his saddle. No jumping or bumping there." Mr. Bartlett came on at a staving pace, lifting his hat to the ladies with perfect grace as he passed. He would have blushed could he have felt a single ripple of the wave of admiration which flowed after him. Bertha alone was silent, more than ever provoked and disgusted that such a gallant outward embodiment of manhood should be connected with such disagreeable associations. Had he been anything but a chiropodist, a singular feeling of shame, for his sake, prevented her from betraying his personality to her friends, and it came to pass that they innocently defended the very charlatan whom they had so ridiculed in the glen at Trenton from her half disparaging observations. After all, she thought, the man may be honest in his profession, which she may look upon as simply that of a physician. A pain in the toe is probably as troublesome as a pain in the head, and why should not one be cured as well as the other? A dentist, I am sure, is a very respectable person, and for my part I would as soon operate on a corny toe as a carious tooth. I would not have you suppose, ladies, that Miss Morris made use of such horrid expressions in her conversation. I am only putting her thoughts into my own words. Still, the conclusion to which she invariably arrived was, I wish he were anything else. That evening there was a hop at the hotel. The Morrises were enthusiastic dancers, even the widow, Bertha's mother, not disdaining a quadrille. Mr. Bartlett, in an elegant evening dress, his eyes sparkling with new light, was there also. In the course of the day he had encountered a Boston cousin, Miss Jane Heath, a tall, dashing girl, some 2 or 3 years older than himself. She was one of the few women with whom he felt entirely at ease. There was an honest, cousinly affection between them, and he always felt relieved in society when supported by her presence. "Now, Harry," said Jane, as they entered the room, "remember, the first cottage belongs to me. After that, I prove my disinterestedness by finding you partners." As he led her upon the floor, his eyes dropped in encountering those of Bertha Morris, whose floating tulle was settling itself to rest as she whirled out of the ranks. Poor Bertha! Had she been alone she could have cried. He danced as well as he rode, the splendid, mean fellow, the handsome, horrid chiropodist. Well, it was all outward varnish, no doubt. If it was true that he relieved the nobility of Great Britain of their corns, he must have acquired something of the elegances of their society. But such ease and grace in dancing could not be picked up by mere imitation. It was a born gift. Even a brother, Dick, who was looked upon as the highest result of fashionable education in such matters, was no surer or lighter of foot. An hour later, Bertha, who had withdrawn from the dancers and was refreshing herself with the mild night air at an open window, found herself temporarily separated from her friends. Mr. Bartlett had evidently been watching for such an opportunity, for he presently disengaged himself from the crowd and approached her. "You are fond of dancing, Miss Morris?" said he. "Yes," she answered, hesitatingly, divided between her determination to repel his effrontery and her inability to do so. She turned partly away and gazed steadily into the moonshine. Mr. Bartlett, however, was not to be discouraged. "Still, even the most agreeable exercise will fatigue at last," he remarked. "Oh," said Bertha, rather sharply, suspecting a professional meaning in his words, "my feet are perfectly sound, I assure you, sir." It is not to be denied that he was a little surprised at the earnestness of an assertion which, in a playful tone, would not have seemed out of place. "I think you proved that at Trenton Fall," he rejoined. "But will you grant me the pleasure of another test during the next quadrille?" "No further test is necessary, sir. I presume you have patience enough already." And, having uttered these words as coolly as her indignation allowed, Bertha moved away from the window. "Patience?" said Mr. Bartlett to himself, wholly misapprehending her meaning. "Yes, I shall have patience whilst there is a chance to hope. But why did she speak of patience? Women, I have heard, are natural diplomatists, and have a thousand indirect ways of saying things which they do not wish to speak outright. Could she mean to test the sincerity of my wish to know her? It is not to be expected that a stranger, so awkwardly introduced, should be received without hesitation. Mistrust, perhaps. No, no, I must persevere. She would despise me if I did not understand her meaning." The following days were cold and rainy. There was an end of the gay outdoor life which offered him so many chances of meeting Miss Morris, and the fleeting glimpses he caught of her in the great dining hall or the passage leading to the ladies' parlor were simply tantalizing. I have no doubt there was a mute appeal in his eyes which must have troubled the young lady's conscience, for she avoided meeting his gaze. The knowledge of his presence made her uneasy. There was an atmosphere about the hotel which she would willingly have escaped. She walked with the consciousness of an eye everywhere following her, and, in spite of herself, furtively sought for it. We, who are aware of her mystification, may be amused at it, but imagine yourselves in the same situation, ladies, and you will appreciate its horrors. No, this was not longer to be endured, and so, after 5 or 6 days at Saratoga, the party suddenly left for Niagara. Bertha, An only daughter was a petted child, and might have had her own way much oftener than was really the case. The principal use she made of her privilege was to follow the bent of a remarkably free, joyous, and confiding nature. She was just unconventional enough to preserve an individuality, and thereby distinguish herself from thousands of girls who seemed to have been cut out by a single pattern. The sphere within which true womanhood moves is much wider than most women suspect. To the frank, honest, and pure nature, what are called the bounds of propriety are its natural horizon ring, moving with it, and enclosing it everywhere without restraining its freedom. We shall not be surprised to find that shortly after Miss Morris's departure, room number 1346 in the National Hotel had another tenant. Mr. Bartlett followed, as a matter of course. He began, nevertheless, to feel very much like a fool, and, as he afterward confessed, spent most of the time between Utica and the Suspension Bridge in deliberating whether he should seek or avoid an interview. As if such discussions with oneself ever amounted to anything! Ascertaining the lady's presence, he decided to devote his first day to Niagara, trusting the rest to chance. In fact, he could not have done a more sensible thing, for there is a special chance appointed for such cases. The forenoon was not over before he experienced its operations. Bertha, cloaked and cowled in India rubber, stood in the hurricane deck of the Maid of the Mist, as the venturesome little steamer approached the corner of the Horseshoe Fall. Looking up through blinding spray of the shimmer of emerald and dazzling silver against the sky, she crept near a broad-shouldered figure to shelter herself from the stormy gusts of the fall. Suddenly the boat wheeled at the very edge of a tremendous sheet and swirled away from the vortex with a heave which threw her off her feet. She didn't fall, however, for strong arms caught her waist and steadied her until the motion subsided. Through the rush of the spray and the roar of the fall, she indistinctly heard a voice apologizing for the unceremonious way in which the arms had seized her. She did not speak, fearful, in fact, of having her mouth filled with water, but frankly gave the gentleman her hand. The monkish figure bowed low over the wet fingers and respectfully withdrew. As the mist cleared away, she encountered familiar eyes. Was it possible? The chiropodist. This discovery gave Bertha no little uneasiness. A subtle instinct told her that he had followed her on her account in spite of her cornless feet. Perhaps he had left a lucrative practice at Saratoga, and why? There was but one answer to the question, and she blushed painfully as she admitted its possibility. What was to be done? She would tell her brother, but no, young men are so rash and violent. Avoid him? That was difficult and embarrassing. Ignore him? Yes, as much as possible, and, if necessary, frankly tell him that she could not accept his acquaintance. On the whole, this course seemed best, though an involuntary sympathy with her victim made her wish that it were all over. In the afternoon, Mr. Morris, as usual, took a summer siesta. Dick had found a friend and was whirling somewhere behind a pair of fast horses. And finally, Bertha, bored by the society in the ladies' parlor, took her hat and a book and walked over to Goat Island. She made the circuit of its forests and flashing water views, and finally selected a shady seat on its western side, whence she could look out on the foamy stairs of the rapids. The unnecessary book lay in her lap. A more wonderful book than any printed volume lay open before her. Who shall dare to interpret the daydream of a maiden? Soothed by the mellow roar of the waters, fascinated by the momentary leaps of spray from the fluted, shell-shaped hollows of the descending waves, and freshened by the wind that blew from the cold Canadian shore, she nursed her wild weeds of fancy till they blossomed into brighter than garden flowers. Meanwhile, a thundercloud rose, dark and swift, in the west. The menaces of its coming were unheard, and Bertha was first recalled to consciousness by the sudden blast of cold wind that precedes the ram. When she looked up, the great depth of storm already arched high over the Canadian woods, and big drops began to rap on the shingly bank below her. A little further down was a summer house, open to the west, it is true, but it offered the only chance of shelter within view. She had barely reached it before a heavy peal of thunder shattered the bolts of the rain, and it rushed down in an overwhelming flood. Mounted on the bench and crouched in the least exposed corner, she was endeavoring, with but partial success, to shelter herself from the driving flood, when a man, coming from the opposite end of the island, rushed up at full speed. "Here," he panted. "Miss Morris, take this umbrella. I saw you at a distance and made haste to reach you. I hope you are not wet." The spacious umbrella was instantly clapped over her, and the inevitable chiropodist placed himself in front to steady it, fully exposed to the rain. Bertha was not proof against this gallant self-sacrifice. In the surprise of the storm, the roar of which mingled with that of the fall made a continuous awful peal, the companionship of any human being was a relief, and she felt grateful for Professor Albert's arrival. Chiropodist though he was, he must not suffer from her sake. "Here," said she, lifting the umbrella, "it will shelter us both. Quick, I insist upon it," seeing that he hesitated. There was really no time for parley, for every drop pierced him to the skin, and the next moment found him planted before her, interposing a double shield. His tender anxiety for her sake quite softened Bertha. How ungrateful she had been! "This is the second time I am obliged to you to day, sir," said she. "I am sorry that I have unintentionally given you trouble." "Oh, Miss Morris," cried the delighted Bartlett, "don't mention it. It's nothing. I'm quite amphibious, you know." "You might be now in a place of shelter but for me," she answered penitently. "I'd rather be here than anywhere else," he exclaimed, in a burst of candor which quite overleaped the barrier of self-possession and came down on the other side. "If you would allow me to be your friend, Miss Morris, if you would permit me to speak with you now and then, if here he paused, not knowing precisely what more to say, yet feeling that he had already said enough to make his meaning clear. Bertha was cruelly embarrassed, but only for a moment. Professor Albert had at least been frank and honest in his avowal. She felt his sincerity through and through, and he deserved equal honesty at her hands. "I am your debtor," in an uncertain voice, "and you have a right to expect gratitude at least from me. I cannot, therefore, refuse your acquaintance, though, as you know, your occupation would be considered objectionable by many persons." "My occupation?" "Your profession, then. I must candidly confess that I have a prejudice, a foolish one perhaps, against it." "My profession?" cried the astonished Bartlett. "Why, have none." "Well, it is scarcely to be called a profession, but it is always liable to the charge of charlatanism, pardon me the word, and it may be ridiculed in so many ways. I wish, for your sake, for I believe you to be capable of better things, that you would adopt some other business." Mr. Bartlett's amazement was now beyond all bounds. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Miss Morris, what do you mean?" Starting up from the bench as he uttered these words, he jostled Bertha's book from her hand. The leaves parted in falling, and a large card, escaping from between them, fluttered down upon the floor. He picked it up and restored it to her with the book. "There," she answered, giving the card back again. There is what I mean. Must I give you your own card in order to acquaint you with your own business?" Mr. Bartlett looked at it for a second in blank amazement. Then, like a flash of lightning, the whole course of the misunderstanding flashed across his mind. He burst, I am ashamed to say, into a tremendous paroxysm of mingled tears and laughter. Were he not so strong and masculine a man, I should say hysterics. In vain he struggled to find words. At every attempt a fresh convulsion of laughter seized him, and tears, mingled with rain, flowed down his cheeks. Bertha began to be alarmed at this strange and unexpected convulsion. "Professor Hurlbut," she said, "what's the matter?" "Professor Hurlbut," he repeated in a faint, scarcely audible scream. Then, striving to suppress his uncontrollable fit of delight and comical surprise, he sank upon the bench at her feet, shaking from head to foot with the effort. "Ah, ah!" he at last panted forth, as if heaving an atlas load from his heart, and stood erect before her. With his face still flushed and eyes sparkling, he was as handsome an embodiment of youth and life as one could wish to see. In 2 words he explained to her the mistake, on learning which Bertha blushed deeply, saying, "How could I ever have supposed it?" and then, reflecting upon the inferences which could be drawn from such an expression, became suddenly shy and silent. Of course she accepted Mr. Bartlett's escort to the hotel when the rain was over, and he was presented to the agonized mother, who hailed him as the deliverer of her daughter from untold dangers, and privately remarked afterward to the latter, "Upon my word, a very nice young man, my dear." Dick's commendation was no less emphatic, though differently expressed. "A good fellow, well made in the shoulders and flanks, fine action, but wants a little training." By this time, ladies, you have probably guessed the conclusion. My story would neither be agreeable nor true. I am relating facts. If they were not married and did not have 2 children and live happy ever after. Married they were in the course of time, and happy they also are, for I visit them now and then. One thing I had nearly forgotten. When Mrs. Bartlett chooses to tease her husband in that playful way so delightful to married lovers, she invariably calls him Professor Hurlbut, while he retorts with Miss Lawrence of South Carolina. Moreover, in Mrs. Bartlett's confidential little boudoir, over a workstand, hangs a neatly framed card, whereon you may read, "Professor Hurlbut, Chiropodist, to Her Majesty Queen Victoria and the Nobility of Great Britain." End of section 26.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. Edited by William Patton. Section 27. Mr. Dooley on Corporal Punishment, by F. P. Dunn. "Well, sir," said Mr. Dooley, "I see that some school teachers down East have been petitioning to be allowed to slug the young." "How's that?" asked Mr. Hennessy. "Well," said Mr. Dooley, "they say they can't do anything with these tender little growths unless they use a club. They want the Board of Education to restore what's called corporal punishment. That is the fun of licking someone that can't fight back. Says one of them, "The little ones under our care are far from being the small angels that they look. As a matter of fact, they are rebellious monsters that must be suppressed by vigorous and," says he, "stern measures. Is it right," says he, "that us schoolmasters should daily risk our lives at the hands of these ferocious and tigerish enemies of human society without having a chance to pound them? Yesterday a golden-haired imp of perdition placed a tack in me chair. To-day I found a dead rat in the desk. At times they write opprobrious epithets about me on the blackboard, at other times crude but printed caricatures. Nothing will control them. They hurl the murderous spitball. They pull the braid of the little girl. They fire baseballs through the windows. Sometimes lumps of chewing gum are found under their desks, where they have stuck them for further use. They shuffle their feet when I'm narvous. They look around them when they think I'm not looking. They pass notes grossly insulting each other. Moral suasion does no good. I've thried writing to their parents asking them to cripple their offspring, and the parents have come over and offered to fight me. I've thried keeping them after school, making them write compositions and shaking the milk teeth out of them, but to no avail. My opinion is that the average small boy is a treacherous, dangerous creature like the Apache Indian, and that the only thing to do with him is to slam him with a wagon spoke," says he. And the Board of Education is discussing the petition. It can't quite make up its mind whether Solomon wasn't right. Solomon said, according to Hogan, "Spiled the rod and saved the child." He must have had a large family if he was anywhere near Teddy Roosevelt's law of averages. I don't see how he could have spared 'em from writing from correcting his family. He must have set up nights. Anyhow, the Board of Education discussin' whether he was right or not. I don't know meself. All I know is that if I was a life insurance canvasser, or a coal dealer, or something else that made me eligible to be a member of a Board of Education, and an able-bodied man 6 feet tall came to me for permission to whale a boy 3 feet tall, I'd say, "I don't know whether you are competent. Punishing people requires special training. It ain't of everybody that's suited for the job. You might bungle it. Just take off your coat and vest and step into the next room and be examined." And in the next room the ambitious educator would find James J. Jeffries, or some other equally efficient expert ready for him, and if he come back alive he'd have a certificate entitling him to whack any little boy he met, except mine. Sure, there'd be very few people to say they believed in corporal punishment if corporal punishment was general. I wouldn't give anyone the right to lick a child that wanted to lick a child. No one should be licked till he's too old to take a licking. If it's right to larrup an infant of 8, why ain't it right to larrup one of 18? Supposin' President Hadley of Yale saw that the left tackle or the halfback of the football team wasn't behavin' right. He'd been caught blowin' a pea-shooter at the professor of elementary chemistry or pullin' the door-bell of the professor of dogmatic theosophy. He don't know any different. He's not supposed to realize the distinction between right and wrong yet. Does President Hadley grab the child by the ear and conduct him to a corner if the schoolroom ain't wallop him? You bet he does not. President Hadley may be a bold man in raisin' money or translatin' Homer, but he knows the difference between courage and sheer recklessness. If he tried to convince this young idea how to shoot in this careless way, you'd read in the papers that the fire department was trying to rescue President Hadley from the roof of the building, but he declined to come down. "But what would ye do with a child that refused to obey ye?" demanded Mr. Hennessy. "Not being either a parent or an educator, I never had such a child," said Mr. Dooley. "I don't know what I'd do if I was. The only thing I wouldn't do would be to hit him if he couldn't hit back, and then I'd think twice about it. The older I grow, the more things there are I know I don't know anything about, and one of them is childer. I can't figure them out at all. What do you know about them little ones that ye have so carefully reared be lavin' them in the mornin' before they get up and losin' your temper with at night when ye come home from work? They don't know ye, and you don't know them. You'll never know till it's too late. I've often wondered what a little boy thinks about us that call ourselves grown up because we can't grow any more. We wake him up in the mornin' when he wants to sleep. We make him wash his face when he knows it don't need washin', then as much as it will later, and we send him back to comb his hair in a way he don't approve of at all. We fire him off to school just about the time of day when any one ought to be out of doors. He trudges off to a brick buildin', and a tired teacher tells him a lot of things he hasn't any interest in at all, like how many times 7 goes into 100, and 9, and who was King the 4th England in 1322, and where is Kazabazoo on the map. He has to set there most of the pleasant part of the day with 60 other kids, and every time he tries to do anything that seems right to him, like jabbin' a friend with a pin or carvin' his name on the desk, the strange lady or gentleman that acts as his keeper swoops down on him and makes him feel like a criminal. Towards evenin', if he's been good and repressed all his nocturnal instincts, he's allowed to go home and chop some wood. When he's done that, and he's just managed to get a few of his friends together, and they're beginning to get up interest in the sport of throwin' bricks down into a Chinese laundry, his little sister comes out and tells him he's wanted at home. He instinctively pulls her hair and goes in to study his lessons so that he'll be able tomorrow to answer some ridiculous questions that are going to be asked him. After a while you come home and greet him with your usual glare, and you have supper together. You do most of the talkin', which ain't much. If he tries to cut in with something that intelligent people ought to talk about, you stop him with a frown. After supper he's allowed to study some more, and when he's finished, just as the night begins to look good, he's fired off to bed and the light is taken away from him. He sees ghosts and hobgoblins in the dark, and the next he knows he's hauled out of bed and made to wash his face again. And so it goes. If he don't do any of these things, or if he doesn't do them the way you think he's the right way, someone hits him or wants to. Talk about happy childhood. How would ye like to have 20 or 30 people issuin' foolish orders to ye, makin' ye do things you didn't want to do, and never understandin' at all why it was so? 'Tis like livin' on this earth and bein' ruled by the inhabitants of Mars. He has his world, you can bet on that, and 'tis a mighty important world. Who knows why a kid would rather eat potatoes cooked nice and black on a fire made of straw and old boots than the delicious oatmeal so carefully and so often prepared for him by his kind parents? Who knows why he thinks a dark hole under a sidewalk is a robber's cave? Who knows why he likes to collect in one pocket a ball of twine, glass marbles, chewing gum, a dead sparrow, and half a lemon? Who knows what his seasons are? They are not mine, and they're not yours. But he goes as regular from top time to marble time, and from marble time to kite time, as we go from summer to autumn and autumn to winter. Today he's trying to annihilate another boy's stick top with his. Tomorrow he's trying to sail a kite of a telegraph wire. Who knows why he does it? Faith, we know nothing about him, and he knows nothing about us. I can remember when I was a little boy, but I can't remember how I was a little boy. I call back so as yisterday the things I did, but why I did them I don't know. Faith, if I could look forward to the things I've done, I could no more aisily explain why I was goin' to do them. Maybe we're both wrong in the way we look at each other, us and the childer. We think we've grown up, and they don't guess that we're childer. If they knew us better, they'd not be so surprised at our actions, and wouldn't force us to hit them. When ye issued some foolish order to your little boy, he'd say, "Papa is fractious to-day. Don't you think he ought to have some castor ile?" "It's a wise child that knows his own father," said Mr. Hennessy. "It's a happy child that doesn't," said Mr. Dooley. End of section 27.
International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 1, American Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 28. Over a Wood Fire by Donald G. Mitchell. I have got a quiet farmhouse in the country, a very humble place to be sure, tenanted by a worthy enough man of the old New England stamp, where I sometimes go for a day or two in the winter to look over the farm accounts, and to see how the stock is thriving on a winter's keep. One side of the door, as you enter from the porch, is a little parlor, scarce 12 feet by 10, with a cosy looking fireplace, a heavy oak floor, a couple of armchairs, and a brown table with carved lion's feet. Out of this room opens a little cabinet, only big enough for a broad bachelor bedstead, where I sleep upon feathers, and wake in the morning with my eye upon a saucy coloured lithographic print of some fancy Bessie. It happens to be the only house in the world of which I am bona fide owner, and I take a vast deal of comfort in treating it just as I choose. I manage to break some article of furniture almost every time I pay it a visit, and if I cannot open the window readily of a morning, to breathe the fresh air, I knock out a pane or two of glass with my boot. I lean against the walls in a very old armchair there is on the premises, and scarcely ever fail to worry such a hole in the plastering as would set me down for a round charge of damages in town, or make a prim housewife fret herself into a raging fever. I laugh out loud with myself in my big armchair when I think that I am neither afraid of one nor the other. As for the fire, I keep the little hearth so hot as to warm half the cellar below, and the whole space between the jambs roars for 2 hours together with white flame. To be sure, the windows are not very tight, between broken panes and bad joints, so that the fire, large as it is by no means an extravagant comfort. As night approaches, I have a huge pile of oak and hickory placed beside the hearth. I put out the tallow candle on the mantel, using the family snuffers, with one leg broken. Then, drawing my chair directly in front of the blazing wood, and setting one foot on each of the old iron fire dogs until they grow too warm, I dispose myself for an evening of such sober and thoughtful quietude as I believe, on my soul, that very few of my fellow men have the good fortune to enjoy. My tenant, meantime, in the other room, I can hear now and then, though there is a thick stone chimney, and broad entry between, multiplying contrivances with his wife to put 2 babies to sleep. This occupies them, I should say, usually an hour, though my only measure of time, for I never carry a watch into the country, is the blaze of my fire. By 10 or thereabouts, my stock of wood is nearly exhausted. I pile upon the hot coals what remains, and sit watching how it kindles, and blazes, and goes out, even like our joys, and then slip by the light of the embers into my bed, where I luxuriate in such sound and healthful slumber as only such rattling window flames and country air can supply. But to return. The other evening it happened to be on my last visit to my farmhouse, when I had exhausted all the ordinary rural topics of thought, had formed all sorts of conjectures as to the income of the year, had planned a new wall around one lot, and the clearing up of another, now covered with patriarchal wood, and wondered if the little rickety house would not be after all a snug enough box to live and to die in, I fell on a sudden into such an unprecedented line of thought, which took such deep hold of my sympathies, sometimes even starting tears, that I determined the next day to set as much of it as I could recall on paper. Something, it may have been the home-looking blaze, I am a bachelor of, say, 26, or possibly a plaintive cry of the baby in my tenant's room, has suggested to me the thought of marriage. I piled upon the heated fire-logs the last armful of my wood. "And now," said I, bracing myself courageously between the arms of my chair, "I'll not flinch. I'll pursue the thought wherever it leads. Though it leads me to the D, I am apt to be hasty. At least," continued I, softening, "until my fire is out." The wood was green, and at first showed no disposition to blaze. It smoked furiously. Smoke, thought I, always goes before blaze, and so does doubt go before decision, and my reverie, from that very starting point, slipped into this shape. 1. Smoke signifying doubt. A wife, thought I. Yes, a wife. And why? And pray, my dear sir, why not? Why? Why not doubt? Why not hesitate? Why not tremble? Does a man buy a ticket in a lottery, a poor man whose whole earnings go in to secure the ticket, without trembling, hesitating, and doubting? Can a man stake his bachelor respectability, his independence and comfort, upon the die of absorbing, unchanging, relentless marriage, without trembling at the venture? Shall a man who has been free to chase his fancies over the wide world, without let or hindrance, shut himself up to marriageship, within 4 walls called home, that are to claim him, his time, his trouble, and his tears, thenceforward for evermore, without doubts thick, and thick coming as smoke? Shall he who has been hitherto a mere observer of other men's cares and business, moving off where they made him sick of heart, approaching whenever and wherever they made him feel gleeful, shall he now undertake administration of just such cares and business without qualms? Shall he whose whole life has been but a nimble succession of escapes from trifling difficulties, now broach without doubtings that matrimony, where if difficulty beset him there is no escape? Shall this brain of mine, careless working, never tired with idleness, feeding on long vagaries and high gigantic castles, dreaming out beatitudes hour by hour, turn itself at length to such dull task-work as thinking out a livelihood for wife and children? Where thenceforward will be those sunny dreams, in which I have warmed my fancies and my heart, and lighted my eye with crystal? This very marriage, which a brilliant working imagination has vested time and again with brightness and delight, can serve no longer as a mine for teeming fancy. All, alas, will be gone, reduced to the dull standard of the actual. No more room for intrepid forays of imagination, no more gorgeous realm-making. All will be over. Why not, I thought, go on dreaming? Can any wife be prettier than an after-dinner fancy, idle and yet vivid, can paint for you? Can any children make less noise than the little rosy-cheeked ones who have no existence except in the omnium gatherum of your own brain? Can any housewife be more unexceptionable than she who goes sweeping daintily the cobwebs that gather in your dreams? Can any domestic larder be better stocked than the private larder of your head, dozing on a cushioned chair-back at Delmonico's? Can any family purse be better filled than the exceeding plump one you dream of, after reading such pleasant books as Munchausen or Typee? But if, after all, it must be duty, or what not, making provocation, what then? And I clapped my feet hard against the fire-dogs, and leaned back, and turned my face to the ceiling, as much as to say, and where on earth, then, shall a poor devil look for a wife? Somebody says, Littleton or Shaftesbury, I think, that marriages should be happier if they were all arranged by the Lord Chancellor. Unfortunately, we have no Lord Chancellor to make this commutation of our misery. Shall a man then scour the country on a mule's back, like honest Gil Blas of Stantillane? Or shall he make application to some such intervening providence as Madame St. Marc, who, as I see by the press, manages these matters to one's hand, for some 5 per cent. Of the fortunes of the parties? I have trouted when the brook was so low and the sky so hot that I might as well have thrown my fly upon the turnpike, and I have hunted hare at noon, and woodcock in snow-time, never despairing, scarce doubting, but for a poor hunter of his kind, without traps or snares, or any aid of police or constabulary, to traverse the world, where are swarming, on a moderate computation, some 300 and odd millions of unmarried women, for a single capture, irremediable, unchangeable, and yet a capture which by strange metonymy, not laid down in the books, is very apt to turn captor into captive, and make game of hunter. All this surely, surely, may make a man shrug with doubt. Then again, there are the plaguy wife's relations. Who knows how many third, fourth, or fifth cousins will appear at careless complimentary intervals, long after you had settled into the placid belief that all congratulatory visits were at an end? How many twisted-headed brothers will be putting in their advice as a friend to Peggy? How many maiden aunts will come to spend a month or two with their dear Peggy, and want to know every tea-time if she isn't a dear love of a wife? Then dear father-in-law will beg, taking dear Peggy's hand in his, to give a little wholesome counsel, and will be very sure to advise just the contrary of what you had determined to undertake. And dear mamma-in-law will set her nose into Peggy's cupboard, and insist upon having the key to your own private locker in the wainscot. Then perhaps there is a little bevy of dirty-nosed nephews who come to spend the holidays, and eat up your East India sweetmeats, and who are for ever tramping over your head or raising the old Harry below, while you are busy with your clients. Last, and worse, is some fidgety old uncle, for ever too cold or too hot, who vexes you with his patronizing airs, and impudently kisses his little Peggy. That could be borne, however, for perhaps he has promised his fortune to Peggy. Peggy, then, will be rich, and the thought made me rub my shins, which were now getting comfortably warm upon the fire-dogs. Then she will be for ever talking of her fortune, and pleasantly reminding you, on occasion of a favourite purchase, how lucky that she had the means, and dropping hints about economy, and buying very extravagant Paisleys. She will annoy you by looking over the stock-list at breakfast-time, and mention quite carelessly to your clients that she is interested in such or such a speculation. She will be provokingly silent when you hint to a tradesman that you have not the money by you for his small bill. In short, she will tear the life out of you, making you pay in righteous retribution of annoyance, grief, vexation, shame, and sickness of heart, for the superlative folly of marrying rich. But if not rich, then poor. Bah! The thought made me stir the coals, but there was still no blaze. The paltry earnings you are able to wring out of clients by the sweat of your brow will now be all our income. You will be pestered for pin-money, and pestered with your poor wife's relations. 10 to 1 she will stickle about taste, servistos, and want to make things so pretty, and that so charming, if she only had the means. And is sure Paul (a kiss) can't deny his little Peggy such a trifling sum, and all for the common benefit. Then she, for one, means that her children shan't go a-begging for clothes, and another pull at the purse. Trust a poor mother to dress her children in finery. Perhaps she is ugly, not noticeable at first, but growing on her, and, what is worse, growing faster on you. You wonder why you didn't see that vulgar nose long ago, and that lip. It is very strange, you think, that you ever thought it pretty. And then to come to breakfast with her hair looking as it does, and you not so much as daring to say, "Peggy, do brush your hair." Her foot, too, not very bad when decently chausse, but now, since she's married, she does wear such infernal slippers. And yet, for all this, to be prigging up for an hour, when any of my old chums come to dine with me. "Bless your kind hearts, my dear fellows," said I, thrusting the tongs into the coals and speaking out aloud, as if my voice could reach from Virginia to Paris, "not married yet?" Perhaps Peggy is pretty enough, only shrewish. No matter for cold coffee, you should have been up before. What sad, thin, poorly cooked chops to eat with your rolls. She thinks they are very good, and wonders how you can set such an example to your children. The butter is nauseating. She has no other, and hopes you'll not raise a storm about butter a little turned. I think I see myself, ruminated I, sitting meekly at table, scarce daring to lift up my eyes, utterly fagged out with some quarrel of yesterday, choking down detestably sour muffins, that my wife thinks are delicious, slipping in dried mouthfuls of burnt ham off the side of my fork-tines, slipping off my chair sideways at the end, and slipping out with my hat between my knees to business, and never feeling myself a competent, sound-minded man till the oak door is between me and Peggy. "Ha, ha! Not yet," said I, and in so earnest a tone that my dog started to his feet, cocked his eye to have a good look into my face, met my smile of triumph with an amiable wag of the tail, and curled up again in the corner. Again, Peggy is rich enough, well enough, mild enough, only she doesn't care a fig for you. She has married you because father or grandfather thought the match eligible, and because she didn't wish to disoblige them. Besides, she didn't positively hate you, and thought you were a respectable enough young person. She has told you so repeatedly at dinner. She wonders you like to read poetry. She wishes you would buy her a good cook-book, and insists upon your making your will at the birth of the first baby. She thinks Captain So-and-so a splendid-looking fellow, and wishes you would trim up a little, were it only for appearance sake. You need not hurry up from the office so early at night. She, bless her dear heart, does not feel lonely. You read to her a love tale. She interrupts the pathetic parts with directions to her seamstress. You read of marriages. She sighs and asks if Captain So-and-so has left town. She hates to be mewed up in a cottage, or between brick walls. She does so love the springs. But again, Peggy loves you, at least she swears it, with her hand on the sorrows of Werther. She has pin money which she spends for the literary world, and the friends in council. She is not bad looking, save a bit too much of forehead. Nor is she sluttish, unless a negligee till 3 o'clock, and an ink stain on the forefinger be sluttish. But then she is such a sad blue. You never fancied when you saw her buried in a 3-volume novel that it was anything more than a girlish vagary, and when she quoted Latin, you thought innocently that she had a capital memory for her samplers. But to be bored eternally about divine Dante and funny Goldoni is too bad. Your copy of Tasso, a treasure print of 1680, is all bethumbed and dog-eared, and spotted with baby gruel. Even your Seneca and Elzevir is all sweaty with handling. She adores La Fontaine, reads Balzac with a kind of artist's scowl, and will not let Greek alone. You hint at broken rest and an aching head at breakfast, and she will fling you a scrap of anthology, in lien of the camphor bottle, or chant the Greek alle alle of tragic chorus. The nurse is getting dinner. You are holding the baby. Peggy is reading Bruyere. The fire smoked thick as pitch, and puffed out little clouds over the chimney-piece. I gave the forestick a kick at the thought of Peggy, baby, and Bruyere. Suddenly the flame flickered bluely athwart the smoke, caught at a twig below, rolled round the mossy oak-stick, twined among the crackling tree-limbs, mounted, lit up the whole body of smoke, and blazed out cheerily and bright. Doubt vanished with smoke, and hope began with flame. End of Section 28. End of International Short Stories, Volume 1. American Stories. Edited by William Patten.